votes, and the count to distribute them is quite a quick count. It's literally the last 324 votes that are on the bundle. They will now be brought down. They have been brought down, and they're being marked as count three with a watermark. And then they will distribute those 324, I would think, in the next 35 to 45 minutes. It won't significantly change anything. But if we just do an overview of what yesterday was, we discovered that the turnout was 77,321. That's 58.5%, down a full 3% on the last general election, which is a significant drop in turnout, which was something we didn't dwell on yesterday. But if we were just to, for the benefit of the listeners, do a rerun on the state of play of the remaining candidates. So we'll start with Nikki Bradley, Fine Gael. She has 3,719 votes. Vincent Bradley, who is independent, has 116 on the second count. Nuala Carr, the Green Party, is on 903. Pierce Doherty, as we know, was elected on the first count with a surplus of 6,127. Carol Gallagher is the People Before Profit, and she now has 669 votes. Pat the Cope Gallagher, Fianna Fáil, is now on 10,504 votes. Noel Jordan, the third Sinn Féin candidate, is on 4,405 votes. Claudia Kennedy, Fianna Fáil, is on 290 votes. Pádraig McLaughlin, as we know, was elected on the second count, and his surplus of 324 votes is now being distributed. Charlie McConalogue of Fianna Fáil has 8,127 votes. Niall McConnell, independent, has 1,661. Eamon McGee, Irish Freedom Party, has 399 votes. Arthur Desmond McGuinness, independent, has 35 votes. Jerry McKeever, independent, has 354 votes. Kim McMenamin, the Irish People, has 542 votes. John McNulty, Fine Gael, has 3,276. Frank O'Donnell, independent, has 328. Thomas Pringle, independent, has 5,664. Mary T. Sweeney, Aintu, has 2,530. Charles Ward, 100% redress, has 7,236 votes. And as we discovered yesterday, there was actually 697 spoiled votes in the various ballot boxes around the constituency.
Very good. And Brendan, we'll go into the details now in terms of, who do we think might take the last two seats and all the rest of it. But we have Michelle Nicfadjian, journalist, here with us as well on the panel. And I was just looking, some of the projections, Michelle, looking nationally speaking. And by the way, 41 of the 174 Dáil seats have been filled around the country. 6 constituencies have completed the counts. This certainly is not one of them. But if you look at some of the projections, Michelle, they're saying that Fianna Fáil could end up with 48 seats. Fine Gael and Sinn Féin could end up with 38 seats each. So that would put Fianna Fáil 10 ahead. That would be, if that turns out to be, if that translates into reality, it could be significant. But what's your analysis of it? I mean, it could be a good day for Fianna Fáil nationally, and it could be a good day for Fianna Fáil here in Donegal if you see Pat the Cope and Charlie McConalogue get elected.
This is true. Coming into this on the back of the exit polls, I think we're all of the opinion that Fianna Fáil were on a downward spiral and that the leadership of Micheál Martin was under question and under fire at some points. But today we see that Sunday Independent has run a front page, well, the headline being that Micheál Martin may return as Taoiseach. So, as in every election, you see things change, and you especially see things change when counts move on somewhat. Fianna Fáil taking 48 seats would make them, would obviously be positive for the party. But Fine Gael and Sinn Féin neck and neck on 38. That's quite an interesting look this morning. Up here. if Pat the Cope and Charlie McConalogue were to be returned, it would obviously bode well for the party. However, in all respects and in all honesty, when you consider the fact that Micheál Martin didn't deign to come to the county before the election, I think for the party electorate and the grassroots, I think that is quite significant. I know Micheál Martin said last night that indeed that Micheál Martin will make his way to the county, and if both, only one, but if two candidates are elected today, I'd imagine that his coming to the county should be quite soon. And a lot of discussion will take place at that point on how to better the party.
And John Gerard Campbell is here, former Fine Gael Director of Elections. If you look at the outgoing TDs here in this constituency, John, Pierce Doherty and Pádraig McLaughlin were outgoing, but now they've been re-elected. Charlie McConalogue, Joe McHugh, who's not, who's left politics now, and Thomas Pringle. And, you know, Brendan outlined the situation there for us, but when you look at the last two seats, what is your analysis of it? Because I know you and Brendan were chatting about it here on air towards the end of last night and in the early hours of the morning about what the possible permutations and the possible scenarios are in terms of filling the last two seats. What are you thinking about it today?
Well, the last two seats to try and figure out where we are at them, it's very tricky. Like where we stand at the moment, we know that, for example, Thomas Pringle is 2,800 votes behind Charlie McConalogue. Now, that's on one part of it. The advantage Thomas has is that he has both John McAnulty and Noel Jordan to go out. So that will certainly claw back a huge number of those votes. Does it claw back enough for him? I don't know. Because on the other hand, the only realistic pathway for Charlie McConalogue is through Nicky Bradley. So that's a question. I'm beginning to believe that Ward is transfer friendly on several fronts. I think everybody that goes out, Charles Ward is going to get something there, and that just keeps you keeps you taking over. And if we want to look back at the last election, that's how Thomas won the seat at that time. There was something in everybody, and I recall, for example, the couple of hundred votes he got from Mary T that were priceless. So it's difficult there. I just beginning to think that Charles Ward is very, very transfer friendly, and I think he will. It looks like he'll get there. So if we believe in that that's where the thing is going, that means the last seat will end up between the two sitting TDs, Thomas Pringle and Charlie McConalogue. And it's practically impossible at the minute to say where it is because there's so many things. There's party, there's party issues to be dealt with. There's a transfer between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, or I should say Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. There's geographical twists in this. There's how some of the candidates that are going out vote came together before they're being transferred out again. So there's so many questions. But I think the change I've been involved in many elections. When you look at it here that the minister's seat depends on a good transfer from Fine Gael. Like up until a number of years ago, that would be totally unthinkable. You would say, yeah, there is no way that there's going to be a transfer one way or the other. But I think it shows how much things are changing, how much things have come on. We're looking at a 30 plus percentage transfer now between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil here. And I think that's interesting in itself. It shows you could arguably say it shows how the two parties are working together in government. And that's something. I think the other thing that when you get time to sit back last night or this morning about 3 o'clock and go through these figures, I think, you know, there's a few things that we have to look at. First of all, we touched on it last night. It's how the exit poll got so bad by the people who carried it out. And we have to say it wasn't, you know, I can understand 1%, 2% in an ordinary opinion poll. In one case, that opinion poll was 5.8% out, which is ridiculous, right? And I think that's something maybe we have to look at today because that skews everything. it was totally out on the percentage for Fianna Fáil, totally out on the percentage for Sinn Féin. It was close enough on Fine Gael, but for an exit poll to be so wrong, I can't figure out how
Yeah,
that
and we'll
happened.
discuss that more in a minute. But I just want to bring India Kennedy into the mix here as well. Studying politics and international relations, one of our panelists. And India, if it does transpire, and John touched on it there about the exit polls, and that is a good discussion point. But if it does transpire that Fianna Fáil end up with 48 seats and the other two main parties end up with 38, what does it say about the psyche of the voter as the electorate as they were going out to cast their ballots? Does it say that they wanted the status quo, or that they really like Micheál Martin? What does it say?
Well, I think that it definitely shows that, firstly, Donegal votes very differently to the rest of the electorate. And as John Joe was saying, the exit polls were very off in terms of how Fianna Fáil done nationally and locally. But it definitely shows that, as a whole, either people didn't vote or the people that did vote are very happy with the way Fianna Fáil has run government. And it shows that they would be more inclined to vote Fianna Fáil as a whole government rather than a coalition with Fine Gael. But I think seeing how Charlie McConaughey's vote has dipped in 2020, he got 8,340 first preference vote, and now he's at 8,019. It's not a significant dip, but he could have done with the extra 200 votes now, because it would have put him ahead of some of the voters. But to see that he's under pressure, I don't know if that's a fault of the party or of just issues that he's got himself involved in, but it definitely shows as a whole that Johnny or Fianna Fáil are still the strongest party.
Very good. And Brendan, I want to ask you, and John can come back in on it as well, but on that issue of the exit poll, like when the exit poll came out, there was not a lot of analysis around that. You're probably watching it. I was watching it on RT2, on the RT2. I think it was on the Late Late Show, but I watched the election coverage. But they were saying that exit polls are much more or significantly more accurate than opinion polls, because the exit poll is happening just as the person is leaving. The vote is fresh in their mind. They have a mock ballot paper. They do exactly as they did in the polling station. They do it anonymously. They do it straight away. And that all makes sense. That would be much more accurate than an opinion poll. But if it turns out that it is so wrong, what do you think about that? How did
Well,
it so wrong?
there's a few reasons. If you look at the information that we already have at hand, the exit opinion poll was based on 5,503, from my memory, people interviewed at 253 locations across the 43 constituency. So the first thing that rang in my ear when I was watching it on RT was I felt 253 sample locations for 5,500 was too little, too little. And like any opinion poll, be it before election or an exit poll, which is immediately while the election is ongoing, there is assumptions made on the data that's presented. And I think one of the fatal assumptions here that I feel that was made was they have made an assumption of turnout in the last 3 to 4 hours that did not favour Fianna Fáil. So if you look at all the opinion polls over the last 2 years, the Fianna Fáil vote is now aged 50 plus. So I would imagine the exit opinion poll assumed that the turnout in that age category would fall in the last 3 hours of voting. And it obviously hasn't. That was the first fatal flaw. The next fatal flaw was the number of sample points, 253 across 43 constituencies. Now that we know here in Donegal how volatile and how disparate the voting pattern is in Donegal, they didn't have enough sample points. And you can see the same thing happening in Sligo-Leitrim with the showing of Clark, that unless you had more sample points, you wouldn't get that reflected in an opinion poll. So there was a miscalculation there. And the third thing is, and look at, I followed opinion polls all my life. That's what I like. All opinion polls are based on political assumption. They assume one thing, something else may have happened. And that's what has happened. It's a scientific miscalculation, but there was also a technical error in not sampling more widespread around the country.
Yeah, John, what do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. That I think the number of sample points was extremely on the light side. Uh, it's oh, it's difficult, and I still struggle to understand how you get an exit poll wrong. In comparison to an opinion poll, which we've all done at times, it's relatively easy because you're getting, first of all, people who have committed, who've gone and vote. You're not getting any of them saying undecided, etc. This is very black and white. You were just coming out, you were in, you voted. What did you do? Uh, the sample point is a huge one. And then, when you look back, and I was listening to it all that evening, the whole trust of the election was then based on the assumption. I mean, the RT headline the whole night was Sinn Féin to be the largest party, and which was now we discover was totally wrong and based on their own opinion poll. So we talked about the confidence in the political system. That knocks it when you if you don't get the opinion poll right. Uh, I, I think it is. I think some of the assumptions that they made had to be a mile off as well. Like you say, Brendan, the assumption this will happen, that will happen. You know, if you look at some of the opinion polls that were done in Donegal, and if you look, for example, in fairness to the Tyrconnell Tribune opinion poll, it's a small paper in Donegal, and John might mind me saying this, but the accuracy was way, way ahead of those opinion polls that were carried out by larger, reputable entities. And I think that, you know, it raises a lot of questions about we're back to the old thing about opinion polls being ran in the last couple of days of an election campaign. And there's something I still think that a wrong poll can influence things in a very, very negative way. But with the amount of money they spent on it, it is really hard to understand how they could have got an exit poll wrong. I take your point, Brendan, about the sample points, but surely with the people involved in that campaign, it's difficult to see how it's a reputable and how they decided on 250 sample points across
That was a
a
mistake.
huge mistake,
But
massive.
I think one of the things that, and they'll have to do analysis and explanation how they got it so wrong. But I would think, and I have no proof, but I would think that they made an assumption that 80% of the people would have voted by 6 and they would have collated their core data by then. And they have miscalculated. They made an
Mm.
assumption in a winter election,
That's
the
a very
over
good point.
60 vote is not going to come out after 7. And they weighted that down. It's obvious they
Yeah,
weighted that
the
down because
obvious.
that's
Yeah.
where the core Fianna Fáil vote is. And there was a higher than anticipated turnout of that age category after 7 o'clock. And that turned the opinion poll on its head because reading the opinion poll, and indeed it shaped our debate when we were discussing here
Yeah.
with Pierce Doherty. He was on a lap of victory that they were going to be the biggest party and the revolution had begun. Well, in actual fact, it didn't really, did it now?
No, and come here to me, Michelle. Do you know, like, it looks now you'd be unwise to bet against Micheál Martin being the next Taoiseach, okay, without any rotation or whatever else. That's some achievement for Micheál Martin, given the highs and lows that he brought the party through in recent decades.
Absolutely. I think, but then again, yesterday we were quite certain that he was fair as well as we're saying today. So a day can change an awful lot in politics. But yes, as you say, today we can say definitely that he's the front runner. Then again, you see that like during the run up to the actual election, that Simon Harris has a huge appetite to be the next Taoiseach. So it's going to be very interesting how the discussion regarding the leadership of this coalition, and how they might decide on will there be another rotation? Will there not? What
Well,
will they do?
that's exactly the point I was going to make. At what point do you stop rotating?
Yeah.
If there is a 10-seat lead by Fianna Fáil over Fine Gael, are we back to a Fianna Fáil-led coalition government with the coalition partner of Fine Gael in the Labour Party, most likely? That'll be a difficult pill for Fine Gael to swallow, that they serve a 5-year term with the Fianna Fáil Taoiseach. but it might be.
Simon Harris is tarnished.
Yeah.
And India, it shows the volatility in terms of it kind of reflects real life. If you look at Micheál Martin's journey, going through, being minister, then taking over the leadership of the party after the party had crumbled, building the party back up, and now potentially leading the next government as the standalone Taoiseach without any rotation or whatever else. It really is some achievement if he can pull it off. It's some case of, realizing that resilience can pay off in the end. And I suppose we could maybe all take some solace from that, generally speaking.
Yeah, but it also shows him as a person, and it shows we were speaking about it yesterday how he's pulled Fianna Fáil as a completely low party 2008 2009 to what is the strongest party now in 2024, and that just didn't happen overnight. That took a lot of work. It took a lot of special planning on where he put his ministers and how he worked as a party to try and be the strongest party in Ireland. And although Simon Harris was very strong as Taoiseach and he was very well liked as Taoiseach, it just showed that as a whole he didn't do enough to pull his party out of the ground. And I think Micheál Martin had the edge over him on that.
Very good. And just a reminder to listeners that you're listening to Ocean FM. This is the unrivaled coverage of the results in the Donegal constituency. The producer's laughing, so that's not a good sign. But
it's not a ringing endorsement.
It's not a ringing endorsement, no. But these are. Yeah, she says it's great. She said it's great. But listen, and we want you to get involved as well, just to give you that number again, because yesterday you were very engaged and we enjoyed your interaction. And the number is 083. This is on WhatsApp, 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. And listen, you're listening to Ocean FM. We're here at the Aura Centre in Letterkenny, and we're going to be here till the bitter end. And we'll be giving you all the latest details. And shortly, we want to give you an update as well on the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. Ronan is also laughing. All this laughing now is getting me nervous. But listen, Ronan will be ready soon to give us an all-important update from that constituency. And as I say, get involved. You can also watch us on the Ocean FM YouTube channel. And you can contact us, or you can get in touch with us, or keep on top of things on the Facebook page as well. And we'll be looking out for Geraldine O'Connor to see when she's going to come up and basically move things on here, because we already have 2 seats filled, and Pearse Doherty and Pádraig McLaughlin have got the first 2 seats for Sinn Féin, and very convincingly. And then we're saying that Pat the Cope Gallagher gets the 3rd seat for Fianna Fáil. But Brendan, who is going to take the final 2 seats?
It's a very difficult question to answer. There are 3 contenders. That's very clear. There's 3 clear contenders for the last 2 seats. Sitting deputies Thomas Pringle and Charlie McConnell-Logue, and the challenger is Charles Ward of the 100% Redress Party. And the one thing that we did observe, and bearing in mind there has been only one count subsequent to the first count, the second count, the distribution of Pearse Doherty's surplus. And if you look at that closely, the amount of votes that Thomas Pringle got from that surplus of over 6,100 was 376 votes. But significantly, Charles Ward of the 100% Redress got 374 votes, just 2 less than Thomas Pringle. That would indicate to me that there is a very strong showing of preference voting towards 100% redress, that they are extremely transfer friendly. So that was the first indicator I got that 100% redress are going to be stronger as we progress through the various elimination counts, which will start after the 3rd count here, which is distributing just 324 votes of Pádraig McLaughlin. So if that is the case, then you would nearly have to say that either way, there is a very strong possibility that 100% redress will be taking a seat, that pattern of transfers continues. Also, if you look at Charlie McConnell-Logue, his pathway to retaining his seat is highly dependent on getting transfers from Nikki Bradley, the Fine Gael candidate that's based in the northeast. She currently has 3,719 votes. There's sufficient amount of votes there to put a buffer between Charlie and Thomas Pringle, and that brings Charlie into a safer zone. He'll also be drawn from transfers from John McNulty. And then beyond that, then there are a small number of candidates that are in the general old Northeast uh, um, constituencies, such as Kim McMenamin and Frank O'Donnell and Eamon McGee. They may not be government friendly votes, but he will get a percentage of them. Whereas, then, to give the counterbalance and to be fair in balance in our assessment, Thomas Pringle has, without doubt, reliable transfers coming from John McNulty because of the geographical factor. They're only 5 miles apart. And he has very reliable transfers coming from Noel Jordan, who is in Inver, and Thomas is in Killybegs, as we know. So those are two bankers in terms of transfers. So that's the major advantage that Thomas Pringle has over both Charlie McConalogue and Charles Ward. But I think significantly, the only thing that we can determine from the one count that we've seen is that Charles Ward got a sizable chunk of Pierce Doherty's transfers. There was only a 2 vote differential between Charles Ward and Thomas Pringle. Thomas Pringle is from that Republican gene pool. He confirmed for us he was 3 years a member of Sinn Féin out of the 24 years he was in politics, but it's significant. He's from that general gene pool, and I would have expected him to get more, but what he got was 376. But as I said, Charles Ward's getting within 2 votes of that could be a significant indicator. And we haven't seen subsequent counts, but it could be an early indicator that redress are a lot more transfer friendly than we would have anticipated.
Very good. And Michelle, the thing about it is as well, okay, like the Green Party got battered with in the last government, okay. So when Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are now looking out for new partners, um, do you think the smaller party will be reluctant, or are they just delighted to get into power? I mean, I think history has shown us they're just delighted to get into power.
I'd have to agree with you there, Jerome. They're always more than happy to go into a coalition. The thing about the Green Party, they were going to be decimated anyway. We could see that in the run up to the election, but that is almost always the result of a small party going in with two government parties to form a coalition. There are questions being asked whether a number of independents could possibly, bank the difference for them. I heard this morning that the director of elections for Sinn Féin, Matt Carthy, has warned smaller parties off going into the coalition with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. I don't think that will happen. I do think we're looking at a mudguard. Party that will go in, but they will suffer. There's no doubt they will suffer on account of it. And we take a very, very strong small party to go in and take on Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. It doesn't happen. So it's unfortunate, and it is a situation. If a few independents were to go in, there might be a different outcome, especially strong-minded independents. Looking at the Healy Rays here, John, what do you think?
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. I am starting to get the feeling that Labour are very open towards becoming that third party. Um, I think probably their leader, Ivana Bacek, is a strong enough personality to handle that situation. I think she is a very strong leader. Um, it's it's not going. They're not going to have to make up as much ground as appeared yesterday morning when we were doing our figures, which we based a fair bit on some of the information that had been given. But I do think that whatever party, smaller party makes it up is going to suffer long term. So they've got to balance. Do they? Well, are they prepared? Would they rather have 5 years as part of a government and probably pay a price at the end of it? Because nearly every government we've had, smaller partner in that way has suffered. Maybe not, the PDs go through Labour the last time, everyone, now the Greens. So it is a poison chalice. There's no doubt about that. But
But
the prize
the
for
prize is you're
the
in power.
leader and two or three senior people is senior ministry, junior ministries, and they will the counter argument. Well, it's our chance to influence policy, but I think it'll be very, very interesting. I think it's a lot easier it'll be a lot easier putting up a government together than some people think because of especially the number of seats that Fianna Fáil have taken. And if we're looking at the figures here, we're talking about 48, 38, and if you have a working majority of five, six, seven, it's more than enough,
And
given the system we have.
India, so the government will be formed India in 2025.
Yeah.
And, in early 2025 then, or towards the end of this year and so on, for the rest of this year, there'll be a lot of wheeling and dealing and negotiations. But for example, with the Labour Party,
Yeah.
Fianna Fáil in the driving seat, Fine Gael there as well, and then perhaps wheeling and dealing with the Labour Party. A lot of that will go on, and there'll be all sorts of, I guess, commitments given, compromises made. How will that work?
Well, I think that from the get-go, there was discussion that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael were going to go into a coalition with Labour, but the leader, Vanna Bhatic, was very clear that her needs needed to be met in order to go into coalition. And as John was saying, it is in certain senses a poison chalice being handed over from the Green Party because their ideals and the Labour are quite different. But I think a Labour, although they're not very strong, I think it would be a good coalition to have because I think Ivana Bacik is a very good Labour leader. And I think although she's strong in her ideals, she's willing to work with the other parties in order for the common good of the government. So I think there will be a lot of wheeling and dealing and there will be a lot of deals done. But by January, I think we will have a very strong government.
And Brendan, we were talking there about the Greens being decimated and this and destroyed, but we've seen it before when we have a small party like that getting involved in government. But you think the Labour Party would be happy enough to go ahead?
Well, the Labour Party, as we know, are out of power since 2016. They were in coalition last with Fine Gael in 2011 to 2016. They are a party of government. They're going to rebuild. They'll either have 8, 9, or 10 seats at this election. There's ambition there. You've Duncan Smith and you possibly will have Marie Sherlock and Ivana Bacik. They will want to go into government and there'll be a lot of semantics of negotiation and everything like that. And I think Brian Farrell best put it many moons ago. All you have to do is heaten the seat in the front of the Merc and they'll be in it.
I know Mark for Grania Shoiga. Anyway, I worked with her for years. Lovely woman, and but she hasn't made any impact in terms of her uh, attempt to get into politics in Galway. It's a tough old sport. You can't just, it doesn't matter how well known you are, you can't just walk into it.
You have to have some dynamic about yourself if you're going into a rural constituency, particularly, and compare it to Cynthia Ní Mhurchu in the Munster or Ireland South constituency, where she ran for Fianna Fáil and did very well and is now a member of the European Parliament. There's a dynamic that no one can quantify. You either have it or you don't, but the electorate will know whether you have or not within an hour of you being selected as a candidate. And no political scientist can quantify what that is.
And you need some sort of a legacy. Just as Grania Shoiga there as an example. I mean, it's almost like she's just been thrust into it or thrust herself into it. But then when you compare it to somebody like Pat Gallagher, who's been around for years, and very so closely connected to Fianna Fáil, there has to be sort of a history of normally, wouldn't there? In terms of if you can't just walk into a party and
I've always believed you can't do that. I think you've got to have let's call it a grounding in politics, and it stands you in good stead. There's certain skills or qualities you need, and one of them is when you're knocked down, which you will be in politics. Nobody has not suffered in politics. You must have the ability straight away to bounce back up and dust yourself down like you were involved in the sport and say, oops, go again, you know. But can I go back to what we talked about before? That one of the things I think is that if we look at Labour's record in fairness, they have worked in the past with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and they've been good. In fairness, we've got to give them credit. They have been good partners in coalition governments. And I think that's this holds them in good stead. As I say, they have have had over the years a good working relationship with both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Now, they paid a price at times for that, but they were always historically, very loyal members, if I could put it that way, of a coalition government. And they always stood and delivered their end of the deal. and not maybe like other parties over the years that had continuously were up on the price for their continued support. But I just think that I think personally, if it's Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Labour, it'll be a very strong government for the next 5 years. That's my personal view.
I think there is a need to have a left element to this
Mm.
government,
Yes.
particularly after the 4 horrendous years that we had of this green policy that really decimated rural Ireland, in my view. So then, if you bring Labour in, similar to what occurred in 1992, that was a very reforming government, initially with Fianna Fáil, and then subsequently with Fine Gael and the Democratic Left. It'll certainly be seen if Labour are the party that's in this new coalition. It'll be seen in housing policy and education policy, which were very strong leads for Labour in the early 1990s. And that's what's needed. The two parties, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, as I see it, paid a very heavy price for being associated with Green Party in rural Ireland for the last 4 years. I was, you can feel it in every conversation, any political conversation you had. What are you doing in government with the Green Party? Particularly the Green Party policies in Ireland, whereas if you go across Europe, the Greens are quite sensible, but whatever is unique to Ireland, the Greens in Ireland are a different hybrid.
And I think there was another area where that probably worked against. Certainly, if you take the Fine Gael supporters, traditionally very, very strong amongst the farming community. I genuinely think there was a strong element of Fine Gael supporters there who said, hold on a minute, you know, you're implementing green policy, and that was totally, totally opposite to what the traditional supporters of the farming section of Fine Gael was. And I believe there probably was a loss of support there because of the link between the Greens and Fine Gael, especially in the support in the farming community.
Have to say as well, I totally agree with
Michelle?
Brendan there. I think that Labour would be, very good in terms of the coalition with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And again, the policies, as he outlined there, is housing, education, and disabilities would be one as well that they would focus on as well. So I think their policies in line with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael could be, as John said, a very positive outcome for a government. And I do think, as a woman, that Ivana Bacik is very, very strong. She's very certain of her views. She's very disciplined. She's good in delivering it. And she's not someone that can be talked down. We've seen that time and time again over the years. So I think it would be a positive coalition.
Do you like Ivana, India?
Yeah, she's someone I've always kind of followed, but I think when she became leader of Labour Party, I really liked how she spoke and I liked how she led the Labour Party without being too kind of overpowering and controlling. She's someone that you could approach and you could work with, but you knew not to mess with. And as Michelle said, she seems like a very good leader. And I think in this next government now, we have three very strong leaders. And I think seeing how they work together will be interesting because all three of them have shown that they're not going to be top down.
And it's some achievement for her as well, coming out of, relative obscurity not that long ago to probably, if they do go into government, getting a major a major portfolio.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the Labour Party will be delighted to get back into power, no doubt, and they've had to wait a few years for that, John.
They have, yeah. They had, I think, we were saying they did pay the penalty for being involved in a previous coalition, but I think it makes sense for them to come back into government now. And as we said earlier, their track record in coalitions is good. I know that they have, like, maybe they would believe that this time they can protect themselves against what's going to happen, but I don't
No,
know.
you'll never protect yourself from that situation. But but there's a lot to be done in government. Like when you look at all that, when you look at all of the different priorities, and housing. We keep saying that housing come out as the number one. The cost of living, the health service, infrastructure, immigration, a major issue. But at the end of the day, India, people have decided to go more or less with the status quo. And even, Micheál Martin stopped there at the last leaders' debate. In one sense, he seemed to be, and I'm not, weakest would be the wrong word, but certainly the more refined in terms of not pushing himself out. that
Yeah.
seems to have gone in his favour, because even at the exit polls, and the exit poll, and this is part of the exit poll that seems to be telling the truth,
Yeah.
is that the 10 o'clock one is that Micheál Martin was considered the main. He was considered the most popular leader to be the most popular candidate to become Taoiseach, followed by Mary Lou McDonald and then Simon Harris. So Micheál Martin knows what he's at.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in the leaders' debate, in both leaders' debate, rather than getting involved in in the spots between Simon Harris and Mary Lou McDonald, he kind of stepped back from that and he was able to give his views across. Although it was difficult from them talking over each other, he was able to give his views across. But I mean, in the seat projections, they were showing Fianna Fáil at 35 seats, and as we've said earlier, the seat projections were completely off.
Absolutely. And that's the voice of India Kennedy, studying politics and international relations. She's one of our panelists today. But now let's say hello to Councillor Manus Boyle. And lovely to have you. You're from Brookles. Manus, how are you getting on?
Good morning, Jerome.
And
Very well.
your dad, I know your father, John Boyle.
Yeah, yeah.
Very long time in politics, and lovely man. Come here. Tell me, what's your analysis of what you've seen over all day yesterday and then today?
Well, first of all, to be honest, I wasn't here yesterday. I was working, but I must congratulate you on the show you put on yesterday. It was absolutely brilliant. I was working myself and I was dipping in and out just to see how things was going. And the coverage from Ocean FM was first class. And as I know most of you, is very much in tune with what's going on. So you had a great team here. And in fairness, you were still talking yourself, Jerome, last night at
Oh,
half
jeez,
one.
would you stop?
It was a long day. So, and fair play to you, like it takes a lot to cover pounds like this here. But I must say, Ocean done a great job,
Oh, that's lovely for you to say.
Ah.
And come here, Manus. We were talking about it a lot yesterday. Fine Gael, your party, they really struggled, didn't they, in this election here in Donegal and we were talking about profile in terms of the candidates, the name recognition in terms of as I said, we were chatting, there was a group of us chatting in a bar in Donegal town, and the discussion came up, who's the Fine Gael candidate or candidates? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There was a
No,
lack of, what do you think about that?
no, I think you're 100% right. And, we had two good candidates, but I mean, in fairness, we should have been out there far, far sooner. I mean, Joe McHugh decided to step down 2 years ago. That was the time to try and get somebody and get them lined up and get their profile built up and their name recognition, as you said, Jerome, their face out there. And we failed to do that. And that's been honest. That was the time 2 weeks after to have your AGMs and your meetings and call and see, listen, who we're going to stand in behind here. And it was left too long. Sure, it was only 2 months out from the election.
And who's to blame for that? Is that headquarters? So not about blame, but
No, well,
who's responsible for it?
I'm not about blame either, but it took time for people to make up their mind to see whether going or not. Believe it or not, coming from a political party like my father, when I decided to go in the local elections, it was kind of the last minute because the circumstances, everything had to try and line up. Really, the Friday before Christmas, that was the time I decided to go when things worked out. And it's very hard to put your name out there, and people be thinking, well, maybe I'm better just to wait for another while and another while. But really, you're just better. We fell down. And when Joe said he was going to retire, like Joe's was big boots to fill, we should have had somebody in there right away that was prepared to say, right, I'm going and take it by the throat and just go for it. We didn't have that. And I felt the short campaign didn't help any of the two candidates. They're two good candidates, but I mean, if we had another month, we'd have built the profile a lot better.
And in terms of we were talking about the exit polls, right? And at that stage during the exit poll, it was putting Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael head to head. There's some projections now. We're talking nationally that Fianna Fáil will have 48 seats, Fine Gael will have 38, Sinn Féin will have 38. Now that's just a projection at this stage. But the exit poll seems to have got it very wrong.
Yeah, well, believe it or not, there's only one poll I think that counts. I mean, there were so many polls going on. The poll is on the election day, and that's the poll that's here that the people sorting through. You can read what you want in the polls, in fairness, but at the end of the day, it's when the people come to the ballot box to make their vote, that's the poll that counts. You can, as you see in America, how the polls can go and, you know, That's if they get them right, it's great, and if they get them wrong, that's wrong. But to me, you just keep going.
with Joe McHugh, like I haven't got chatting to him yet. I'll chat to him. I spoke to him at length during the local elections because
Yeah.
he came in here. But like, did do you think he damaged Fine Gael in Donegal? I know. Listen, I don't mean it like that, but politically, do you think he damaged Fine Gael in Donegal, or do you think Fine Gael damaged Fine Gael in Donegal?
I don't think anybody damaged anybody, to be honest. I think when you have somebody of the caliber of Joe McHugh stepping down, it's going to take a big candidate to fill their boots. And I mean, Joe McHugh done a lot for Donegal. Let's be honest about it. I mean, every school in Donegal when he was the Minister for Education, and I can stand over that. I went to him on numerous occasions about schools and classrooms and everything like that. Joe done his bit for Donegal. And I mean, one of his first things when he got was the Minister for Education. I remember him ringing me and saying, "Man, it's rare to be a Minister for Education and I have to close a school in Dublin." You know, it was something that was unheard of. But like Joe done a lot of work, no more than Danny McGinley down through the years, and they got a lot of work done, and they got no wild credit for it, you know. But I mean, at the end of the day, if when you have somebody like Joe that is a household name and try and fill somebody else in there, it's going to take time, you
I
know.
see that Simon Harris is a lot more popular with women than men apparently in terms of the voting pattern.
Right.
Some of the statistics come out this morning. What do you think of Simon Harris?
Well, to be honest, I
He's your
don't.
leader, like
As a leader, is very good to be honest. But I wouldn't personally know him very well. In fairness, the former leader, Leo Varadkar, and myself was very good friends, and he done a lot for me down through the years. And I was sad to see him go. But I must say, like the Harris bounce, like the effort, and like I mean, he touched every county and the election, and he has an energy that I never seen in Fine Gael.
yeah.
And you know, I think in time that'll show that it's going to get better and better.
And he's definitely on top of his brief. But it looks like now he's in line for just Taoiseach. So he'll go from Taoiseach to Taoiseach.
Well, the post if there's going to be, they'll have to rotate. You know.
Well, they might not rotate according to our experts here. If it's a 10 goal lead, so to speak, they might be safe enough to. But sure, you could be right. That'll all
I
transpire.
think that'll all transpire over the next lot of days.
And
You know.
Manus, you're new enough into the council, isn't that right? You were
I am
only
only
elected
in
at the
since June.
since June, and you replaced your father John. I would have been in contact with your father John for many years.
I
He's
did.
keeping well, is he?
Oh, he's 83 and he canvassed every day.
Yeah, he was out
He's
helping you.
out canvassing every day.
Fair
Oh,
play to him.
listen,
He's a gentleman.
yeah.
And will you be running now? Do you think you'll ever try to go beyond the county council?
No, well, I'm happy in the council, to be honest. I must say it's great for people to give you the trust to go to Lifford. As I say, every day I go through the gap, it's great to go over that you know that you're representing people over there.
Yeah.
You know, you're representing your area and your county, and I'm delighted with that, and I'm happy where I am. And I mean, it's all to me. Politics is all about helping people.
Yeah.
And that's the way I look at it. I'm not in it for nothing else. I've seen down through the years how people was neglected, areas was neglected. And I mean, it's great when you go over there and you can chat to the officials and you get a wee bit done. And the nicest thing I've learned since June is the phone call to say thanks.
Yeah.
So many people, if you get a wee bit done, should it be a line on a road? Should it be a hedge cut? You know, the ordinary people, it's great to, on a bad day when you get a phone call from Mary or John and say, listen, man, that was great. I got that done. That to me, that's what politics is all about, you know.
Absolutely. So you might be tempted then to seek the nomination to go for the next all.
Well, you'd never say never. You
around.
never know what's ahead of anybody. But being honest, I'm very happy where
That
I am.
area of the county could do with a TD.
Well, we have Thomas.
I mean, with Thomas Pringle, yeah. But I mean, maybe more closer to. And then we've got the whole the boundary issue there. Where we're part of the. Actually, by the way,
that's the biggest.
Yeah.
Like if you look out, that is one of the things that annoys me so much to have. Like you take Bally's, Shannon, and Bundoran. I mean, there are 1,000 Fine Gael votes there on a bad day to have them. And with Sligo-Leitrim. I know it's great for Frank Feehan, and I'm delighted for Frank, but I think you know they're from canvassing. And talking to people up there, been up there most weeks now, they feel really disadvantaged that they're stuck between two. They're
Oh,
working
that's
out of
crazy
Donegal
altogether. But
County
I've been
Council.
ranting about it all day
And
yesterday,
fair play to you.
and the panel don't seem to be on. They don't seem to be equally upset. They're saying, "Oh, the figures don't lie, and it's all the Electoral Commission, and you have to have the numbers. You have to have the numbers."
But the figures mightn't lie, but the people's not
Well,
lying
I'm
either.
not lying either,
No.
and I went to Ballantrae to local community centre
Yeah.
and voting in Sligo-Leitrim.
Yeah.
I mean, no one's ever going to convince me that that's normal.
No, well,
No one's
normally,
ever going to convince me that's normal. That's crazy.
that's crazy. No, and I know
Absolutely
from being up
crazy.
there, I've been in Ballyshannon now maybe twice a week since I was in the council, helping out with stuff. Barry Sweeney would have been left over, and we're trying to get pushed through. And I mean, people do feel very disadvantaged up there.
Jesus, unbelievable.
That's
Absolutely.
yeah.
And if you throw a stone into Lahey, you're in the Donegal constituency then. But
Yeah.
I'm just, but but hopefully they'll sort it out.
Right.
It's a low turnout nationally as we speak. It's below 60%, so that'll be lower than
The
last time out.
yeah.
And we've the turnout. We'll figure out here. I think Donegal, did we say 58, 59% as well?
It's down
Something
about
like that.
3%, I think, in the
But
last
come
time.
here, what do you think about that? Is it disappointing that we can't get more people
Ah,
out?
it is. Like,
Why is it happening, Manus?
I don't know why it's happening, but I think people has to realise their vote counts for something, and that's gone out of it. Maybe it's different for when I was at school. Politics was kind of talked about in school, especially in the run up to election, and you were always shown about how to transfer the vote.
Yeah.
That is all gone, and I think the younger people coming up, they don't have the same passion for politics now as when
I
it was
wonder
kind
how
of
we
tough.
can get them in. So it starts at school.
I think, in fairness, we were in Duncanelli, and I must say, Roger Meehan, former principal, he was always good around that. Now, at coming up to election, he would always have a vote on the school to see how things would go, and he would have shown us how the vote would have transferred. And I mean, it was only maybe an hour and in the classroom and done it, but it stuck with the like of me, and it showed you that you could make a difference. I think our forefathers died for a right to vote, and it's sad that people's not taking it up because you can see here in Donegal, a vote does make a difference.
Come here. I
Yeah.
know you're Fine Gael, but a quick reaction. You must be impressed with Pat the Cope Gallagher,
Oh,
his return.
Oh, definitely, and congratulations to Pat and Pierce and Patrick. I know them well, and they're fine people and good candidates, and I'm delighted for Pat. And I mean, I would have heard all along Pat never stopped, even though he wasn't a TD. No more than my father. My
Yeah.
father's still going to Lifford
Yeah.
because of wee jobs, over
Yeah.
and back the road. And
It's
they were of
the
that.
habit he can't kick now at this stage.
That's it. That's in the blood, and it was. I'm delighted for Pat, and like I always said, even the last election my father running, it shouldn't come down to age.
Yeah.
Because one thing I've learned in my life is you will never beat experience, no matter how you
That's
try.
true. That's
And I
true.
mean, they have the experience, and it's shown here. And I'm delighted for Pat, and I'm delighted for Thomas Prank, the whole lot. I mean, it takes a big effort to run a campaign.
Yeah.
It really does. I mean, we got in behind John McNulty 100%, and I mean, we've given it everything that we could possibly give the whole branch. In fairness, to a man was out and done it, and they done it for me in June. So, for somebody to stand up and put their name up, it takes a lot of effort to do that and to go out in front of your peers and maybe not be lucky either. I was lucky this time, you know.
Yeah, and it's a tough oil sport, isn't it? How do you find it with the social media and stuff like that? Do you get a lot of stick, or
I,
is that maybe that's more for the
I don't get
ministers, or
I don't get a wild lot of stick now. I get an odd
maybe you
one.
just keep the phone off at night and
No,
stuff like
well, I can tell you that that's
that?
my biggest problem. The phone's on 24/7.
Jesus.
I think that's the way it was programmed from when I started working Killybegs. We had a forklift hire business and we were on call all the time. So
Yeah.
the phone's never off with me. And I think the day you turn the phone off, you may forget about politics. When people ring you with an issue, it's a major issue to them, and all you can try and do is sort it out for them.
And this is the voice of Councillor Manus Boyle, who is a Fine Gael councillor here in Donegal County Council. And the toughest question till the end,
Right.
who's going to take the last two seats?
It's very hard to know.
I know it's very hard to know, but I want you to tell me.
Well, at this stage, I couldn't tell you, and that's been honest. I think you have people here more.
What's your
like
gut
you-
feeling, though? Do you know this
I
man, John Campbell?
I
You
know
know him
John
well.
very well. I
You
know
know
John
him.
and I know Brendan very well.
But he's been willing to speculate now, so I'm
So
asking. And I will
where
not.
did John put his
Oh no,
money?
I'll not tell you a thing. You have to. But he's been willing to speculate, and would not hold you to it. But
Well, I think Thomas Pringle should be okay.
right, he
Because
might get the fourth.
I think he will, because geographically, if John McNulty goes out, that should help him. Now, that's going to come down between Charlie McConlogue and
Charles
Charlie
Ward.
Ward then for the last. And yeah, to be honest, I couldn't call it. And
No.
Noel Jordan's still there.
Yeah.
You know, if the transfers
Do you really
fall
think
right.
Noel Jordan's still in?
Well, I mean, if the transfers.
Geez, that would be an incredible achievement if Sinn Féin could get 3 TDs.
But I wouldn't
in
rule him
Donegal.
out yet, because, I mean, at the end of the day, Sinn Féin's the surplus. And, you know, like Thomas Pringle got, I think it was 4,000 of Pierce Doherty's the last time. So, and as I was listening to yours all day yesterday, nobody knows where the transfers is going. It seems to be all over the place. So you just never know. It's
Yeah.
down to the wire, and hopefully by the night we'll have it called anyway, you know.
Very good. Well, listen, I know that other people want to talk to you,
Yeah.
so I'll let you go. And that's Councillor Manus Boyle, Fine Gael Councillor on Donegal County Council. And
Thank you very much.
tell your father,
Oh,
John,
well,
that I was
surely.
asking for him. Hopefully he's tuned in.
Oh, he's tuned in. No,
Hopefully, well, if you're tuned in, John, you'll remember me down through the years. We did plenty of interviews and so on.
Yeah.
And thanks a million, Manus.
Thanks very much.
Thanks a
Jerome.
million, Manus,
Thanks
for
to
joining us.
everybody, and thanks for the great coverage.
Fair
This is
play.
absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Thank
Nick.
you, and good luck. So, John, I want to ask you now, when do you think we're going to get, and there seems to be behind you, there's that sort of the hushed sense, like the
Silence.
counters have stopped. The camera here can't see it. Well, you can see it. You can see that.
Yeah, they seem to have
The
all
counters have stopped.
they seem to have all the votes sorted and counted
So
anyway.
what's going on now?
Well, I think
John.
she's probably just double checking the votes before she makes the announcement.
And what are we waiting on here now?
We're waiting for the distribution of Patrick McLaughlin's surplus.
Yeah.
I think it's slow. Actually, we're what, almost an hour, and I thought that'll be relatively quick.
Really? You thought it'd be quicker
I
than
thought
that?
it'd be a bit quicker than this.
Well, geez, yeah, I didn't learn much from yesterday, if you think that.
Well, you know, it's a new day. We get up full of optimism and energy.
Optimism, yeah.
But I'm almost afraid to say what I'm going to say next. But I think it should be a lot quicker and more straightforward after this, because it's straight eliminations. It's relatively easy to check where the number twos have gone on. We're talking about some of the people at the bottom of it, which will be under 2, 3, 4. That should be straightforward.
Yeah.
So if we can get 3 or 4 quick eliminations done quickly.
Come here to me, John, and just off the top of your head, this is, but down through the years, would 20 candidates for now, I know the constituencies were different. It was a 3-seater Donegal Northeast, 3-seater Donegal Southwest. But regardless of that, well, maybe that is relevant because you'd 6 seats. But the point I'm saying is, roughly speaking, is 20 candidates a lot for 5 seats?
Yeah, I think it is, because as I say, when we were 3-seaters, I think we fought elections where there was as low as 5
Really?
to 6 candidates in the Old Southwest and Northeast. 20 is
it's a lot.
20 is huge, and I think there's a problem developing here. You want to keep as many people as possible involved in politics, but there's 23 in the European elections. I'm just wondering, where do we get to the point when we say we can't genuinely accommodate all the candidates in the ballot paper? We have to issue a second ballot paper, because there's obviously, you can imagine the set of problems that will create. And it's someone that we were just been talking about this morning there is earlier on. Where does it go from here? Let's say for argument's sake, another 10 candidates declare for the next general election. We go 30 candidates on the ballot paper. Like, you're looking at the ballot papers and the counters. It slows them down here. What's going on? How do we handle? If there's no limit, and it's the old style ballot paper. It's about a meter long at the minute.
Yeah, it's very long.
Where do we, on a practical way, I'm sort of intrigued, and I've asked 1 or 2 people, and nobody genuinely knows where we take the step. But I think it will generate, when you see 20 people this time. I think the next election, people will say, "Well, he did it, she did it. Ah, why not me?"
And you could say in Sligo-Leitrim, it even more really, because there's four seats and 18 candidates. But
Yeah.
India, one thing I wanted to ask you, and you're studying politics and international relations in Belfast, India, Kennedy. Um, do you know something that I was thinking last night before I slept for 2 minutes and then got back up again? The thing about it is, like, even like Mary T. Sweeney and you and her had a discussion, obviously completely polar apart in terms of opinions. But actually, when you look at it, when you look at the candidates in
Yeah.
Donegal, right,
Yeah.
regardless of their politics,
Yeah.
it's very impressive for a small county with 131,000 people eligible to vote.
Yeah.
It's a big county, but with a relatively small eligible population. Anyway, the point I'm saying is the quality of the candidates is very impressive. Mary T. Sweeney, like, say, for example, she said she's been contacted by all the political parties. You can understand why. She's very articulate.
She's a
She's
fantastic
her
candidate.
brain is so clued in
And
on all the issues.
yeah.
But the point I'm trying to say is we do, even if we don't agree with their politics, we do have very impressive candidates in Donegal. We always have.
Oh, it's undoubtable. And like Mary T. Sweeney was a fantastic candidate. That one issue, yes, we don't agree on, we'll never agree on. But in no way do I think in any way it affects her politics. I was doing my research on her, and the work that she's done for Letterkenny Hospital and for the Micah issue is fantastic. And I spoke to her in the last election, and I always said I really liked her as a woman and as a
You
candidate
can't dislike
because
her.
she's so well, she comes across so well, and she speaks so passionately about the issues. But I mean, for 18 candidates, we have a lot of strong for 20, sorry,
Yeah.
candidates. There's a lot of strong candidates there, and I think it shows in the voting. I know we only have 59% of a turnout, but there is some really strong candidates. We're very lucky in Donegal that there's a lot of people that are willing to come out and talk about the issues that they believe in.
And that's true, Michelle, historically as well, isn't it? If you look down through the years, the TDs that we've elected and the candidates that never were elected, there's very high quality of politicians in Donegal down through the years, Michelle.
Absolutely. Well, off the top of my head, when you say that, I think about Cecilia Keaveney, Fianna Fáil losing her seat in 2007, Mary Cotton losing her seat in 2011, at the Cope and his grand return this time around, him losing his seat. I remember looking at Paddy McLaughlin and him completely distraught after losing his seat. So we have absolutely excellent candidates in this neck of the woods, and we're very, very lucky. We have a strong pool to draw from, and the electorate, when they do go and they do turn out and they do go to the polling booth, they have, there isn't one person in the county, I don't think, that would be reflected there. There's something there for everyone. It's an a la carte menu for the voter, So I think we're blessed, very, very lucky up here.
And John Campbell, did you ever try to get elected yourself?
No.
You never you
No.
never went that side
No,
of it?
I enjoyed politics and have been many roles, many elections. Um, I admire anybody who lets their name go before the electorate. It's not something that interested me.
I don't blame you either. I couldn't think of
I
anything more horrendous than,
no,
than
but
actually
the
trying to.
buzz, like being the director of elections, sometimes you think you must be even madder to be the director of
Yeah, yeah.
elections.
Well, it's a
But
tough gig as well, yeah,
what I do,
I would
there's a
say.
few things. What I liked yesterday was the discussion between India and Mary T was a genuine political discussion,
I
and
agree.
there really isn't half enough of that. It's so much is done on social media, but that was genuinely a thing where
100%.
two people had their genuine beliefs on the political thing and discussed it openly and courteously
100%.
there for bit. So the, it didn't matter where you stand. There was two people discussing an issue where you could say, "Yeah, I agree with that. I don't agree with that. I
Exactly.
agree with that.
And
I
it
don't
gave
agree
us
with
an
that."
insight, a better insight into
I did, yeah.
rather than just the Pater Toveen or Mary T. Sweeney. Like it gave us it gave us a bit of an insight. Well, it just sort of dug under the belly a little bit just to see what's going on.
It does, and I
So,
think probably there isn't enough of that. We talked yesterday about the differences, what the parties stand for, etc. And at times, I think part of their problem there's a hell of a lot of spin or and I'm not knocking anybody. Simon Harris is brilliant doing this. Simon Harris, Micheál Martin is brilliant doing this. Mary Lewis, brilliant. And nobody drills down a little bit, say, well, this is Simon Harris's policy on
Yeah.
whatever. This is Mary Lou's. And there isn't genuinely the leaders' debate. How far really does it go into policy?
Mm.
You know, I think that's
Well, I mean, look at that first leader, the question in the leaders' debate about RTE. I mean, I think it was you said it or Brendan said it yesterday. It was crazy.
it
Focus
is.
that as the first issue when people are sleeping homeless. The homeless figures now are up to they increased again on.
Yeah.
Look, handy enough for the government. The figures were released
But you
at
know,
at about 8 o'clock, about half eight to an hour and a half before polling ended.
yeah.
The latest homeless figures, record high homeless figures. But you know what I mean? There's so many big issues. And then the RTE kind of now I have to say I think the debate was good and I think they did focus a lot on policies in fairness, you know. I think the two presenters now whether or not that garnered much information, but to start off with, you know, oh, did you contact RTE to get the clip taken down and then spending a lot of time of it. But then again, maybe if it threw Simon Harris off a little bit and created a bit of tension, maybe it wasn't a bad thing. But you're saying we should hear more, generally speaking, John.
I would certainly, I believe that. I think if you have good, open, healthy discussion on it, it engages people, but it engages the electorate out there. And I think we were sort of saying yesterday, if the electorate doesn't see a major difference between one, two, three political parties, then you know you'll have less people getting involved in it. But I know I just thought that that was a good discussion yesterday.
Yeah, I do. And I think it just gave us a wee bit more insight into what Aintu is all about. And what do you think, Michelle? Do you think it's all now sound bites about, you know, soundbite this sound, and especially now with social media, and I understand soundbite. Listen, when I'm doing a news report, uh, down through the years, you really are looking for sound bites in a sense, or something that encapsulates the thrust of the story or whatever. And but what do you think? Do you think we don't get down enough into the actual detail of the policy?
Look, I really do believe that we have to deep dive more. We have to drill further down into the issues. It's so important because a subliminal policy or a subliminal understanding of a policy is certainly not enough. And I imagine that there's a lot of people out there who wouldn't know what certain parties stand for. What's the difference between Sinn Féin and Fine Gael? What's the difference between the Soc Dems and Labour? You know, a lot of people don't understand that, and perhaps in a sense, we are ourselves to blame as a media because we do look for the top line, we do look for the headline, we do look for the soundbite, and more, unfortunately, this is what we're giving to the electorate, to the people who are going to the polling booths. And we see an awful lot of that, and perhaps it's condensed even more now onto social media, where people aren't actually sitting down and reading a 3-page piece in the Sunday Times about what happened, how it panned out, why it panned out, or listening to a radio station when they are discussing serious matters. I have to say, genuinely for myself, when I hear Ocean and they're debating, you know, they have all the candidates on, it's absolutely important that everybody sits down and listens to every candidate to see what they have to offer and how they can affect and change their lives.
Very good. And listen, I've loads of comments coming in here, and I'll get to those very shortly. And just to add to those, you can text in on WhatsApp. It's very simple. I'll read out the number slowly so you can jot it down. 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530. You're listening to Ocean FM on 105 FM. And also, you can watch us live on camera, live as everything happens here on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. Just scroll down, look for the link. Maybe the handier way is to go onto YouTube and type in Ocean FM. You might see first of all the Sligo Leitrim count because we have a big setup down there. But also, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll find our link here. So listen, we're just keeping a close eye now on Geraldine O'Connor because she's the returning officer, and we think there could be some activity here. We could be having our next official announcement. We already have two TDs elected here, the two Sinn Féin TDs, Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin. And we're now waiting to get confirmation that Pat the Cope Gallagher will take the third seat of Fianna Fáil. I will get to your comments in a moment because a few of them are coming in, and thank you very much for those. But now I just want to speak to Ronan Flanagan, Ocean FM's Ronan Flanagan, because he's been taking a close look at the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. And Ronan, we might interrupt you if, okay, we're going now live to the podium. And here is Geraldine O'Connor, Donegal County Returning Officer for the Donegal constituency.
Agriiniusle. Seo Alianas Torri an trio Kuntish. Inia Fuilia. Voti Padraig McLaughlin. Sheshin 3 fihis a cahar vota a ach galú. Bradley, Nicky, Fine Gael. Moja 3. Umlan voti 3,000 700 fihis a dó. Bradley Vincent J. Non-Party. Moja 0. Umlan voti Céad sa séideag. Carr Nula Green Party Cohentus Glas Moja Hain. Umlan voti Ní Géad is a cahar. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity Moja Cuig. Umlan voti Shecéad Seachta cahar. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja 3 Umlan voti 10,000 500 is a seachtaig. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Moja 200 is a 50. Umlan voti 4,000 600 is a 20. Kennedy Claudia Fianna Fáil Moja Hain. Umlan voti 200 nógus a hain. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja 10. Umlan voti 8,000 137. McConnell Niall Non-Party Moja 6. Umlan voti 1,667. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP Moja Hain. Umlan voti 400. McGuinness Arthur Desmond Non-Party 0. Umlan voti 3 McGeever Jerry Non-Party Moja Hain. Umlan voti 3 McMenamin Kim The Irish People Moja 2. Umlan voti 5 Carrick Cahar. McNulty John Fine Gael Moja Hain. Umlan voti 3,000 200 O'Donnell Frank Non-Party Moja 2. Umlan voti 3 Pringle Thomas Non-Party Moja 20. Umlan voti 5,000 600 nóga Sweeney Mary T. Aintu Moja Cahar. Umlan voti 2,000 500 cahar. Ward Charles 100% redress Moja 2. Umlan voti 7,200 Chaska Huck. Níorháin éon iarrthóir an quóta amach sa chuntas seo. Ceannas nach bhfuil fuiille vótaí le daliú amach chuirfí mé na hiarrthóirí a bhfuil an méid is lua vótaí acu as an ára bhanis. Is iad sin Arthur Desmond McGuinness, 35 vóta, agus Vincent J. Bradley, 160 vóta. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the third count, which consisted of the distribution of Padraig McLaughlin's surplus of 324 votes. Bradley Nicky, Fine Gael, plus 3 votes. Total votes 3,722. Bradley Vincent J. Non-party 0. Total votes 116. Carr Nula Green Party Cohentas Glas plus 1. Total votes 904. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity plus 5. Total votes 674. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 13. Total votes 10,517. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 215. Total votes 4,620. Kennedy Claudia Fianna Fáil plus 1. Total votes 291. McConaughey Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 10. Total votes 8,137. McConnell Niall Non-Party plus 6. Total votes 1,667. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party plus 1. Total votes 400. McGuinness Arthur Desmond Non-Party 0. Total votes 35. McKeever Jerry Non-Party plus 1. Total votes 355. McMenamin Kim the Irish People plus 2. Total votes 544. McNulty John Fine Gael plus 1. Total votes 3,277. O'Donnell Frank Non-Party plus 2. Total votes 330. Pringle Thomas Non-Party plus 27. Total votes 5,691. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu plus 4. Total votes 2,534. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 32. Total votes 7,268. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes. Arthur Desmond McGuinness, 35 votes. Vincent J. Bradley, 116 votes. Thank you. Gurmahagi.
Geraldine O'Connor there. Geraldine O'Connor there, the returning officer for Donegal. Let's cross over now to Brendan Byrne for some analysis. Brendan.
Thanks, Jerome. There's one significant trend, albeit it's still the votes of Pierce Doherty that's been distributed technically here. This is the surplus that elected Padraig McLaughlin. So they're still technically Pierce Doherty's core vote. But if you look at it here, 215 votes, as you would expect, went to Noel Jordan. But the next highest benefactor was Charles Ward of 100% redress, getting 32 votes over Thomas Pringle, who got 27 votes. I know it's small margins, but it seems to me that there is a trend emerging, it's only very early, that 100% redress are very transfer friendly. And if that is the case, then his pathway to becoming a TD, getting elected here, is getting relatively clearer.
Who's that dangerous for?
Well, 6 into 5 certainly won't go, even when I was at school. So someone has to pay the price.
Who do you think it'll be? We don't know yet.
It's going to depend as the counts progress. It's either Thomas or Charlie. Thomas, as we keep saying, has John McNulty in reserve and Jordan, Noel Jordan. So geographically, he has an advantage. There's a big pocket of votes between those two candidates. Likewise, Charlie McConalogue has the advantage of two Fine Gael candidates, and the Fine Gael transfer we know is strong between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil and vice versa. So no one can call it, but it looks like there is a growing sense of confidence and likelihood that redress will take a seat in Donegal.
What do you think, John? John Campbell?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be very close. I think we've always said that redress we thought were very friendly, transfer friendly, and that looks like it's going to happen. It's going to come down at that rate. I think redress should have enough to get over the line. Somebody gave me a figure over there that when John McAnulty's votes seconds were eliminated, that the feeling was that there was approximately 900 votes for Thomas Pringle.
Yeah, 980, I think.
But then there was a couple of hundred for Charles
220.
Ward, and that Charlie had up to the made 600.
Yeah, 640.
640. Now, I think that's interesting. So Thomas at that stage, the last chance, for want of a better word, is down to Noel Jordan.
Yeah, and to give balance, Noel Jordan sitting now with 4,620 votes. Heavy transfer into that from Pierce Doherty's surplus. So look at as this progresses, and this is the mistake that was made by many commentators in 2020. When transfers go on to your core vote, there's an unknown factor. Where do they subsequently go?
Yeah.
Now, back in 2020, there was such a huge transfer from Pierce Doherty in the first count, where he had 9,000 votes galloping around the count centre for the remainder of the count, and no one could get a handle on them. Now, the amount of transferable votes that's galloping around here today is much less, but it will accumulate as this count goes on. So there are unknowns, and all we can factor in here is the one known that's clear to us is that redress on the two Sinn Féin transfer counts is holding their own, and in actual fact, even better than you would anticipate.
Yeah.
Thomas Pringle.
Yeah.
And I think, in fairness if we look at the redress, it's reasonable to assume that there's a couple of Mary Cheese votes. There's a significant bounce there for Charles Ward, and one or two others in the Finn Valley, the Greater Finn Valley area. So there is a vote there. Plus, I think it's probably friendly. I would think it would be reasonable to assume that even inside of Bradley's vote, that there will be a transfer to Charles Ward.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it's just bearing out what we've been saying probably since yesterday. It's all now about the transfer. Those who are going to go to the fore will be the transfer friendly candidates. And I think in Charles Ward's case, he's transfer friendly with everybody. Charlie has less of an option. He's one option really. And Thomas has two options. Now, It all depends. It's a numbers game now, which we don't know. But the other thing I do agree, in every election, at some stage in the not too distant future, there'll come a surprise inside those transfers that will throw our calculation out the window. We'll say, no, oh, she got X number of hundreds more than we thought. This completely changes what's going to happen here. It's in there somewhere, and I'll be shocked if that surprise doesn't come there. It came last time, and that's what caught Pat the Cope out in the final thing was the surprise of votes bounced the right way along. For example, to Thomas Pringle, that nobody could have predicted that Thomas was getting, for example, and they used it yesterday, the vote he was getting from Mary T. And it's inside that where that is in these figures, I don't know, but I'll be shocked if it's not there.
I have to say as well,
Micheál McFitchie.
John touched on something quite interesting there. We might have alluded to it yesterday, but there's no harm in repeating it again today. Nicky Bradley comes from the Milford Carrygart area, which was the old stamping ground of Joe McHugh. So Joe McHugh's stance on Mike and the redress will certainly, in some respect, translate to Charles Ward, the redress candidate.
And it's also interesting to note that
This is India, Canada.
we're seeing now that Charles Ward is doing exactly what Thomas Pringle did in the last election. He's pulling votes from every single candidate. And I think that showed because one of the main issues that was talked about through every single candidate in this election was the Micah issue. And I think that him standing as a Micah candidate definitely paid off for him. I think if he was independent, it'd be a very different situation. But the fact that he's got the Micah Redress Party, although it's a small party, he still has the majority of the party backing, and it's showing for him today.
Very good. And nationally, we're keeping an eye on that as well, because 45 of the 174 seats have now been filled. The turnout is just below 60%. All of the first counts have now been completed in the 43 constituencies, part one. And at the moment, nationally speaking, Fianna Fáil have 13 seats and Fine Gael have 11 seats, followed by Sinn Féin's 9 seats. Now, come here to me, Brendan. Are we expect to see a lot more of Geraldine O'Connor?
Yeah,
In terms of the timeline now, do you expect to see her coming up a lot more frequently?
well, for example, now this count, which is a multiple elimination of two candidates, and we have 151 votes to be distributed. It's quite simple. The papers belonging to Arthur Desmond McGuinness and Vincent Bradley are brought back to the tables. As I say, there's only 151 of them, and you quite literally go through them to see what is the highest remaining preference that can be distributed to a candidate that remains in the race. It shouldn't take any more than 30 minutes.
Very good. And you'll hear it all here live on Ocean FM on 105 FM. We're live from the Ora Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny. We have so much more to come, including who takes the final 2 seats here in this 5-seat constituency. Starting out, we had 20 candidates battling out for those 5 seats, and it really will get exciting later on. And you can also view what we're doing here live as well, apart from listening to us. We're on YouTube and also on Ocean FM Ireland, the Facebook page there, and you can find us by scrolling down to see the link. You can see us all here, and I'm giving you a quick wave now for those. We've hundreds of people watching at the moment, by the way, and thank you very much for doing that. Really, really appreciate it. And also, I've been saying that you can contact us, via our WhatsApp, 083 3500 530. And I'll just read through some of the comments and questions that we've been getting here. On the appointment of ministers, one listener says, maybe your panel should take note of Charlie McConalogue. After the last election, not being appointed to cabinet was third choice, but kept his mouth shut and his head down and kept working, then made it to the full ministry. Fact. Always excuses. Another caller says, looking at the candidates expected to be elected, what should we expect to see in biodiversity and climate issues? And I know that all of the parties had their manifestos talked about. But when you look at the main parties, like in terms of possibility of the next government, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, they have their own policies, climate policies, but a lot of it is dictated by what they've signed up to in Brussels, in the European Union. Hi, Donegal team. I wouldn't have an awful lot of interest in politics, but the coverage you provide is incredible, and I rarely miss any of it. It's just so intriguing and detailed. Well done to all, and thanks for the long days and hard work to provide an excellent service. Margaret, you're not allowed to text us.
I,
Just,
I keep
I saw her texting away there, and I was
keep
just,
telling her that every year. She never learned.
anyway, that was it. Thank you very much, listener, by the way. That's very much appreciated. Now, another one has contacted us here on the WhatsApp line. I've spoken of the need for a full department and ministry and a minister for disability. Does the panel think this should be foremost for the incoming government? If not, why not? Regards, Huey. So we're talking here about a full department for people with disability.
Absolutely.
India, what do you think?
I think it's definitely something that's needed. Now, Anne Rabbitte, I have to say, she is a very good minister for disability, but there's only so much she can do as a junior minister. So I think that if there was a stronger budget and if it was upgraded to a senior minister role, I think more could be done for disability services. But in terms of disability services in Donegal, a lot more needs to be done and a lot more funding needs to be provided because, as usual, Donegal is the forgotten county in terms of disability service.
And you said definitely, Brendan, when I read out that the listener asked, should we have a minister for disability?
Yeah.
And you also want a minister for marine as well, specifically, but you're happy, you would happy to have a minister for disability.
There's something. It's something I've been following. In actual fact, the disability budget and how disability services are managed in this country, and I would take mental health and mental care into that. The amount of years in the last 8 that I've been following that either the mental health or disability budget has been left unspent. This is money that's been committed by the government of the day, approved by the All Ireland in the budgetary processes, and towards the latter stages of the year is left unspent. It is completely wrong. And there has to be some functioning problem in the various sectors that are governing the disability service and mental health. It is fine to criticize politicians, and politicians are there to be held to account and criticized when appropriate. But if the politicians and the various ministers are providing the budgets and they're not spent, then that's an entirely different thing. And that is why I keep coming back to that point. There is a disconnect between the body politic and the services and those that are managing and administrating service. And it's something that we don't have debates on, but we need to start focusing on how we are managing our economy, our services, and what we're providing to the public.
Micheál, a minister for disability?
Absolutely agree. And I do think that Simon Harris himself will be pushing for this once they get back into government, because that is two of the occasions I've seen him being caught off centre. The episode with the lady in relation to carers and disabilities and how she felt that he wasn't doing, or that the government wasn't doing enough for her. And secondly, on a second occasion when he met somebody else to speak to them about disabilities, and he said on that occasion that it was far better to actually meet the person, speak to the person and hear the person rather than to get a brief. So I do think that disabilities must come hand in hand. Again, I agree with Brendan with mental health. I think mental health is a growing issue. It's a huge issue here in County Donegal. Unfortunately, I don't think that things are being done properly, appropriately, or quickly enough, unfortunately.
Well, mental health is a huge. I mean, I had a
Huge.
long discussion yesterday. You were out and about, but I was talking to Podrick McLaughlin about the number of suicides in the region. Young men, I mean, it's absolutely out of control. And we were talking about the possibility that drugs, maybe in particularly cocaine and other drugs are involved, and et cetera, et cetera. Maybe the need for a new drugs task force, something like this. And John, what do you think about the callers? I'm asking each of you because the person who was good enough to take the time to call in or to text in, Minister for Disability, a standalone Minister for Disability.
I agree as well. I think the logic of having somebody for disabilities and mental health to do it together, I think it's kind of a no-brainer. I think it's something that fits very, very comfortably. And I think, yeah, I have no issues with that at all.
Yeah, and you think as well, Brendan, that you'd like to see a minister for marine, and we discussed that we discussed that at length yesterday. Um, in terms of the process now, we're thinking that we're thinking of getting the next count results maybe in about 25 minutes or so. I see there's already a growing number of people here in the Aura Centre here in Letterkenny.
They're doing a close scrutiny of the ballots. The ballots actually belonging to Arthur Desmond McGuinness are here.
Yeah, and
already.
explain that because you did it yesterday. You said maximum they'll eliminate at a time is 3, didn't you? They
Yeah.
eliminated 2. Did you expect them to eliminate More?
No, I looked at the figures and 116 and 35. The next available that was there to be eliminated was 291, and the combined amount of that was significantly different than alter the sequence of any subsequent elimination of the candidates. So you can only eliminate a candidate at one time that doesn't interfere with any subsequent elimination, because in terms of a recount, it can have an effect the sequence of elimination. We had a recount or a partial recount here last June when Mary T. Sweeney was to be eliminated. There was only one vote, and she sought to have a re-examination of the papers of the earlier eliminations, because had they been handled another way, she wouldn't have been eliminated at that point. The candidate that was actually appointed one vote ahead of her would have. So it's a very technical thing. From here on in, they'll only be eliminating one by one, I would certainly say. Uh, so if we're looking at the papers of Arthur McGuinness, look at it's a small vote of 35. He's from Moville, which is right in the heartland of Charlie McConaughey. I think it'll favour Charlie more than anything else, but bear in mind there's only 35 votes. And then Vincent Bradley, well, his votes are going to scatter quite significantly because there would be no voting
Very
pattern.
good. And Brendan, I'll butt in there. That was the voice of Brendan Byrne, former Fianna Fáil County Councillor here in Donegal and Fianna Fáil Director of Elections. And we have figures here in terms of the electorate, 131,306. The valid poll was 76,624. Of course, we've 5 seats to fill, only 3 now. There were invalid votes of 697. So we have a quota to reach of 12,771. And you're live here all day long from the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny on Ocean FM, on 105 FM, and also live across our digital platforms as well. Stay with us. You won't miss one thing. Everything that happens when Geraldine O'Connor goes up to the podium, you won't miss one thing. As it happens, you'll get it here first on Ocean FM. But now we're going to take a quick break and we'll have a news bulletin as well. And you're very welcome back to the Aura Leisure Centre here in the heart of Letterkenny. This is Jerome Hughes here on Ocean FM on 105 FM. And you can also watch proceedings here from the Donegal Count Centre by going onto YouTube and putting in Ocean FM and then looking out for the Donegal section. And also on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, you can get all the latest details there and a link to our live feed as well. I have to say now, things are getting exciting here. This is a five-seater, 20 candidates initially. We already have two of the seats filled. Sinn Féin's Pierce Doherty and Podrick McLaughlin have taken the first two seats. Shortly on the fourth count, we're expected, and almost certainly, Pat the Cope Gallagher is going to re-enter the political fray for Fianna Fáil. Pat the Cope Gallagher returning to politics after a break. And actually, one of the big stories of this election campaign. And then it'll be down to the last two seats, and it'll be a battle between the incumbent Thomas Pringle, an independent candidate based in Killybegs, and also the outgoing Minister for Agriculture, Charlie McConalogue, and a battle as well with the 100% Redress Party, Charles Ward. So it's a three-way battle for two seats, and it's going to get very, very exciting. Thank you very much to everyone who's been contacting us. And we have hundreds of people watching, but also lots of people texting in on WhatsApp. And the number is 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530. So make sure to get your comments in and your questions. You're very welcome to join the party here, so to speak. And Geraldine O'Connor is the main party guest because she's the returning officer, and we'll be waiting for her next announcement when it's sure to be very close to being Pat the Cope Gallagher taking the third seat for Fianna Fáil. But as we've been saying all along, very significantly is the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. It's a four-seater, and we had 18 candidates there battling it out for the four seats. It's very significant because a significant chunk of South Donegal is part of the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. Let's cross over to Ronan Flanagan for an update.
Yes, thank you, Jerome. So bring up to speed what goes on there currently at the Clayton Hotel. They have four counts currently completed there. So at the moment, so bring up to speed really. After the first count, Frank Feehan led with 8,980 votes, followed by Martin Kenny on 7,764. And that was followed by Michael Clark on 5,979 and Eamon Scanlon on 5,913. Then they moved on to count number two. Well, actually, after count one, three candidates were eliminated. They were Diarmuid McConville who is an independent candidate who picked up 64 votes, Caroline Corcoran of Independent Ireland who picked up 69 votes, and Molly Candon, who was from the Animal Welfare Party, picked up 423 votes. So their votes were distributed among the rest of the candidates. So the main real benefactor from there was independent candidate Marie Casserly, who picked up 75 votes out of those. But it has also, I suppose, propelled Frank Feehan's position he gained 24 votes from there to continue to lead the poll from that count. After that, then we saw the elimination after the second count of Bláthnaigh Gallagher, the Green Party candidate, who's actually the chairperson of the Northwest Green Party. So she might be well known to some Green Party listeners throughout Donegal, but she was eliminated after the second count. She picked up 782 votes in total in this year's election, and her votes, a lot of them went the way of Nessa Cosgrove, the Labour candidate, contesting her second general election for the Labour Party.
I did a play with her years ago here in Donegal, but yeah, I did a play with her. I don't even know what year it was, but it was many, many, many years ago in Donegal town.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry to interrupt. That was just a wee side issue.
No. Nessa, in fairness, she contested her third election in total. She previously contested the general election and the local elections, but contested June's local elections and got elected for the first time. So she was put forward by Labour to contest the general election. She was the main benefactor there, but once again, the likes of Frank Feehan, Martin Kenny, and Eamon Scanlon and Michael Clark all picking up votes there. Frank Feehan, interesting enough, picking up 86 of the votes from Bláthnaigh Gallagher. So I suppose that's kind of, with the pattern of a government vote going there. After that, then that saw the elimination of Michael Kelly, who was picked up the least amount of votes on 810 from the Irish Freedom Party. So his votes were distributed in the fourth count there, and a lot of his votes went the way, interestingly enough. Well, first of all, to Graham Monaghan, a former fellow Sligo town man himself, as Graham, who is representing Aintu. He picked up 205 votes there. And Michael Clark, interesting enough, from the Irish Freedom Party, picked up 174 votes of Michael Kelly's 810. And then after the fourth count, we saw that Des Guckian was the lowest remaining candidate on 991 votes, so he has been eliminated. So currently, they're looking forward to count five at the Clayton Hotel. So as things stand at the moment, as we head into count five there, Frank Feehan leads the way on 9,103 votes. Then it's Martin Kenny on Sinn Féin on 7,864. Michael Clark of the Independent Ireland Group on 6,213. And then Eamon Scanlon is picking up the fourth seat at the moment with 5,952. Ran very closely in fifth position by Chris McManus of Sinn Féin, who's on 5,259.
And is there any chance, do you think, for Chris McManus? Again, that would be some story if Sinn Féin could get two candidates, two TDs in Sligo-Leitrim. That would be some feat for that party.
I think there would be a great chance for him, to be honest with you. Like we see that Martin Kenny is currently in second position there. He's a Sinn Féin candidate as well. I think Chris McManus will be, whenever Martin Kenny does get elected, look like he is going to get elected, that a lot of his surplus could go the way of Chris McManus. And
You'd imagine it would.
That could propel him above Eamon Scanlon, even. Or I at the moment, if I was to predict, I would say your current top three there: Frank Feehan, Martin Kenny, and Michael Clark will get elected, and then we'll see if there's a battle out there between the likes of Eamon Scanlon, Chris McManus, and Edel McSharry's a good bit behind the likes of Eamon Scanlon, but it'll be interesting to see in the next couple of hours. Yeah,
it really would be, and a massive boost for the party in this region if they manage to get two seats. And I think that Marion Harkin all but conceded last night.
Yeah.
When she was interviewed, she said they just didn't do enough in the campaign, and that will be another big element to this election in that constituency, won't it?
It'll be, I suppose, a big surprise. Like, a lot of people would have seen Marion as a very strong candidate, and she was a long-time campaigner, was an MEP for a couple of years as well. But going back to the Sinn Féin point, like, it's a very interesting one to make. You see, at the moment they have two candidates elected in Donegal. Like, Noel Jordan will still fancy his chances. There's still a long way to go here. They're going to have one in Sligo anyway. They could have two. Rose Conway Walsh has returned her seat in Mayo, another strong candidate for Sinn Féin, who has kind of risen through the ranks the last number of years, has been outspoken on a wide variety of issues. So they're really, I suppose, it seems they're really putting a big emphasis on this part of the country, and it's bearing fruit.
And like, it's a 4-seat constituency, two counties, and that the argument was being made to me yesterday that it is about population. Like, you can't have a separate constituency for every county, because it just wouldn't work out. But maybe there's some way. But Sligo-Leitrim are used to being the same constituency. That's but But here in Donegal, we were used to having two constituencies, but two Donegal constituencies.
But even like the last general election, I voted in Sligo-Leitrim because North Roscommon was part of the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, and
was there any issue in Roscommon about that? Was there?
Yeah.
What were people saying?
People were saying, well, like, I don't know. Like you were saying, I don't know any of these people. I suppose the only person that people really knew was Frank Feehan, who originally from Boyle, grew up in Boyle, and he is a Boyle man, but he's been living in Sligo the last number of years.
So did he get all the vote from there?
Well, he got in, but but people, I suppose, were kind of wondering, like, these people aren't representing me.
Yeah.
And another fact, I suppose, as well, is that coming up to the local election, there was a lot of kind of discontent because, they were in the Sligo-Leitrim. We were in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency last time. They're still representing us, but it's other people now canvassing on our doors that are like the Roscommon East Galway constituency are out canvassing now, before this election. So you're kind of like, who's actually representing us here?
And I don't want to be too parochial about it either, okay? Because, we all have different accents. We're all from different areas and so on. But listen, the Leitrim accent, for example, in terms of culturally, the Leitrim accent is completely different to Donegal. and the Sligo accent is completely different. Like each county has their own identity, and then when you start throwing them all in together, of course we're all Irish. We're all from
Yeah.
the northwest. We all have commonalities, things in common, and so on, and the same hopes and all the rest of it, and even maybe the same political persuasions. But
Yep.
that's no surely to God, that's no excuse to throw everyone into the same pot, especially when it comes to voting for your local representatives in Dáil Éireann.
Well, I would say that I've said it to a few people, and they've kind of laughed at it, but once they kind of thought about it, they kind of realised it. But speaking of County Sligo, is probably one of the most diverse, in a way, counties there are. I would think. I haven't. That's I've been to every county. I've been to every county in Ireland. I wouldn't know much about
Yeah.
many of them, but like people in North Sligo are, dare I say, they're very different to people in South Sligo. Like
Yeah.
it's a long way from Grange to Ballinafad, or near Corrigan Road. People I would went to school with, out then to West Sligo, out to Eastkey and Escrone. That's a completely different area as well.
Yeah.
And then you go the other side of Sligo, Ballintour, near the Leitrim border, and then the likes of, I suppose, Leitrim, Carrick and Shannon. It's its own kind of little county in itself. It's extremely well funded. There's everything there for people to grow up, to socialise. But then there's other parts of the county that are kind of missing out.
Yeah.
Like the North Leitrim, they're crying out for support and help all the time. And then you go down to South Donegal, and they want to be part of the Donegal constituency.
Of course.
So it's kind of like,
And you know what? It's these people in the Electoral Commission, they're probably just looking at the map, They're looking at a map, and obviously they're looking at the statistics in terms of the numbers. But it's a lot more complicated than that. When people identify with being from County Donegal, and they end up voting in Sligo-Leitrim, I don't know.
it's like, it's going back to, it's like football teams, really. Would you wear a Sligo jersey? Would you wear a Leitrim?
Exactly, yeah.
Like it's.
And South Donegal does have a close affinity to Sligo because a lot of the people do use the hospital and they might go down to Sligo to get the train. And in theory, maybe you could argue the road is better vis-a-vis coming up to Letterkenny because of the twin towns there. Again, if they had a bypass there in the twin towns, I think it would sort of unite Donegal. Not that it's divided, but I think it would unite Donegal in a way that we've never seen before. People would even down here or South Donegal might even feel closer to Derry and places like that because there is kind of a divide by the gap, It's a kind of it's a psychological divide because of the bad infrastructure.
Like I went to college in Galway, and I was same course as being in college. There was a fella from Moville, and I never forget him just kind of detailing the experience that he went through of, like, he didn't drive at the time, so getting from Moville to Letterkenny was a trek, and then down to Sligo, hop off the bus, hop on another bus, and then head to Galway. Like a massive county, and
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's a massive thing what infrastructure can do. Like I now consider, honest to God, I would consider flying from Shannon Airport. If I'm looking for flights to go somewhere, I would actually look up flights in Knock and in Shannon Airport because I consider it as well. It is as close as Dublin, and also I didn't kind of realize until relatively recently that Belfast is so close, and they have a decent motorway there as well. Like I mean, once you get to Oma and then down to you're not long before you're on the motorway. Like, but the point is, if you have good roads, and I know that we always push for rail, but actually even a decent road, it really makes this country a lot smaller and a lot more accessible.
Well, like there's, for example, you mentioned good roads. The kind of main road that people from Boyle would traditionally take between Boyle and Galway, it's not really in the best condition. It's a regional road, like it's windy, it's bendy. So a lot of people kind of resulted now is since the redevelopment of the N5 between, I suppose you could say maybe Strokestown in County Roscommon and even as far as Castlebarn, even far now actually as Westport, people are, I suppose they're coming up to a place called French Park, they're turning right, they're remaining on the N5, proper infrastructure road, then they just turn off the N17 for Knock Airport, and they're either at Knock Airport or then they're in an hour and a half from Shannon Airport, like straight there on the N17 onto the M17. Like it's
Yeah, my mindset is starting to think that if we had excellent roads, we could actually manage without the train. Do you know?
Yeah.
Because excellent roads, there's no, even for the buses I'm on about, you could use buses, public transport. If you had a motorway, the bus can go 120 kilometers on the motorway. And it is a small country. So I'm starting to think now I'd be happy enough with motorways rather rather than, I mean, of course you'd want a train, but you know what I mean? I think it would actually do. But listen to me, Ronan, we got way off the subject. Ronan Flanagan, Ocean FM journalist, who's been actually doing a great job. I was watching when I got into bed last night at 3 o'clock in the morning. I saw all the videos you've been doing as well with the likes of Niamh Kennedy, the chairperson of Donegal County Council. And it's all available there on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. And you can have a look at all those videos. I actually didn't even realize that was going on behind the scenes. I always thought you were here the whole time, but then you would obviously you were heading off and doing those videos. I thought they were excellent, and it just adds another dimension to it. Apart from the live thing that we're doing here with the panel, and also bringing in candidates that are elected and candidates that won't be successful, we'll bring those in as well. But in addition to that, we have Ronan doing interviews with people out and about around the Count Centre and posting those online as well, which I think is excellent. And you can watch us live on the YouTube channel, the Ocean FM YouTube channel. You might see the Sligo-Leitrim live on that channel first. But if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see the Donegal live as well, and you can actually watch us. And as I say, we have the Facebook page as well. You might have to do a wee bit negotiating on that to find us as well, because obviously there's a lot happening in Sligo-Leitrim, and they have a big studio down there in the hotel. But Ocean FM Ireland is the Facebook page. I want to bring India Kennedy, studying politics and international relations at the university in Belfast. India, you've been around the place now for the last 10, 15 minutes. You've been speaking to people, you've been gauging reaction, you've been gauging the atmosphere. And Micheál Martin, journalist, has also been doing the same. And you can both, Michelle, if you want to put on your headphones, you can both give me just sort of a bit of feedback in terms of what you've been hearing from people and what the anticipation is.
Well, probably two of the main things that have come up is definitely how transfer friendly Charles Ward is and how close it's going to come between himself, Charlie McConnell, and Thomas Pringle. And I think that's something that's on everybody's mind. And you can see all of the 100% redress party, they are tallying to the wire to make sure that it's as accurate as possible to see where his twos are going to come out of. But I would say, judging by what people are talking about, I'd say he's going to take a seat, whether it's the fourth or the fifth seat.
Okay, we go now to Geraldine O'Connor, returning officer, Donegal.
Turry an ceathrú cúntais, Inia chuid vótaí Vincent J. Bradley, céadas a séideag vóta, agus Arthur Desmond McGuinness, trécha chuig vóta, a ach galú. Bradley Nicky, Fine Gael, Moja Shocked, Umlán vótaí, Tríhíle, Seachgéad, Fihisané. Carr, Nula, Green Party, Coentus Glas, K1 Vota 1, Umlán Voti, Nigade is a Cuig. Gallagher, Carroll, People Before Profit, Solidarity, Je. Shin Moja Je. Shakead Octo Cahar, Umlán Vota. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, Hainjag. Shin Moja Hainjag. Umlán Vota, Je Mila, Cuig Céad, Fihis a Hocht. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, Moja 3. Umlán Vota, Ceithre Míle, Sécéad Fihis a 3. Kennedy, Claudia, Fianna Fáil, Moja a Hain. Umlán Vota, Dhá Céad, Nóchas a Thó. McConnell Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Moja Dóieg. Umlán Vota, 8 míle, céad, Ceiriceá ní. McConnell, Niall, non-party, Moja Treacha Hocht. Umlán Vota, Míle, Seachgéad a Cuig. McGee, Eamon, Irish Freedom Party, IFP, Moja Hocht. Umlon Voti, Kerrakid sa Hocht. McKeever Jerry, non-party, Moja Cahar. Umlon Voti, Sriked Chuegasane. McMenamin Kim, the Irish People, Moja Hain. Umlon Voti, Cuiced Carrick Cuig. McNulty John, Fine Gael, Moja Shea. Umlon Voti, 3,000 Gawchéad up to 3. O'Donnell Frank, non-party, Moja Shea. Umlon Voti, 3,000 Shea. Pringle Thomas, non-party, Moja Do. Umlon Voti, 5,000 Shakead Noka 3. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu, Moja Shejeg. Umlon Voti, 2,000 Cuicad Chuega. Ward Charles, 100% redress, Moja Cuig Jeg. Umlon Voti, 7,000 Dachid up to 3. Nirwan ein Irahor, an quota ama sa puntas seo. Canis nach bhfuil filia voti le dalio amach, curhi me an Tirahor a bhfuil an méidir lu a voti eki, Claudia Kennedy, Gawchéad nóca dó voti as an áirih. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the fourth count, which consisted of the distribution of Vincent J. Bradley's 116 votes and Arthur Desmond McGuinness's 35 votes. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 7. Total votes 3,729. Carr Nula Green Party Coentus Gloss plus 1. Total votes 905. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity plus 10. Total votes 684. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 11. Total votes 10,528. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 3. Total votes 4,623. Kennedy Claudia Fianna Fáil plus 1. Total vote 292. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 12. Total votes 8,149. McConnell Niall non-party plus 38. Total votes 1,705. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP plus 8. Total votes 408. McGeever Jerry non-party plus 4. Total vote 359. McMenamin Kim the Irish People plus 1. Total vote 545. McNulty John Fine Gael plus 6. Total vote 3,283. O'Donnell Frank non-party plus 6. Total vote 336. Pringle Thomas, non-party, +2. Total vote 5,693. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, +16. Total vote 2,550. Ward Charles, 100% redress, +15. Total vote 7,283. Non-transferable papers not effective, 10. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Claudia Kennedy, 292 votes. Thank you, Gurmahagi.
And that's Geraldine O'Connor there, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency. Let's go now to Brendan Byrne for some analysis.
Thanks, Jerome. This count consisted of two candidates being eliminated, Arthur McGuinness, based in Moville in Charlie's Heartland, and the second candidate, Vincent Bradley, who is from Milford and straddles into Letterkenny. The significant thing here is that it seemed to be kind of a right-wing vote. It transferred significantly to Niall McConnell. I think there was also a voting pact between them there. But if you look at the contenders, the three contenders for the last two seats, namely Charles Ward got 32, and again he pipped Pringle on the transfer. Thomas Pringle got 27, not much of a difference, 5 votes, but it's 5 votes over 151 votes that were distributed. And the third contender for that final two seats is Charlie McConnell, and he secured 12 votes there. So it's a small amount of votes being distributed, but is it the start of a trend? That's the third count that we have seen. That
What could the trend be?
Well, the trend seems to be that Charles Ward, 100% redressed, are transfer friendly. If you can compare and contrast it to the last general election in 2020, on that occasion, Thomas Pringle was the transfer friendly candidate that was getting the lion's share or the highest percentage of each elimination or each surplus distribution. This time, he's been pipped into second place by Charles Ward. I think there's a trend emerging there. And the fact that it was only 151 votes it's neither here nor there, but it is that the candidate was in Moville for one of them and in Milford for the other. So there's a big geographical spread there, but the outcome was the same. Charles Ward is holding up his own on transfers.
John Campbell, what's your analysis?
Yeah, I think that's the thing that jumps out at you here is that Charles Ward, like we were saying, is becoming very transfer friendly. And there's no doubt about that. That would not be good news for the others. But I think it's interesting now. I'm just looking at the next elimination, which is Claudia Kennedy. And it's interesting that because I think we're going to come down to very small margins here. So I know she only has 270, 280-ish votes. So, for example, we're now getting to the margins that, for example, the number of votes that Charlie McConnell gets from that 200 is important. So the first question, Brendan, as former director of elections, to you is how do you feel those votes, which should be a very Fianna Fáil-ish or originally vote, how it will break? And secondly, the obvious question, which I don't think you'll be able to answer, what was the logic in adding a candidate to a ticket that only secured 280 votes?
Well, it's self-obvious there was no logic to adding a candidate that secured 280 votes. You wouldn't need to be a director of elections to figure that one out. That being said, party took it upon themselves to add a third candidate. And the rules of our party are that they have that retained authority, that they can balance the ticket, they can add to the ticket, they can also take from the ticket. I think there was a perfectly sound, robust ticket with Pat the Cope and Charlie McConnell, and it should have been left well enough alone. That being said, there's now, in the case of Claudia Kennedy, 292 votes to be distributed. Mightn't seem like a lot, but when we get to the 12th count,
Yeah.
it will be significant, and it's going to tighten in the various counts that go ahead. Ordinarily, Claudia Kennedy is in the old Donegal Southwest, in the Stranraer area. That should break down more favourably but disposable to Pat the Cope. I'm not anticipating that it is. The party in the last 48 hours tried everything to sway votes different particular ways. I have no proof of that, but that's what I would think. So I wouldn't be one bit surprised if it broke evenly among the two candidates.
I actually think it'll answer a number of questions. It'll be very interesting to see, does the whole Southwest vote stay there, or does it split or proportionally go more to Charlie McConnell? It's probably an internal party issue, but I would have suspicions on it. But it's certainly, we're getting to the stage. I think the point I want to make is we're getting to the stage where even as little distribution of 200 plus votes can have an effect on the outcome of the seat at the other as we get on through the day. I think that's important to keep in mind.
And Michelle, what do you think? I mean, it's quiet so far. I mean, it's almost lunchtime, and I'll be honest with you, on day two of an election, I would have expected a few more here. I'm not going to lie to you. In my experience, I would have thought there would have been a few more here at this stage, but maybe over the next couple of hours, more people will arrive.
I do imagine that the place will fire up now in the next 1-2 hours, especially after lunchtime. It all depends on when Pat Cope reaches the quota, and we're looking at Pat at the moment on 10,528. So he's got a small margin to go,
Yeah.
and it depends on how
How
long.
soon will that be, Brendan, before he reaches the quota?
It'll depend on both Fianna Fáil candidates are very dependent upon Fine Gael transfers. They're the only really group of friendly transfers that are out there and readily available to them.
friends have.
Sometimes it's amazing the friends you do get in life. But
Exactly. You wouldn't have thought it a few years ago.
yeah, so that's the best pathway. He will, of course, get some votes from Intu, not a lot, but some. So he's going to keep moving towards the quota.
So just to be clear, where is he at now? What's his exact figure?
He's
10,000.
528.
And the quota is 12,771. So how far is he away?
2,050, 2,250.
2,250 thereabouts, right? So 2,250. Brendan, where are those going to come from now, do you reckon?
Well, the first available ones that he'd get a sizable chunk from would be Mary T. Sweeney. She's sitting on 2,550. You would expect 300 to 400 there.
Yeah.
The count that we're currently underway, Claudia Kennedy, you would expect 100 there.
Yeah.
So that's small change until you get to John McNulty, who's Donegal Southwest based in Kilcar, as we know. And I would imagine there should be 700 to 800, maybe 900
That's
there.
a big one then.
That's his
That'll
big
be a
one.
big one for Pat.
And then a lesser transfer then would be, he will begin a transfer from Nicky Bradley, but it'll be a lesser transfer. But whereas I think Charlie will get the bulk of Nicky Bradley's votes because she's northeast based. It's the opposite to what would be the case with John McNulty.
So he's strolling towards the line rather than galloping.
Oh, there's
there's
no gallop here. This is a marathon, no sprint.
And so at what point do you think he'll get across the line then?
It's most likely at this rate of going that he'll go over the line on the elimination of Noel Jordan.
All right. And so that's a good bit down the road, a wee bit, good wee bit down the road.
And that actually, coincidentally, the quirks of the single transferable vote, if he stays in the race and gets elected on Noel Jordan's transfers, that actually, obviously it helps Pat, but it also helps Charlie by extension because he's keeping votes away from Thomas Pringle that subsequently
that's
transferred.
very important, yeah.
And that may be an unknown factor. We talked earlier about unknowns. That could well be an unknown that none of us factored in.
Well, there's been a first count in every constituency at this stage around the country. 51 TDs have been elected to the 34th Dáil around the country. and 174 seats to fill in total. And that turnout remains at below, well, the turnout we know at this stage almost certainly in and around the 60% mark. And India Kennedy, you've been studying politics and international affairs, international relations in Belfast. You've been listening to everything that's going on. Again, it's a waiting game. Um, it's all about the numbers, as John Campbell said earlier on.
It's all about the numbers, and it's going to come down to the twos and the threes, and it's all going to depend on how transfer friendly Thomas Pringle and Charles Ward and Charlie McConlogue are going to be, and how quickly Pat the Cope can get over the line. And I think that it is definitely going to be a long, and as Brendan said, it's going to be a marathon. It's not going to be a sprint.
And you'd agree, you'd concur with that, Micheál?
Absolutely, I would concur. What I think is interesting about the 100% redress candidates is I've found it impacted myself in the polling booth. I'd be quite systematic in the way I would vote, and I found that because there was a 100% redress candidate in my area, it stuttered my vote.
Yeah.
I gave them a high vote. So
Yeah.
if I give them a high vote, that means that they're exceptionally transfer
You
friendly.
probably felt morally obliged in some way to do it. Do you know what I mean? Like,
completely.
do you know what I
Yes.
mean? Put your emotional pressure on it.
Yes.
And you think that that might be this similar with a lot of other people as well in your area?
Yeah, and I would hope that it would be across the county, but we are seeing it. But what's quite fun, well, it's not even funny, but what's strange or peculiar, I should say, is the impact it's taken on Thomas Pringle up and until now. That Charles Ward has become the vacuum, the transfer friendly, and we both see them neck and neck taking up the same transfers. So it's really interesting in that regard. And I know yesterday I said it was that it would be Charlie McConlogue and Charlie Ward kind of in the front lights. But Thomas Pringle is there as well. And, it's going to be this evening before we know how that pans out.
Yeah.
And it'll be close. It'll be interesting to see what happens in Sligo-Leitrim as well from a Donegal perspective. And I know that Ronan is keeping a close eye on that. Just John Campbell, in relation to the national picture, right? You know how we were talking earlier, there's a lot of speculation about, or a lot of forecasts. Fianna Fáil could get 48 seats, and then Fine Gael and Sinn Féin could get 38 each. Is there any pathway at all whatsoever, realistically, for Sinn Féin to lead the next government? Based on those,
No,
based on that?
I don't think there's any imaginable way because I think it will remain the same thing between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil. And I think if you look at it, one of the things that is sort of welding that together is the fact that if you look at the transfers that are emerging between, for example, Fine Gael candidates, we're talking here, for example, about the the effect that the elimination of the Fine Gael candidates will have, and for the first time, many votes will go towards Fianna Fáil. I think there's actually a cementing of that, and I'm not 100% sure how it would play out if either of the parties turned around and said, "Do you know what? We may have got a 30-40% transfer from our former coalition partners, but we're going in another direction." I'm not sure that will play out well at all. I can't see any imaginable pathway for them. Look, so if we rule out Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, which I think we can, then we're looking at what's left to add. And I don't think any political party would go down and say the challenge, you know what, we'd set up a government with the support of everybody else, because it goes from parties like Labour and some of the other small to a group of independents who, and maybe they say they can't tolerate each other is a big statement, but certainly they have nothing in common whatsoever. And like from the rural deputies to the people before profit, how somebody would weld that together, I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, and do you know what else? I want to ask you about Micheál Martin. I mean, it is incredible that he is going to be like it looks almost certain now that he's going to be the Taoiseach. Like, do you think he must be delighted? I mean, everyone around him must be delighted. The people of Cork must be delighted.
Absolutely, the real capital of Ireland. I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted. In fairness, I was critical, not critical, but I questioned yesterday morning what he was doing based on the exit polls.
He's going to go
done
down in history now as a
he has
politician if
done
he does
very,
this.
very, very well because he's taken the party, he's steadied it, which was the first part of it, and now he's pushed it, he's drove it on. He has showed great leadership, and at times I was very skeptical of. I believed he'd done a great job steadying the ship. Could he take it to the next level? Yesterday morning I was very skeptical of that. Now he's proved me completely wrong. He has taken the next step. He's taken a huge step. He's obviously going to be Taoiseach. Will it be a rotating Taoiseach? That I have no idea. My instinct would tell me it won't. I know there'll be other people who would, but if you've got 8-10 of a majority, I'm not sure how you can stand up and say, well, we're going to rotate the Taoiseach. And I'll be intrigued to see how that plays out. But traditionally, if somebody had that many seats, they would say, yeah, here's the deal. Taoiseach, we hold the Taoiseach, you have the Taoiseach. That's the traditional way. But
You'd
we're in the
imagine so.
strange era in politics now in Ireland. So I genuinely don't know it to be just, your guess is as good as mine. If I were guessing, I would think you'd possibly go and say that Fianna Fáil, from the position they're in, if the figures we're getting are there, they would say, no, the Taoiseach, we're not prepared to negotiate on the Taoiseach. That would be my instinct. I think if it was the other way around, and the time I was director of elections for Fine Gael, they had a 10-seat majority, 10-seat extra seats, and it was Fianna Fáil who were the other. I think they'll be saying, no, we'll negotiate on a lot of things, but we won't, we, we, uh, we won't negotiate on that. So that's just my. I don't know. Could totally wrong.
I'd agree with you completely. Like I think if it was Fine Gael with the leader seat, I doubt that they would be saying, "Oh, we'll rotate." And I mean, Fianna Fáil have every right to say we're going to have the Taoiseach and we're going to hold on to it. But I would say that they'll give Fine Gael the Taoiseach role, and I think they'll work very well together.
I think Fine Gael will say we want to rotate the Taoiseach, as would any second party in it.
Yeah.
Another bit of a shocker in Galway East. Fianna Fáil Junior Minister Anne Rabbitte has lost her seat. Listen, when I was coming in here today into the Ora Leisure Centre in Donegal, somebody showed me on their phone this, the Team Cope thing. Have you seen that? Team Cope is written on the back of Pat the Cope Gallagher's team. And, you see them around here. Now, apparently, I saw it's gone millions and millions of people. What is this? Do you know anything about this in India?
Well, at the start of Pat the Cope's campaign, he hired a social media manager who came up with the Team Cope slogan, and they've had it on all of the cars. They've had it on the bibs when they're going canvassing, and then they've used the hashtag Team Cope. So if anybody's posting anything to do with Pat the Cope, they use the hashtag Team Cope, and it seems to be very effective because it's very memorable because it's so short and catchy, but you'll
But I think
remember
there's
it.
more to it than that. Young people use the phrase "cope."
Yeah,
Do they? I
don't
can't
think
cope or something like
it's
that. That's what I was told at the thing. So
yeah.
that's being used in memes and stuff. No, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I
you're
don't
talking
know
about
if
millions.
it's
I think it's taken off like millions. This is what I was shown in the hallway on the way in when we were waiting to get in.
yeah. I think the coverage of it was taken off. There was 1.8 million views on it, on Pat the Cope's coverage. But I think it's a great. I think it's. I don't
There's
know if
nothing about can't cope. There's nothing trending with young people about
not from my
that you
view,
know
but now
about.
I could be completely wrong on that.
Well, that's what was suggested to me. But look, we have no idea. We have no idea. And but sure, we'll look into that because I think it's actually taken off even more overnight. That the whole Team Cope thing. In terms of Micheál Martin, I mean, it'll be one of the big stories of this general election. Okay, if the figures transpire the way they have, and the exit polls have been so inaccurate, it looks like Micheál Martin will be the Taoiseach, Simon Harris will be the Taoiseach. We'll have Batchett. What's her name again?
Batchett.
Ivana Bacik from the leader of the Labour Party in as maybe minister for. What sort of portfolio might she get, John?
That's a very, very interesting question. What you
Would she get law? Would she minister for justice or something like this?
No,
Didn't she went to Trinity, didn't she? Trinity for
yes,
winners, the same as Michelle here. She would.
I don't. Well, I think justice is probably the last ministry
She'd
any
want.
politician would want
Yeah.
to touch.
No, but I think she is a
You're
lawyer. She
so
is a
yeah,
lawyer, yeah.
but you're so restricted in what you can do because everybody watches you. Is that political interference, whatever? So I can't see her
Sure, it
taking
makes
that.
no odds the fact that she's a lawyer that she should get Minister for Justice, I
So,
suppose. But I would just
but
wonder what
it's
else
very
she'd want.
interesting what other potential ministries she would seek. What would people perceive as
It
the
looks
next
like
highest
it
minister?
definitely looks like as things stand should be. What about Brendan? Brendan, whenever you get back, there's no panic. But like we were just saying there, it looks like no. I'm not even being sarcastic. He's gonna give me abuse now because the user laughing, and I'm not even being sarcastic.
so-
I'm scared of it at this stage.
What did you mess up since I left?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm trying to form the next government here.
Very
Trying
good.
to myself and John Campbell are trying to form the next government. I'm saying, say for example, Micheál Martin looks like Micheál Martin Taoiseach.
Mhm.
Simon Harris Taoiseach, right? Ivana Bacek. Bacek, am I pronouncing it correct?
Yeah, but
She went to Trinity. She's known around for years. She's a lawyer, well-known lawyer. Now, what portfolio will she get? We
Well,
don't know.
as she's a lawyer, the last thing she'll go into is justice.
That's what we were. That's what we were talking.
So she'll go into a spending department, I would think. So it'll be either education or public expenditure. It would have to be to shape a, a Labour stamp on government. That's what I would anticipate. I have no proof for it other than surmising. But I think that is the shape of the next government, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Labour. They would have a reasonable majority of 3 to 4 seats, and that would, I think, that would help the country if we have a slight of left of centre government.
Yeah.
A number of independents might make up the few seats that'll be left. Like
For
Kevin Boxer, Noel Grealish, and Cooney.
for the good of the country, I would hope not.
Okay.
I think you need stability. We must be mindful that Trump is back in the White House. We must be mindful we're very heavily dependent on corporation tax. All of those things need a stable government at home, not a bunch of independents running in with paper notes on a Tuesday looking for a bridge here, a house there, or a hospital or a helipad somewhere in their own backyard. We need big picture, macro approach here in order to have a robust government.
But yet, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil will be looking for people that are going to cause less bother. I think that a number of independents might be easier to manage than an actual Labour Party with a stamp and a definite manifesto and stuff like that.
Well, as you know from history, the true Labour Party of Ireland have been Fianna Fáil for the last 80 years, and there's a natural simile between Fianna Fáil and Labour.
Yeah.
It looks like there could be relatively early results, a conclusion, if you like, in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, which has a bearing on this part of the South Donegal area. They're on count 6 already, and they think it could be finished by early evening. So as soon as we get any details, any further details in relation to Sligo-Leitrim, we'll make sure that you get them. And we're here in the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. This is the Donegal count. Sligo-Leitrim's a 4-seater. This is a 5-seater. We've already had 2 seats filled, both taken by Sinn Féin. We're talking about Pierce Doherty and Pádraig McLaughlin taking the first 2 seats. We're just waiting for Pat the Cope Galler Fianna Fáil to gently stroll over the line. And that might take a little bit of a while, but it's certainly going to happen, it seems. And then the interesting thing will be who takes the final 2 seats. And it just all depends. I mean, Brendan was explaining it earlier. There are many variables here at play. And John was saying the same thing. And I suppose we'll know by what time. I mean, what do you think, John Campbell, in terms of here? It could be late evening, could be late tonight, maybe before. What are your projections in terms of finding out how the people of Donegal have finally
I'm not
spoken
even
here?
going to go there. It's relatively easy in comparison to try and predict who's going to win, but to give a time frame once
Yeah.
for us here,
There's always the
should be
potential for
over,
recounts and stuff like that at a
yeah,
particular.
but it should, in theory, be over 7,
Yeah.
8 o'clock. But look at
You have no crystal ball. You're looking into the future.
Looking into the future, but I don't know. It's I think we're starting to get a trend. As Brendan said just there, we're starting to certainly get a trend for the mega candidate, that he's very transfer friendly, and that bodes well for him. The the two huge things I think that will probably decide the last seat is how many votes Charlie McConnell gets from Nicky Bradley, and how many votes Thomas Pringle gets from McAnulty and Jordan in the other side. Because we got to keep it at the back of our mind that, for example, Charlie McConnell is 2,000 whatever votes ahead at the minute. Now, we talk about all the votes no Jordan has and whatever have, but that's, I've always believed it's a lot harder to make up votes, and 2,500 is all still 2,500. Many, many times over the year, think, that person will catch. Let's say there's 2,500. It comes in that they've caught up to 2,200, 300, 400. So I don't know, but those are the things. I think we're getting to what the focus now is: what Nicky Bradley can give to Charlie, and what Noel Jordan and John McAnulty can give to Thomas Pringle. Because I think we're looking at that the Charles Ward is a very friendly, transfer friendly, and if it continues the way it started there, he will get over the line. But the issue is, I think we need to focus on what that is there. I'm sure at some stage very shortly, the tallymen will tally Nicky Bradley, Noel Jordan. They may very well have done some of it at the minute. John Mack, I think actually there was a figure being knocked around this night on John McAnulty's that effectively it was 1,950 to Thomas Pringle. But again, that's knocked out by the fact there was 2+100 to Charlie McConnell. There was several hundred to Patrick Hope. So again, like it is, if there's 1,000 votes there for Thomas Pringle, but if there's 250, 300 for Charlie McConnell, then the strength it's losing. So you're down more so to Noel Jordan. It's really interesting.
Before I move away from you, John, again to the others here, the Fine Gaelers we've been chatting to, and you're former director of elections, they've more or less said Fine Gael ran a disastrous general election in County Donegal. Would you concur with that?
I totally agree, and I think it's something I've made no bones about it yesterday as well. It was a horrible campaign, and I think there's a couple of aspects to it that we need to look at. One, the first problem was that the party, and I want to draw a distinction between the party and the two candidates here. The party knew for most of 2 years that Joe had said, no, not running for a whole variety of reasons at the next general election. Great. So there's a line drawn under Joe. Everybody knows. So the party should have said, okay, let's move on to what we're going to do. They spent the first year searching around for a candidate, right? And then nothing really happened on that. Secondly, and
Is it that hard to find a candidate?
No, hold on a minute. Manus this morning touched on it as well. Then, and we touched on it yesterday. 2-3 months out, they say, okay, no, we're going to put two people forward. They put Nicky Bradley and John Mack in. They put them into an impossible position to go and win a seat 3 months out. Two new candidates. Now,
yeah, exactly. That's operative word.
They're new candidates. They're new candidates. They're good young candidates. But to me, the responsibility for what happened here rests solely with the party the party executive in Dublin and headquarters. One. Secondly, and there's another question for Fine Gael locally. Put it that way. They've got to look at why the organisation in Donegal malfunctioned at the local elections and cost them a council seat, and has malfunctioned again at the general election. There's some excuse for it in the general election. in the fact that they just were not given the tools by the party in Dublin. And I think
And
yeah,
is that a failing? I mean, you said you always distinguish between the leader and the executive or whatever.
yeah.
Well, so who is it? Is it the headquarters? Who is it
Oh, well,
at the headquarters? Like whose job is that?
well,
Whose job is that? Is it not like if Mary? You can imagine Mary Lou McDonald would be looking at each constituency and like is that not part of? Is that not the leader's job to get on
no.
top of that? Like,
In
how
fairness,
could there be anything more important than actually selecting the right people
well,
and doing the right campaign to get
we
people
talked
elected?
a minute ago about the fact why when you fall out of the third candidate, there was no logic behind. Yeah, but party executives in Dublin headquarters over the years make some of the most incredible decisions, and there's no logic. The leader can't be hands-on in everything. Just if you're the Taoiseach, if you're Micheál Martin, I mean, you're paying many people, director of organisations, whatever. Look, go suss this out for me. See this brand. Find me potential candidates. The leader of Gael, when you fall, whatever, can't go around and physically do that. You've got to give it to those people who you are paying. There's huge staff on Mount Street from both
That's
parties.
fair enough, John. But there's how many? There's only 43 constituencies, is there?
Yes, correct. Yes.
Like 43 constituencies. Surely to God in heaven, like any leader could take a week off. I mean, I know when you're a Taoiseach or whatever else, okay, but dedicate a certain amount of time each day to making sure that right, this is that what's going on in that constituency. We want to get at least one seat in that constituency. What's happening up there? Like, do you know what I mean? Am I being naive here? This is Brendan Byrne.
Slightly, to be
It wouldn't
fair.
be like me now.
But the problem is, and John, you and I have been in this corner many times, when a leader would come into a constituency, I want a candidate here or I want a seat here. More often than not, that would actually backfire and work against whatever leader would come in because the disconnect between party headquarters and the organisation on the ground, and sometimes between the organisation on the ground and the leader, would be such that it would go and do the exact opposite. And in Donegal, more often than not, that's exactly what they would do.
That's right.
And
So-
is that why Micheál Martin stayed away?
I know we tried to get him, but it was a very busy schedule. We were marked in on the 24th day and we just ran out of days.
That's the official line, is it?
It's not a bad
That's
line.
the official line, and we're sticking to it. And what was his excuse in Sligo-Leitrim?
Well, he was going to do Sligo-Leitrim on the way to Donegal.
Getting even more ridiculous.
His not coming, genuine question, would his not coming have had an impact on Charlie McConaughey's rousing of the grassroots?
Well, look, at all joking aside, there was only 23 days in the campaign, and there's 43 constituencies, and we're not the only one, nor is Sligo-Leitrim the only one. It's impossible to do them unless you're going to do a dart in and dart out of the constituency. And if that's what you were going to do, you would be better off not doing it at all. You have to come into a constituency and be respectful of the fact.
Yeah, I think there's another problem I've always found with leaders' visits, and
It just
unless
tries
you're
a good day
prepared to give
canvassing, actually.
it's a waste of a day's canvassing. The other thing is, and it's all parties, and I know Brendan and I've talked about. You say the leader of when you fall from Gael is coming to Donegal, is going to Donegal town. He's going to Letterkenny. Guaranteed, it will be. Well, why is he not going to Carndonagh? Why is he not going to Buncrana? Why did he not stop off in Ballyshannon on the way up? Why is he not going to Killybegs, the biggest fishing port in Ireland?
Can't
And the
win.
headaches you have with a leader visiting, because, and you say your canvas goes out the window for the day. I understand that the party leader and the party are looking for people. They want photo opportunities, nothing else on the day. And you're, as a director of elections, looking at your whole plans being thrown out the window for a day. You might have nearly finished canvassing Donegal town. Now, all of a sudden, you've got to go back another day. So I think that's where where there's fun and games,
Very good. And so that was an interesting point, John. We're just getting another guest in here. That was an interesting point that Brendan made, that sometimes actually can be a distraction. You have the leader up,
very much. It can.
and also depending on what's happening internally in the county or between maybe one of the candidates and the leader or whatever else, It could even be more of a distraction.
I've always thought it's more of an event for the media than it is for the party. Look, I'm not saying there's not some use or whatever, but I wouldn't get hung up on it. I think does it affect the campaign? Not really. I don't think personally, but
Yeah. So listen, what's the timeline now? How do you think we're going to get on in terms of the next? We're just waiting all eyes all day have been, and all day yesterday. This has been with 16 hours we did yesterday. I'm not complaining, by the way. It's a massive privilege here to be here and to observe democracy in action. I just want to remind the listeners as well that you can contact us. We've been getting loads of comments in and questions for our panel, and we really appreciate them. And the text number is 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. And you're more than welcome to contact us. And just a reminder as well, you can watch everything on YouTube. All you have to do is type in Ocean FM on YouTube. You might see the Sligo-Leitrim coverage first because they have a big outfit down there in the hotel. But if you scroll down, you'll see the Donegal. You'll see you'll see our setup here, and you can see our guests and etc. and the activity that's happening in the background in the Count Centre. And we also have the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page as well. So listen, everything that happens, we've 2 seats filled so far, 3 to go. It looks like Pat the Cope Gallagher will be next of Fianna Fáil after Sinn Féin taking the first 2 seats. And then it'll be exciting about the final couple of seats. So listen, let's introduce another guest, Niall Blaney, Director of Elections. Tell me, what's your analysis of the situation?
Well, there's no clear analysis. I don't think anybody has clear analysis, but the information that we do have this far, I would contend that the gap that Charlie McConlogue has is sufficient to hold on. And I suppose that's
so. You're honest. I mean, and of course you're being honest, but I'm saying when you have your team here. When you look at things closely, you think Charlie, the outgoing Minister for Agriculture, you're confident he'll hold on.
Not confident.
Not
I'm just saying that based on the information that we have. I'm not saying it's 100%. But of the information we do have, and that's what it's shown us. But it's quite tight, and I suppose it's then quite tight also between Charles Ward and Thomas Pringle. So the gap's quite narrow.
Do you mind just moving slightly into Niall? Sorry, just into the mic a bit. It's just we're struggling with it.
Yeah,
it's quite noisy here as well. What's your analysis then of your party strategy in Donegal in terms of the general election campaign? We've been discussing it now for a long time, but Niall, what do you think? I mean, how would you sum it up?
Well, it's a pretty simple science. As Donegal, the old southwest, as we move on, the population declines. And northeast with Letterkenny growth, it enlarges. So we tried to split the electorate in 2 between the 2 candidates. Never agreed that again. With Pat moving further into the Milford electoral area, and I suppose the last 2 elections, it has come down to a pretty reasonable divide. There's not a very large gap between Pat and Charlie, and we could be coming out this evening or early tomorrow morning as being very successful on the basis of that, or maybe just with 1 seat. We'll have to wait and see. But as I say,
running 3 candidates.
You
ran 3 candidates.
Yes.
Was that a mistake or was that pointless?
Well, 3 candidates were run. That was the choice, not of the party on the ground here in Donegal, but of the party nationally.
Yeah. Was that a wee bit of a misstep?
No, I don't think that has any bearing from what we're seeing in the transfers. Yeah. That doesn't have any bearing.
It didn't have any impact. No, but maybe it was pointless, but it just didn't have any impact. It's not having any negative impact anyway.
No negative impact. That's not at all.
The return of Pat the Cope. Ben Harkin, how are you? I'll come back to you now. I'll have a good few questions for you. And Susan Meehan. Susan Meehan's here as well. Ben, the return of Pat the Cope. Tell me about this. This is one of the major stories of this election.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the major stories, even nationally. I suppose when I'm looking at the race so far, what I'm seeing is that Fianna Fáil's up 3.5% in Donegal compared to the last election. That's down to the work of the minister, Jerome McConlogue, and it's down to the work of Pat the Cope over the last 5 years. and our senators and county councillors as well. I think that's going to be the major story as well. Is that Fianna Fáil maybe a few months ago you wouldn't have thought it, but listen, 3.5% up in the last election, I think very successful.
And you're just part of Team Cope, is that it?
I'm part of team.
Tell me your role.
Well, I'm part of just Team Fianna Fáil, and I suppose Pat, like Niall was saying, I suppose Pat got the Termon area. So I suppose I've known Pat a long time, so just helping Pat on the ground in that Milford area. And yeah, no, we got a great reception on the doors, and it's been great now that that's turned into votes.
And Susan Meehan, what's your role being here?
So I suppose I'm just Team Pat as well. I'm third generation Pat Cope from my family. And myself and Ben would work in Ogra together, so we're kind of the representation for the younger voice
and
champion.
Somebody showed me on the way in, is it true that Team Cope has gone viral?
Yeah, I think
what is that? What exactly is that about?
I'm not exactly. Ben, you can explain.
Does
that
anyone like millions? It's like I was talking about it earlier, but I had a clue what it's about. Millions of people have used it or seen it or using it as memes. What's happening?
Yeah,
3.4.
Yeah, there's a photograph taken of me and James there, Italian with the Team Cope on the back now. But Cope is it's like an internet term that people use. Yeah,
an internet term.
It's kind of when you lose, people would say that if you're coming up with excuses, people say you're coping, so Team Cope that there. So, but it seems to have gone viral in America for some reason. It's a kind of an American term. So it's picked up massive attention there. I don't think it'll have any bearing on anything in Irish politics, but it's great to get reception.
We're just going to cross over now to Geraldine O'Connor. Stay with us, please.
An coigl contas in ye cuid voti Claudia Kennedy dochéad no do vota a achjalu. Bradley, Nicky, Fine Gael, circa do vote omlán voti 3,761. Car Nula Green Party Coentus Slas Moja Huck omlán voti Nigade is a 3 Gallagher Carol People Before Profit Solidarity Moja Kera omlán voti Sheked Octus a Huct Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja Seachtas sé omlán voti 10,000 is Cahar Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Moja 15 omlán voti 4,638 Turca Hucht McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja Octa Cahar omlán 8,233 McConnell Niall Non-Party Moja 3 omlán voti Mila Shockade is a Huck McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP Moja Hain omlán voti Kerricade is a knee McKeever Jerry Non-Party Navny omlán voti 3 Quega is a knee McMenamin Kim Irish People Moja Do omlán voti 5 Carca Shocked McNulty John Fine Gael Moja Aja omlán voti 3,203 O'Donnell Frank Non-Party Moja Hain omlán voti 3 Shocked Pringle Thomas Non-Party Moja 15 omlán voti 5,000 is a Hucht Sweeney Mary T. Aintu Moja Hainjag omlán voti 2,500 Chaska Hain Ward Charles 100% redress Moja Shockjag omlán voti 7,000 is 3 céad. Níor bhain éon iarrthóir an quóta amach sa chuntas seo. Cinnas nach bhfuil fille vótaí le dalú amach chuirfí mé an tíarrthóir a bhfuil an méid is lú vótaí aige Frank O'Donnell 337 vóta as an áireamh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the fifth count, which consisted of the distribution of Claudia Kennedy's 292 votes. Total of votes distributed, 292. Bradley Nicky, Fine Gael, plus 32. Total votes, 3,761. Carr Nula Green Party Cohentas Glas, plus 8. Total votes, 913. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 4. Total votes, 688. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil, plus 76. Total votes, 10,604. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, plus 15. 4,638 total vote. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil, plus 84. Total vote, 8,233. McConnell Niall Non-Party, plus 3. Total vote, 1,708. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party, IFP, plus 1. Total vote, 409. McKeever Jerry Non-Party, 0. Total vote, 359. McMenamin Kim The Irish People, plus 2. Total vote, 547. McNulty John Fine Gael, plus 10. Total vote, 3,293. O'Donnell Frank Non-Party, plus 1. Total vote, 337. Pringle Thomas Non-Party, plus 15. Total vote, 5,708. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu, plus 11. Total vote, 2,561. Ward Charles 100% redress, plus 17. Total vote, 7,300. Non-transferable papers not effective, 13. Total 23. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Frank O'Donnell, 337 votes. Thank you, Gurmahagi.
Okay, and that is Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer here for the Donegal constituency, and Pat the Cope Gallagher continues to stroll towards the third seat. As not yet over the line. John, I have Niall Blaney here. Niall, thanks for staying with me because I have a few good questions for you, or a few questions for you. Not a good few questions for you, but anyway, we'll see. You know what I'm trying to say. Come here to me, John. Anything stand out there or any surprises?
Yeah,
Can you give us a wee bit of analysis?
There's no surprise. I think the interesting thing, we were talking a few minutes ago about how we thought her vote would be divided up, and it's interesting. That means Pat the Cope was plus 76, Charlie McConnell 84, so it's a party vote, and you would obviously expect that. But it broke down the middle. I think again the interesting thing, and we talked about the trend, the fact that though where she's based in the southwest or where she's originally from, I think the fact that Thomas Pringle has got 15 votes and Charles Ward 17, and this is something we were talking about a while back. The rate in the last election of transfers to Thomas Pringle, he was very transfer friendly. The candidate. This time, while he's still getting the vote, he's not, if I could put it this way, he's not as transfer friendly because Ward is getting those, seems to be getting those votes. So nothing really has changed. It boils down to, I think what we said, Nicky Bradley. When Nicky Bradley goes out, what vote goes to Charlie McConaughey from there? When Jordan and McNulty go out in the south of the county, can they close the gap, which I think is about 2,000 and whatever, between Thomas Pringle and, let's say, Charlie McConaughey and Ward? I think if it keeps going, the trend with everybody so far, there's votes in it for Ward. And I think he's transfer friendly. So I'm beginning to believe that Charles Ward goes gradually, surely goes to save a day. And then nothing, it's just too close to call, but it's certainly Thomas is not getting the run this time that he got last time in relation to transfers from everybody. And I go back to last time, Thomas had a very good run because, for example, and you wouldn't have expected, Mary T. Sweeney transferred over 200 votes to Thomas Pringle, which you'd be saying, and we were saying here, where did that come from? It's still very, very tight, but it continues. Charles Ward is transfer friendly.
Okay, that's the voice of John Campbell, former Fine Gael Director of Elections.
Maybe able to fill in some of
And Niall Blaney is here, Senator Niall Blaney, Fianna Fáil Senator, Director of Elections in Donegal for Fianna Fáil. Thanks for joining us. Niall, you want to contribute to that?
Yeah, just John mentioned there about some of the candidates and Bradley and McNulty, and there's a number of those that we have a tally on, not a full tally, but the partial tally we have, we then percentaged it up, and on the basis of that, these would be the figures. So after Niall McConnell, this is actually before the bottom nine. The bottom nine's not included in this. They've about 3,500 to transfer. But the transfer of McConnell, Mary T. Sweeney, McNulty, Jordan, and Bradley, there's about 14,500 votes there. And after they're transferred, we would contend that Charlie McConnell, and also including the 6,000 surplus of Pearse Doherty's, Charlie McConnell would still have a cushion there of 800 between himself and Pringle, and 400 between himself and Charles Ward. And I suppose we're into that unknown now, those last nine. We're starting to get through them. They're not getting that bounce so far. And there's three of them gone, is there? And would it be 6 to go, or is there 4 gone? There's 4 gone. 4 gone. And there's 5 left. So they're depending on that 5. We would contend to close the gap. And there will be contention on the Pringle side that on the basis of Jordan taking 1,200 transfer from Pearse Doherty and Paddy McLaughlin, that they would actually get 700 of those. And I don't know what that's based on, and I don't think it's based on anything. I'm not trying to be too critical, but it doesn't add up. Yeah. It doesn't add up. So on the basis of that, that's where we're saying that we think we can hold on for the 4th seat.
And come here, if Niall, if you can get 2 seats in Donegal for Fianna Fáil, be some achievement, wouldn't it? Be some achievement, and I suppose if you don't, it's mixed blessings in a way, and it'd be massive disappointment that you'd lose the outgoing Minister for Agriculture. But the fact that Pat the Cope has come back, you wouldn't say it's like a comeback, because that would be too dramatic. But he's back in the fold, a veteran politician. But with massive achievement if you get 2.
It'll be a massive achievement, but we wouldn't be shocked by it. And I'll tell you why. Because when Pat the Cope went out, people have lost that office in the West. Pat the Cope for years and years was there to do the solid work on the ground that others won't do. Whether it be your small issue, your social welfare, your passport, whatever it may be, Pat will take those issues on. And since they lost his office, they really felt it in the West. And that's why he went so strong in Glenties, and that's why he beat Pierce Doherty in Glenties. Because yesterday morning we were very fearful of Sinn Féin actually being positioned for 3 seats. We were very worried at that stage, but the strength of Patrick Hope.
I was chatting to
in
Pat
the
the Cope
Southwest.
yesterday, and listen, the way he holds his cards close to his chest, so he wasn't critical because that would be going too far. But here's what he said: like, I asked him about Micheál Martin as the leader, and he threw it in along the way, as he does. He made the point that Micheál Martin didn't visit the constituency once or Sligo-Leitrim on the run up to the election campaign. What do you think? You're the director of elections. Were you upset?
No, we had a job to do.
Maybe you didn't want him to call up.
We had a job to do and we got on with it. We had two very strong candidates, and I'll touch on the second candidate as well, Charlie McConlogue. There was an awful lot of stick on social media for him the last number of days. Really, really unfair as far as I'm concerned. There's now up to €500,000 for anybody to replace their house. Some of those that are out there creating all this social media in the last few days are actually rebuilding their own house at the moment. And they're telling homeowners that there's not 100% redress. You need tens of thousands of euros to build your house. That's not the case for them. They're messing with people's lives. It needs to stop. The lies need to stop. People need to realise themselves how strong this grant is. €500,000 still going to build a fine house in Donegal. And actually, one of those senior people is building a house over 3,000 square feet. And they're not costing a penny. We need to start telling the truth.
Well, we better not mention any names.
Genuine. I haven't mentioned any names.
I understand
they need to start genuine with people in Donegal because they're doing them disservice.
And you're angry about it.
They're building on the mental health issues that are there, and they're playing their part, and it's not fair. And it's time to start telling the truth.
And actually, we said it yesterday because we've got Brendan Byrne, the former Fianna Fáil Director of Elections and Fianna Fáil County Councillor, and he was very strong on that as well, by the way. So I can understand you're angry about it. But he made the point very strongly that some of the stuff that Charlie McConlogue had to deal with online in relation to this issue was totally over the top, totally unjustifiable, totally unacceptable. So that point was made.
Then we'll move on from that. The delivery of Charlie McConlogue over that term. We always talk about how much Donegal is cut off. The A5s after being given $7 million by the Irish government wouldn't have happened without a minister at the table. Because we have fought, myself and himself, particularly him at the cabinet table, fought really hard to get that funding there. Project was about to start. There's a court action taken, but I think in a couple of months that'll be resolved and it gets back to starting construction. The 10T, which is the Ballot Northern bypass, a new bridge across the Swilly, and a dual carriage route from Letterkenny going out to join the A5 and Ballot and Lifford. Liffords to Ban. That's massively transformative for Donegal. Access
Can
to
I
Donegal.
say as well, Niall, and
there's so many projects he's delivered.
Can I say this?
Millions he's delivered into the county.
I'm not looking for any headlines, and I'm not trying to upset you either, right? But I'm just looking at the situation. If you look at the figures here, looking at the projections, you could have a situation whereby Fianna Fáil have 48 seats and Sinn Féin, Fine Gael have 38 seats. And it looks like that Micheál Martin will be the next Taoiseach. And it also, when those exit polls come out, he was ranked at the highest in terms of people's choice for Taoiseach, right? Now, Charlie McConlogue was your director of elections for the European Parliament, isn't that right? I get the feeling that there's no love lost between you and who is most likely to be the next Taoiseach. And if we're looking to get stuff done up here in Donegal, I also get the feeling, and listen, I don't want to read too much into it, but there's probably no love lost either between Patrick Gallagher and the next Taoiseach. And for all I know, I don't know in any inner details, but even Charlie McConlogue and the next Taoiseach. Like, if we don't have a good relationship with the next Taoiseach, who probably won't even need to rotate out of it. Like, am I reading too much? I think it's a fair question, though, isn't it? I think the listeners would like to know if there's some deep seated, or even not even deep seated, but if there's some background issue going on there that it could actually impact what we get here in Donegal in terms of getting a ministry, in terms of whatever. I don't know. He didn't even come up here during the election campaign.
Well, what I said to you is this: Charlie McConlogue was an excellent relationship with Micheál Martin. He was appointed by Micheál Martin as minister. The important thing for me wasn't so much of Micheál coming to visit the constituency. The important thing is for us to deliver 2 seats, to put us in a position to get a ministry again. That's the most important thing. It's a numbers game, Greg. And we all have ups and downs in politics, and every party. and you take the rough with the smooth, and sometimes you're down, sometimes you're up, but you have to get back up on the horse again. And we're all grown ups. Sometimes you'll fight well later, but we're all Fianna Fáil. We'll get on and we'll move on. I'll move on. I've moved on with Micheál Martin since the
You have?
European. I have. But, this isn't about me and Micheál Martin. This is about representing the people of Donegal and helping yourself in the best position to get projects to Donegal. And that's myself and Charlie's sole focus. And I have no doubt when Patrick Hope gets there now as well, that'll be his sole focus. Using our strengths to get as much as we can for this part
Well,
of the
that's
world.
fair enough. We won't dwell on that then. But come here. What about, say, for example, I don't want to get too many scenarios here, but say, for example, Charlie isn't successful. What message will that have been sent to Fianna Fáil in this constituency? I guess it'll be directly linked to the 100% redress, or more or less.
Well, we could look at all kinds of scenarios. If that is the situation at the end of the count, I'll come and address that then.
Okay,
As far
that's
as
fair
I'm
enough.
concerned, with my figures, that isn't the
Yeah,
situation.
well, that's
so I'm
fair
not going
enough.
down that road now, Greg.
And
Or Jerome.
no
apologies.
problem. I'm the better looking one, and he still gets confused. Jesus Christ. I've more hair as well. There's a lot more going on.
I was thinking that, but I hadn't the guts to say it.
More going on over here. Gee, Greg. Jeez, what? No, actually, I'm very fond of Greg, and he does a great job. But listen to me. That's the nicest thing I've probably ever said about him.
He's number 2 in the county.
If he was here, I wouldn't say that to his face. But come here to me. And what about in terms of portfolios, right? And again, this is a hypothetical question, but it's a nicer hypothetical question. Like, say, for example, you get both across the line. So Charlie and Pat the Cope. Would you be what would the expectations be at that stage in terms of getting a ministerial portfolio, given the fact that Charlie is outgoing Minister for Agriculture, given the fact that Pat the Cope is this like massive tour de force politically and with his history in you're actually you're arguably steeped in the greatest Fianna Fáil in County Donegal with your family background and so on. But he's massive Fianna Fáil head here. And the point is, who is going to get? Would you expect a senior ministry in the county from Micheál Martin?
Well, again, it's a numbers game. You mentioned 49 seats. I think at this stage we're looking at 46 to 51, somewhere in that range, seat-wise. Then you have Finn Gael, possibly mid to late 30s on a good day into early 40s. So there could be an overall.
Jeez, if that's it, that'd be huge.
So that's
what's happening nationally.
You're down in to decide, do you need a few independents? Do you need a larger party that's going to take some of those senior positions? But to answer your question, yeah,
you would.
With 2 seats we expect. We are expecting.
And then the big question is who would get it?
A senior ministry, and that's Micheál Martin's choice.
Yeah. And I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but like if you were to take away the whole Fianna Fáil thing and Director of Elections as an analyst, as an independent analyst, who would you say would be most likely to get it in the scenario that it's Charlie McConalogue, outgoing minister, and the whole Pat Cope legacy?
I don't have a crystal ball for Micheál Martin's mind, and I'm not going there today. That's a leader's. That's above my pay grade, and I'm not going there. The most important thing for us is to get 2 candidates.
It could be a day of extreme emotions. It could be a day of extreme emotions for. It could be a day for extreme emotions here, like elation for Fianna Fáil.
Yeah.
Or you'd be very disappointed if Charlie lost out, wouldn't you?
Of course it would. It'd be a massive loss to the county. Not even just so much personally Charlie, but the ministry as well. We have never had the amount of money into the county that we had poured in the last 4 years. Having that voice at the county is really, really important because we are so cut off up here by the border, and we want to hold on to that seat in cabinet.
And we had a comment in from one of our listeners, in fact, that might be related to when you talk about borders and stuff. No matter the outcome, the area of South Donegal has no proper representation. We are and always will be forgotten about. The area I live in which is Ballyshannon, had only canvassing done by leaflet only. Same as me, actually. I'm in the Ballintra area. Not one person called to our area seeking a vote. Same here. That's because I'm in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, and I mean I'm on the very edge of it. You throw a stone into Lahey, and you're in the Donegal constituency. So I literally didn't see anyone. I got leaflets as well. So please forgive me if I'm not jumping with joy, thinking I'm represented. It was not even worth hearing our voices or opinions on the doorstep. Well, listen, listener, you're in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, and I am also. And to be honest with you, like Niall, when you look at big areas like Ballyshannon and Bundoran, to think that they're what do you think about that? I mean, I've been going crazy about it since we came here at 9 o'clock yesterday morning.
It's not been represented in the Sligo, Leitrim, North Roscommon constituency. It needs to come back to Donegal. But moreover, in relation to I suppose the style, there's been a real big change this time in relation to the campaigning. We're the only party that's done a blanket canvas of all of the rest of Donegal. And I can't comment on Ballyshannon Bundoran because I just don't know. But we were on our own. We were on our own, and this is the first time that we were out there in the rural Donegal on our own. Two of the other parties picked doors. The result of that is that social media is moving into the space and deciding on the information that's out there in candidates, and there's so much misinformation, and that's for me a real danger for our democracy. It's a real danger, and I think it's a sad day.
Charlie is this is another caller. Charlie is responsible for fisheries, and yet our fishermen are tied up at the pier watching European trawlers fishing without interruption or restriction. So why hasn't he done something about it? Well, I suppose that's a question for Charlie McConnell.
Brexit has really done an awful lot of damage in relation to our fisheries. We've lost an awful lot of time. Our fishermen are much more now.
Then in that case, the government in power of the day when Brexit was being negotiated should have taken fisheries into account more.
The UK waters came out of it. There was so much loss over that. That's an ongoing, very difficult situation.
Now, Niall Blaney is Director of Elections for Fianna Fáil and Donegal, and he'll be around throughout the day. He said to us that you'll come back, Niall, Senator Niall Blaney, depending on what happens, if good or bad. I mean, you've already had some success, or will have some success when Pat the Cope goes over the line.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I know that other people are looking for you, so thank you very much for calling by. And Ben,
thanks, Jerome.
Ben and Susan, you have time, do you? Just for a couple of minutes before we go to our. So Ben, I'm fascinated by this, and I think other people will be. So let's talk about it slowly here. You said this is about the thing that's gone viral, Team Cope, right?
Yeah.
What does Cope mean? You said it's big in the United States. It's young people use it as a way. Give me an example how it'd be used.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the best example I could say is that like if your sports team lost,
right.
and you know you were coming up with excuses, someone would say you're coping or to cope or whatever, and it's sort of a sarcastic term,
right?
Used
or just cope.
Yeah, or just cope.
Like say my team lost and I was given out about it on social media, and someone would just say cope.
Yeah, you were giving out about maybe the ref was harsh, and you were coming up with excuses. People would say cope.
Okay,
right? That's my best understanding of it. It's,
so now, tell me again. Just explain for the listeners because I'm fascinated. I can't wait to have a look at it later on. Tell me exactly what took off on social media. We're talking about millions here, millions of followers and stuff like this. What took off?
Well, basically,
you were standing over there.
Yeah, we were just standing up there, and Highland Radio, actually, you must have missed it.
Right.
Highland Radio had a picture of us up tallying, just me and James, and it was just Team Cope is on the back of the high vis, and they just put it up, just Team Cope tallying.
And then it went viral.
And yeah, I think a person shared it saying, this is a great reaction image or something, and it's just went unbelievably viral. I think
fair play. Make some money. 3 million. I hope you make some money out of it. Probably not.
Double pay on a Sunday as well, so I think it should work out very well for us.
Susan Meehan. Oh, there it is now. Look, Team Cope. I'll show the viewers at home. Team Cope. So listen to me now, Susan. Why do you think Susan Meehan is here and she's part of Team Cope? Why did Pat the Cope do so well?
Do you know what? I think Pat obviously lost his seat last time, but he didn't stop working. He was still there. He had an office set up in his house, and he said himself he was as busy. He was nearly busier dealing with queries and helping people around the county. And I think he's worked hard. And I suppose the people of West Donegal seen what they lost the last time. I always put it down to pure complacency the last time that Pat the Cope was safe, and it didn't deliver. And I feel this time they've seen what they lost, and they've.
I presume your family steeped in Fianna Fáil, is it? So, and is yours, Ben? Not so much.
Not really. No, my grandfather would have canvassed
That's all
Fianna
right.
Fáil, but wouldn't be
Well,
a
then
Fianna
that
Fáil
kind of
fan.
answers the question because I just wanted to say, Susan, for example, do you think he was able to get new blood on board, so to speak, as opposed to like the hardcore Fianna Fáil or Fianna Fáil support? And
Absolutely.
somebody said he did a good social media campaign,
Brilliant, yeah.
which might have got younger people on board. No,
No,
Can you talk to me
absolutely.
about that?
Pat has always been quite active, especially on his Facebook, and it always gets brilliant traction. He has young people around him around home. He has, all the football teams.
Just to give you a quick sports result. Sorry to interrupt you, Susan, but
No.
people will be very interested in it. 4 Masters have just won the Donegal Under-21A football final in Ballyshannon. 4 Masters 115, Glen Swilly 2-9. So 4 Masters have just won the Donegal Under-21A football final in Ballyshannon. Just a quick mention of that. So he was able to. Now, Pat the Cope is as fit as a fiddle. He's getting a little bit older. I mean, I'm 50, but he's not, he's. The point is, he's not as young as he used to be, but it hasn't slowed him down,
Not
and it
even remotely.
certainly hasn't. It certainly doesn't detract him from young people getting on
No.
board with his campaign.
Not at all.
He has that energy that attracts young people.
Absolutely. And Pat, if following is the right word, from tots to everyone. Everyone's
He's got that appeal.
Yeah, he does. He does. He can relate to everybody. He's very relatable. He makes everybody. He has that charisma that everybody feels like they're the most important there and then, and they are to him.
And what are the issues that were coming up at the door when you were going around canvassing for Pat the Cope? Like, there'd be the same issues that would be impacting yourselves.
Yeah,
And that like what I presume what kept coming up at the doors, because this was in the exit poll, was the issue with housing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And the lack of affordable housing, rents, and so on, and that's impacting you. But during the campaign, it was argued that look, Fianna Fáil has been in power for more or less 100 years or whatever, and well, this current government has been in power long enough to make real inroads, and they haven't done it. So, but obviously that hasn't impacted. Well, we'll see with Charlie McConalogue in terms of how it pans out here. But nationally, anyway, it doesn't matter. In terms of nationally, people are still flocking towards Fianna Fáil to a certain extent. What do you think, Ben?
Well, I think, I know you said there that maybe we haven't made inroads, and I know that, prices are still going up, but I think, we're building record numbers of houses. We're seeing that development happen, and it's going up and up and up every year. I think we're on track now in a couple of years to get 40,000 houses built. I know that it is tough for people, but we're starting from a very low base. I think, I suppose after the crash that the ball was dropped in housing, but I think we're turning that around. I think the important thing now is that we get social and affordable housing built for people, because I think what we were hearing on the doors was, people on lists, and they just know that they're going to be waiting for years to try and get a house. So I think getting social and affordable housing built through the councils is something that's very important.
What do you think, Susan?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm in complete agreement with Ben. Like, we were going to doors, and that was the main issue that was coming up. I think this government has made progress. Like, obviously not enough, but hopefully with another 5 years that we'll be in a very different position in 5 years' time if they keep going.
And people seem to believe that, because although, okay, there's a very significant vote, even here in Donegal for Sinn Féin, and a significant vote around the country, and they were promising a completely new government or whatever else. We'll lead a new government. We'll sort out the housing problem. It didn't really seem to have enough traction, did it? I mean, what's your, as somebody involved in the campaign yourself, why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think people are starting to, I suppose, see that what Sinn Féin are saying, that it's not backed up by anything. There's very little policy there. We've seen Mary Lou on the debate, and she was asked about getting the funding from the banks. She couldn't answer it. People are starting to see that there isn't the credibility behind what they're saying.
You agree, Ben?
Yeah, I think so. I think that, when people are looking at Sinn Féin, what they're seeing is a totally different plan to what Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have. They're looking to take away the schemes that people in Donegal are using. We're seeing loads of people in Donegal use the vacant home scheme as well. I think, they brought in this a whole new sort of scheme for social housing where, the cost was reduced because you wouldn't own the land. And I don't think that really clicked with people. I don't think that was satisfactory for people. And I think that, people are seeing now the progress go up with Fianna Fáil, and I think that that's why they're wanting to try and stick with this government.
But Sinn Féin did win the election very well here, very convincingly here in Donegal. But do you think that's simply because of the promising the 100% redress?
Yeah, that's part of it. Sinn Féin is just very strong in Donegal. That's Fine Gael is very strong in Mayo. Different areas I think just have different parties. I think what we're taking from this here is that we're seeing a great vote for Fianna Fáil, and now I think we're hoping over the next 5 years to try and consolidate that there.
How would we get more? This is a discussion we've had with different people. Susan Meehan's here, and Ben Harkin, part of the Vote Cope campaign, which obviously has been extremely effective. Susan, how would we get younger people? The 18 to 25-year-olds, and that's a major cohort that is not voting. Obviously, some do, but I mean, a huge number. 80. I know a lot of young people in that age group, a lot of young people in that age group, because they'll be friends of family members and so on. No, not even registered, no interest, having a clue what's going on, having a clue what's going on politically. How do you do that? How do you sort that out?
I think we need to highlight more. Should that be through schools or whatever format that takes? But we need to highlight the importance of votes. We need to let young people know that their vote is important and that it affects that their vote affects absolutely everything. That every single thing that happens, should it be the roads, they're getting their driving test, all that, who you have in power affects all that. And I think we need to get that message across to young people.
Okay, listen, Susan Meehan and Ben Harkin, thank you very much for coming over. Where are you from in the county?
I'm from Mount Charles.
Mount Charles. Yeah. And
I'm from Termon.
Termon. Fair play to you. So, geez, these are a good distance apart anyway.
Yeah.
But you were on the road together, and
yep. Yeah.
How many were part of Team Cope?
Oh well, there was massive crowds. Yeah, some of the places like in Gweedore and that particularly, there was absolutely
huge crowds. There was 40
crowds.
people out in Gweedore. Everywhere Pat went, there was a team of at least 15 to 20, up on 40 people waiting on him to come into the town or into the village.
I think we had 20 people out in Kilmacrennan. We're down into Carrigard.
What ministry do you want him to get?
What ministry? I'll leave that. I think I might leave that to Micheál Martin to decide.
But you just want him to get one.
I think that
Would you rather he get it than Charlie McConnell?
I think Charlie McConnell's done a brilliant job as Minister for Agriculture, and I think it'll be up to, whatever parties form the next government to figure that out.
But you are Team Cope. You want him to have the portfolio.
We're Team Fianna Fáil too.
Team Fianna Fáil. Well, thanks a million for coming along.
Thanks for having us.
You can drop by anytime.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring a few scones the next time. Anyone that comes here brings scones. You get a very nice interview. But thanks very much.
Thank you.
Now, come here. I just have to tell the listeners that we've got an announcement coming very shortly, actually. So we're excited about that. And I think we're going to be taking a break shortly, aren't we? So listen, just before we take the break, I just want to remind people about the phone number, because I like to see all these texts coming in, and we'll get to all of them. We've got hundreds of people watching us online. You can do that with the YouTube channel. Just go to Highland, or go to. Here is the phone number for the WhatsApp. 083, this is the text in WhatsApp, 083 3500 530. So the Ocean FM WhatsApp number is 083 3500 530. And we'll get to your comments. If you want to ask a question of any of the panelists and so on, or any of our guests, you can text that number, you can jot it down, and you'll find that number. I think, Margaret, they'll find that number on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page and the website and so on. So if you want to text us, you'll get that again, because obviously jotting it down. Listen, loads more live from the Aura Centre, the Aura Count Centre here in the heart of Letterkenny as part of Election 2024. You're listening to Ocean FM. Right now, though, let's go for a break. And you're very welcome back here to the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. This is Ocean FM bringing you the top class coverage of General Election 2024 in the Donegal constituency, and also keeping a close eye on Sligo-Leitrim because, of course, part of Donegal is in that constituency. And as things stand here in this constituency, we have two Sinn Féin who have taken the first two seats, and that is, of course, Pierce Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin. And we're just watching slowly as Pat the Cope Gallagher from Fianna Fáil emerges from the depths and slowly makes it towards the line. But it looks like, and it's certain, that he will take the third seat for Fianna Fáil and come back from the fray of after leaving, or being, you could say, pushed out a little bit by the electorate temporarily, but back after what a legacy he's creating for himself to be back after all these years. Pat the Cope Gallagher to still be in politics, having first been elected in 1979 to Donegal County Council and then going on to the Dáil, etc., and holding several junior ministries. It'll be interesting to see what he might get in terms of a reward for his achievement here in Donegal. But the big question is the final two seats. And Micheál Martin is here, John Campbell, India Kennedy, Brendan Byrne. They've been here since 9 o'clock yesterday morning here on Ocean FM and providing absolutely brilliant analysis. And I want to go back to Brendan Byrne. Brendan, in terms of the last two seats, are we starting to see a slip away for independent Thomas Pringle, the outgoing TD based in Killybegs? Is that wrong or right?
Well, we've only so few counts to take an assessment of, but the counts that we have seen, and we do an assessment of them, is that Charles Ward seems to be sucking up the oxygen that Thomas Pringle would otherwise benefit from. If you look at the original transfer from Pierce Doherty, there was only 2 votes of a differential between the votes that Thomas Pringle got and Charles Ward. That was in the favour of Thomas Pringle. He got 376. Charles Ward got 374. And then on the subsequent distribution of the surplus of Padraig McLaughlin, Thomas Pringle got 27, whereas Charles Ward got 32. And then the last was the elimination of Claudia Kennedy. Again, Charles Ward got 17, Thomas Pringle got 15. And previous to that, the elimination of the 2 candidates, McGuinness and...
Okay, let's go over now to Returning Officer Geraldine O'Connor.
Seo Alianas Turry on Sheo Kuntas, in Ye Cuj Voti Frank O'Donnell, 337 vote, Ach Yalju. Bradley Nicky Finnegail Moja Fihe Sahain. Omlon Triwheeler Shockgate Octodo. Car Nula Green Party Coentus Glas Moja Kera. Omlon Nigade Shockjeg. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity Moja 3. Omlon Sheikhed Nokusahain. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja Circado. Omlon Jamila Sheikhed Circa Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Moja Circa Cuig. Omlon Voti Kiramila Sheikhed Shaktu 3. McConnellogue Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja Fihis a Hocht. Omlon Ochtmila Dachéad Shaska Hain. McConnell Niall Non-Party Moja Fihe. Omlon Mila Shockgade Fihis a Hocht. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP Moja Hocht. Omlon Voti Kerricade sa Shock Jeg. McKeever Jerry Non-Party Moja Ni Jeg. Omlon 3K Seach de Hocht. McMiniman Kim, the Irish people, Moja 3. Umlán, Cuicéad, Chuige. McNulty John, Fine Gael, Nifnew. Umlán, 3,200 Nócha 3. Pringle Thomas, non-party, Moja 32. Umlán, 5,000 Shockade is a Carca. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu, Moja 28. Umlán, 2,000 500 Octoné. Ward Charles, 100% redress, Moja Seach de Hocht. Umlán, 7,300 Seach de Hocht. Harper Balogi, now in Ashtraha, Fihis a Shea. Umlán, Carricané. Near one ein Irahor an quota ama sa chuntas seo. Kennis nach will fuilje vote le dalju amach, churhi me an Irahor a will an maid is lu vote ege, Jerry McKeever, 300 Seach de Hocht vote as an orif. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the sixth count, which consisted of the distribution of Frank O'Donnell's 337 votes. Total of votes distributed 337. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 21. Total 3,782. Carr Nula Green Party Cohentus Gloss plus 4. Total 917. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity plus 3. Total 691. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 32. Total 10,636. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 35. Total 4,673. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 28. Total 8,261. McConnell Niall non-party plus 20. Total 1,728. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP total plus 8. Total 417. McKeever Jerry non-party plus 19. Total 378. McMenamin Kim the Irish People plus 3. Total 550. McNulty John Fine Gael 0. Total 3,293. Pringle Thomas non-party plus 32. Total 5,740. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu plus 28. Total 2,589. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 78. Total 7,378. Non-transferable papers not effective 26. Total 49. No candidate has reached the quota on this count, As there's no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Jerry McKeever, 378 votes. Thank you, Gurmaghi.
Geraldine O'Connor there, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency, giving us the latest update. And still, Pat the Cope is not quite over the line yet. Nationally, 60 seats have now been filled out of the 174 seats that will make up the 34th Dáil. So 60 have been filled. All obviously now across the 43 constituencies, there's been first counts in all of those. The Green Party is being decimated. The Junior Party in government being completely destroyed. We could talk about that later on. And bad news as well for your friend in Dublin, Brendan, the Monk. It looks like talliers now believe that the Monk will lose out. So that's devastating, isn't it?
All he had to do was call me. I could have helped him.
Come here. Come here. When we look at this latest, we've just heard Geraldine O'Connor. What can you tell us?
Well, we were just about to start a conversation when she interrupted to give the result there. I think we need to look at what has been happening all morning. We made assumptions before the counts proper started and before the transfer patterns are evolving. So as we see on this last count alone, if we just focus on this, it's Frank O'Donnell, Letterkenny based candidate, and the lion's share of the vote went to redress. And the point I was going to make here, if this continues and we have a pattern where even going back to the first count, the distribution of Pierce Doherty's transfers, the vote broke pretty evenly between Thomas Pringle and Charles Ward. There was only 2 votes of difference. And then in the subsequent count, Charles Ward was ahead of Thomas Pringle. And here you have, on the latest count, Charles Ward getting more votes than Pringle. So we need to look, if this continues and Thomas is the lower candidate and he's sharing the transfers that are gravitating towards the independent candidates equally or disproportionately a slight advantage to Charles Ward, you would have to ask the question, where is Thomas Pringle going to get the transfers other than Jordan to claw back the lead that's there at present with Charlie McConnell-Oak? And we do know at a ratio of 3-1 in the terms of Nikki Bradley, her votes 3-1 are going to Charlie over Pat. And that's a critical boost that Charlie McConnell-Oak will get at the later stages of the count. So if this continues, that the vote that is going to the independents is breaking in the favour of Charles Ward or breaking evenly between Thomas Pringle and Charles Ward, you're getting to a scenario where you're saying, well, the projections we made earlier when we didn't have any data or any trends emerging would have to be revised, and you would have to say that it now looks like Thomas Pringle is in jeopardy and that his pathway to retaining the seat is narrow. And I'm not saying the seat's gone, far from it. I'm saying whatever game plan that he would have had, and he'll be conscious of it as well as any of us, that it's now focusing more on a substantial transfer from Noel Jordan. That's possible. I'm not saying that it's not possible. That is possible. But the emergent trend of this ever growing redress vote from transfers has to be singled out as something that's happening before our eyes.
And so it would be, in that case, we would have Ward and McConnell.
It's now a case that earlier, based on the transfers that we knew were going to come from Jordan, and we would have factored in that the lion's share of all transfers throughout the day would be going to Thomas Pringle as the incumbent sitting independent TD, and he has a history of really being a good transfer getter in every election that I've seen him fight. But that now is a shared platform with 100% redress. Charles Ward, the new kid on the block, is getting the lion's share. He's competing right to every vote with Thomas Pringle, that's going to have a consequence on how Thomas Pringle can get elected. I'm not saying he's not getting elected. I'm saying it's having a consequence on now the subsequent counts as we go forward. We are all accepting that he's going to get a very strong transfer from Noel Jordan. And we all accept he's going to get a very strong transfer from John McNulty. We're not disputing that. But what we are highlighting is that he is in a very tough competition to get transfers from everyone else that has been subject to election or elimination to this point.
John Campbell.
Yeah, it's becoming very, very clear now what's going to happen. We know that Thomas Pringle is getting transfers from Noel Jordan and from John McAnulty. The only question is, will it be enough at this particular point? Because redress, as we've said before, are picking up votes all over the place. And as Brendan quite correctly said, what basically got Thomas over the line in the last election, but he was almost the sole beneficiary of votes from all, but he shared that with redress. Charlie McConnell will definitely one in Nicky Bradley source and possibly a few others around where he will get votes. I think it's getting tighter. I think Thomas is getting dragged into it more and more with every count. I'm not saying he's gone, but what I am saying, he's getting pulled back in to the other two, with the other two candidates into it. It just depending on the Bradley vote, like McConnell has some in the votes in the bank. Bradley, I think, can give him a decent vote. Can Thomas make it up with John McAnulty and Noel Jordan? The problem he has that the way the votes are going, he needs more and more from them as every count's going through. And you get to a point where, yeah, you're going to get a brilliant transfer, but it just can't leave you short. It's too early to know how we reach that yet, but it's certainly tightening up massively. And Thomas, from last night when we left this morning, Thomas is getting dragged back into that dogfight at the bottom. And by the same token, Charles Ward is moving out of the dogfight at the bottom, if that makes sense to you. He's not clear yet of it, don't get me wrong, but while Thomas is getting pulled into it, Ward, by the transfers that's coming through to it, is moving out of it. And Charlie is able at the minute to stay just above the whole thing. Does he get enough to keep him there? I don't know. We'll learn this in the coming hours.
Micheál Martin. This shows you really how unpredictable local politics can be, because our speculation has altered a little bit depending on how the voting pattern is going and where the distributions are going and so on. And so it just shows nothing is written in stone yet.
No, I think that Brendan referenced the last local elections where we seen Bradley and her name escapes me, T. Sweeney, Mary T. Sweeney, battling over one vote the last time around, and it can become that tight, it can become that edgy. Until the last whistle calls, everyone has skin in the fight. We can predict, we can see, we can watch the patterns, but things can change, things can change.
And India, we never know what spanners could be thrown into the works either between now and then in terms of recounts or whatever, if things get very, very tight. Do you know what I mean? It's an uncertain future.
Definitely not. And I mean, like, Charles Ward is only 883 votes behind Charlie McConnell. Like, he is hot on his heels. Both of them are not out of the race yet, and I wouldn't completely rule Thomas Pringle out of the race yet, because, as everybody's been saying, he's very, very transfer friendly. But it's going to be a tight race.
And just can I ask you, Brendan, nationally, very briefly, if you don't mind, because let's face it, the all important national picture is so important. But still, the projections going on what we're looking at, they're saying Fianna Fáil could end up with 48 seats, and then the other two parties, Sinn Féin, Fine Gael, 38 each, around that. But Senator Blaney, Fianna Fáil, was here while you were away, and he reckons it could be as high as 54, 55 seats for Fianna Fáil nationally, and pushing down Fine Gael and Sinn Féin into around 35, mid-30s or 34. Like, if that was to, is that possible? And if it was to be the case, that'd be a massive victory for Fianna Fáil.
Well, okay, of course it's possible because however good you think you are at tallying, no one can predict the last seat in a five-seater. Absolutely no one. Uh, Likewise, in a four-seater, a rogue transfer, a bounce of the ball, bit of bad luck, you're either in or out. So the last seats are going to be impossible to predict, including this one. And we're just highlighting here there's a trend evolving here that could have a consequence on a candidate, Thomas Pringle, that we thought would take the fourth seat up until the last number of hours. Now, in defence of Thomas Pringle, the Nuala Carr votes the Green Party and the Carl Gallagher votes, there's about 1,600 votes there, could again turn this on its head and favour Thomas Pringle. But the problem, as I see it, if those votes of those two candidates break evenly between Charles Ward of Redress and Thomas Pringle, then that's the point I've been making. One is not getting enough over the other to allow the candidate to catch up. Back to the national question. If Fianna Fáil get anything near 50, never mind over 50, if they get anything near 50, it's a phenomenal result. Because you must look at every opinion poll in Red Sea and Ipsos over the last 2 years. We were either 16 or 17%. We might go up to 19, and next thing you'll be back down to 15%. There was no indication at all coming into this election, including the exit poll, that Fianna Fáil was going to do well. I came here on Saturday morning realizing that Fianna Fáil was at 19.5% in an exit poll. And I said, Lord, this is not good. We're going to end up with something less than 40 seats. And we've gone from that scenario where we're now actively talking about 48 and 50. I wouldn't talk about 48 or 50 until I would get a clearer picture in the five-seaters how the last seats are going. And it's only then you'll know.
And we were also saying that, Micheál Martin is a steady hand, but is he the guy that can grab you an extra 10 seats or whatever else? Well, if it turns
I
out
think
that
this election wasn't so much won by the governing parties, it was lost by the opposition. They failed to drive their message home. And if they failed to drive their message home, the electorate went out and said, well, there is no credible alternative here, and we'll stick with the status quo. And I think that was the deciding factor after the last leadership debate, and we talked about it multiple times here. The electorate said, we are not going to change for change's sake. If change is not available to us, or there's no alternative change, we'll stick with the status quo. And that's what the electorate did.
It's often been the case in countries in elections where, the opinion polls say that people are looking for change. And then when it comes down to the nitty gritty and the privacy of the polling booth, people say, listen, they get cold feet and they keep with the status quo. Now, that didn't happen in the United States with geez, that was a radical shift altogether. But would you agree, Michelle, with Brendan, that it was the opposition that lost it rather than the incumbents that won it?
I would be very, very, very afraid to disagree with Brendan Byrne. I'm only joking. No, look, there is an element of sense in what Brendan says. Once again, look, there was the message, as I said yesterday, it might not have translated onto the doorsteps. It might not have transferred from social media. Were people ready for change? I think the talk in the sitting rooms and at the bars and at the bus stops would have been that they were ready for change, but in actual effect, I don't think they were. Can Sinn Féin and some of the smaller party relay their message in a clearer fashion coming up to the next general election? I think they'll be looking at that. I think there'll be a think tank on that. I think it's very important to look at that. And it's also, I think we should all question why Sinn Féin, they've been quite clear in my terms in what they've been saying, but why isn't everyone else hearing them? And how is their voice being lost? And why are people, I suppose, in a sense, speaking out both sides of their mouth? Why are they saying, yeah, we need change, and then they're going in to the polling booth in the privacy of the polling booth, and they're not making that change. I think there's a lot of questions that need to be answered after this election as well.
And how much credit, India, can the Fianna Fáil leader take for what looks to be being on course of a very significant victory?
Well, as we've said before, Micheál Martin's a very strong leader. He's a very comfortable leader and he's a very approachable leader. But as Michelle said there, I think he has a lot to say, but the opposition have a lot to say for it as well, because Mary Lou McDonald has come out and said that it's still very clear that the people want change. But I think that shows in the polls, although in Donegal, it's obvious that, you know, Sinn Féin is the leading party, but that's not reciprocated in the rest of the country. But I think Micheál Martin has definitely showed he is a strong leader and he'll continue to be a strong leader in the next 4 years.
Or what's your analysis of the current state of play, John?
Um, I think it's very interesting. Like, and if I do take the point where Bren says we've all learned in a 5-seater, and you're down to them, the 5th seat, it can get thrown up. Geographical issues come into play big time, for example. So it's not a science. Uh, I think looking at Micheál Martin has had obviously a very steady campaign. We did accept even as early as yesterday morning that he had steadied the entire the Fianna Fáil party down after a period. I think it's interesting, and it's really interesting. Brendan said there over the last 2 years, the Red Sea poll, if you looked at Fianna Fáil, it went 14, 15, 17, 18, 17, up, down, up, down. I think it's really interesting that when the election is called, then it goes to 20 odd percent. Um, they should. I'm not. I'm starting to question opinion polls big time the way they're going. And one of the reasons I watched somebody analyze the American presidential opinion polls, and one of the things that they were saying there is that a lot of voters in America were reluctant, for example, to say I'm voting for Trump, right? So they ended up committing whatever. But actually, it wasn't a cool thing in certain places to vote for Trump, to say you're voting for Trump when you were polled, you know. So, for example, Trump ended up understated in every opinion poll. And I wonder how over a 2-year period, the opinion poll, the Red Sea one, which is reasonably accurate, how it go, how it had an understatement of the Fianna Fáil vote over that length of time. I can understand that they were bopping up and down to it, but was it a brilliant campaign by Fianna Fáil? Yeah, it was a steady campaign. I wouldn't accept it as it was brilliant. But why is there such a difference in the tracking polls for the 2 years in and the poll at the death?
Well, I think, in my view, I've noticed the last 3 general elections in particular, in the last 3 to 4 days of campaigning, a dynamic creates almost by itself. And no one has any control on it, but a large percentage of the electorate gravitate to a particular way of voting for reasons unknown to political pundits in the last 3 to 4 days. I'm beginning to wonder, now that there was a move towards Fianna Fáil that wasn't detected, was it the compare and contrast between Simon Harris, who's energy and jittery, to a safe pair of hands and solid leadership of Micheál Martin? And I was looking at the debates and I was looking at the way they were campaigning door to door and around the country. And you saw Simon Harris as if he was like a jive bunny on steroids, half running, half walking everywhere. And he gave this high energy, high octane, jittery appearance. And then you saw Micheál Martin at a steady progress, going through the supermarkets, engaging, calm, collect. And I'm wondering, was that the unknown factor that swayed this at the last minute?
Yeah, I think there's another potential thing we need to look at as well. The electorate obviously are quite comfortable with what's there. You know, the Fianna Fáil from Gael government. Did, for example, some of them look and say, well, I'm going to vote for one of the two government parties I don't like how Simon Harris handled A, B, and C.
I was
But
just
Micheál Martin looks very steady. I just wondered, is that hidden away somewhere in there
just
as well?
wondering, and we have to factor in all things. Was it wise for Sinn Féin to fight two general elections on the same theme, change and change?
Yeah.
You know,
They've always had that change mentality. I think in the last 10, 15 years, it's always been the change party.
well, it didn't change very much.
They didn't change very much and they didn't get the opportunity to change very much. But I
Well, I
think
suppose.
when you think of Sinn Féin, this is the first thing you think of is the change, because it's always the one thing that they're saying, we're the party for change. And I don't
Yeah.
think that they've,
But
like, their policies don't, yes, their policies are very focused towards the families and the people, but their policies don't actually show any change.
That's
Like,
true.
if you take their housing manifesto, compared to Fianna Fáil's rent to buy scheme, at least you own your house and you own the land. Whereas with Sinn Féin, you own the house, but you don't own the
Yeah.
land.
That's an alien concept, and I think, in fairness, you've mentioned that 3-4 times over in the last 2 days.
So wasn't that repetitive?
Ah, you are. You just don't realise it.
Yeah, it's
But we still think you're very good, you know.
Oh, thanks very much. Thanks very much. And I'll scone now. Wouldn't do it, man. Although, I know we're not supposed to reveal too much, but I think I'm seriously constipated. And it is.
Hold it.
I mean this.
Someone contact the
This is a
returning officer. The count will have to be stalled until we get a laxative over
Let
here.
me explain now. Hang on a second. This is a public health message. I'm just saying it's not healthy for anyone to sit for 16 hours in the same place as we did yesterday.
Funny, I'm sitting of equal time and I don't have any issues.
Well, maybe you didn't have
just
4 scones.
I want to
Maybe
point
there's-
that out to the listeners that we're not all constipated here.
Yeah. Maybe it's the scones. But oh no, I'm fine, folks. No, listen, the scones were lovely, by the way. There was nothing wrong with them. But
More laxatives in them the next time, just to help everything move through.
yeah, because it was your father.
I
And
blame
Pádraig, the mayor of Donegal town.
That'll be the headline in the morning now. Mayor makes Jerome Hughes constipated.
And Brendan, come here. When we look now, I keep asking you this golden question about timeframes, okay? As we go through, I think, okay, as we go through the day, we're eliminating the candidates with few votes at the end, maybe 2 at a time at some stages. But actually, when we get down to the last 2 seats and we eliminate, we're going to keep eliminating. Like, at what stage does the process slow down? Does it speed up? Does it slow down? Do you have any idea about that?
Well, look, we're eliminating candidates that have around 300 to 400 votes. We're now going through the current count, and after that, you have Eamon McGee on 417. When you get into the 700 and 800 and 900 vote eliminations, it'll slow it down. We're turning them around probably in 30, 35 minutes. It'll slow down to 1 hour counts. And then when you get into the heavy hitters that will have to be eliminated, such as Mary T. Sweeney, Niall McConnell, then you're looking at counts that could drag on, because the other thing is all these transfers were 1, 2, 3. So we're now looking at 4, 5 on some papers, on papers that were transferred into these candidates that are subsequently eliminated. So it's a slower process and you have to be absolutely meticulous that you're moving the vote to the right recipient.
And I think we also have to keep an eye on the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, but that's just a 4-seater. And they reckon they might be finished up there early afternoon, or early evening. I presume the fewer number of the seats, the quicker the process. Or yeah.
Well, of course, we're counting 77,000 papers here. 20 candidates. I'm not sure what the turnout was up in Leitrim, but there would be at least 15,000 less papers.
All right. So they should be finished. They should be finished a little bit earlier. And what about yourself, John? Yes, you're still with us, are you? There must be
almost in another world.
Someone get him a Snickers. Mars bar.
There must be something more interesting going on over there. Come here. What's the next step? As former Fine Gael Director of Elections, right? After this, after the dust has settled on
I'm
this.
just realising we're all former something around here. We're not present anything.
I'm
former
journalist. Yeah.
Former that.
I know. But come here to me now.
Of retirees and rejects. This is not good enough.
What are the next step? like somebody mentioned earlier on about Denny McGinley and then Joe McHugh I think it was a Fine Gael it was Manus Boyle, I think it was, talked about, the great work Joe McHugh did, and then you had Denny McGinley here, who was a big character or a big name in this county for many years. But what's the next step for Fine Gael, do you think? I know you're not, maybe you are, but I don't think you're directly involved. But in terms of rebuilding the presence of the party in the how many county councillors do you have? Do you know?
Three.
Three county and,
Well,
and how many is it 33 on the
30,
county
30,
on the
35.
county? 35 on the county council.
But
Well, that's a disaster. That's a disaster.
The next step, Jerome, is very easy. The next step is a complete clean out and a complete rebuild. Now, there's two or three different stages to that. First of all, it's time for there has to be a clean out where you say, look, at a lot of people have done a lot of things over the years, but it's time to start with a fresh team. Now, it's made very difficult by the fact that you only have 3 councillors. It's a huge county. Now, people say councillors do this or don't do that or whatever, but you have to start building a party or the grassroots around the councillors. You have Manus as a new councillor just in the door, and he's full of energy and he does a lot of brilliant work. But then you've got Martin Harley in Ballot. But you got to look at the problem here. If you take a line from Ballot through to Brookles, there is only one councillor north of that in the entire Glenties area, in the Milford area, and the Shone area, Letterkenny area. That's Jimmy Kavanagh. Now,
that's terrible, isn't it?
It's
no good.
An incredible build. Now, I think you need to build it. It's a long-term project because I think the first thing the party is to do is build back towards increasing the number of councillors before you can start realistically, unless you have an exceptional candidate for the general election. I think an assessment of it, a clean out, a total rebuild of the party organisation in the county, and then clear identification of candidates for local elections. And the 2 candidates, I said it several times here, they did quite well considering how they were dropped into this. Obviously, they've got to decide, it's like building a football team. Are those the 2 candidates that want to develop the party and the constituency with? If it is, then the party itself must take the steps that give them the maximum advantage. And they didn't do that for the last year and a half.
Just a clarification, there's 37 councillors in Donegal, and 3 of those are female. Now, and we can talk about that a wee bit as well. And listen, and the fact that now that there seems to be a closer alignment between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and the fact that Fianna Fáil is well established historically in County Donegal, does that give Fine Gael an opportunity to get a foothold in the county and use that, if you way, as a conduit to build in County Donegal?
I don't know. At the end of the day, politics being politics, Fianna Fáil have got to grow and develop their party. Fine Gael have got to do theirs. Maybe in transfers in the council election or whatever. But the initial problem that has got to be addressed by Fine Gael themselves here. And it's got to be addressed by putting the structures. Now, you have no TD. After Denny and Joe are gone, there's no TD here. There's 3 councillors. Is it possible for those 3 councillors to serve as the entire, for want of a better word, party structure in a county this size? I don't honestly think so, and I don't even think it would be fair to ask them to cover the area.
But at one stage, there was a huge number of councillors and TD and all here in Donegal. I can't remember what the era that was, but there was a very significant presence on the county council, Fine Gael, and the TD.
There was, and there were some brilliant councillors. I think,
I wonder where it all went wrong.
well, I think part of the problem where it went wrong, it was a very good, and I was fortunate enough to be the Erst director of elections, and many times it was very good. There was brilliant people, but they were aging the membership of, and the party fatally didn't bring people, and that, when it was successful, was built initially on a very, very successful young Fine Gael structure. And that did a huge amount of work that delivered a lot of the times through Denny, through Jim White. But then the party, be it got complacent or whatever, they just didn't go out and replace. And you could see it. You went to a meeting, like, you know, you were in your 40s. I was the first, I was the young fella in the room. Like it was, you seen where it was happening. And I think that's the profile that they needed. They didn't, for example, simple things, in the schools, colleges around the place, they didn't participate in some of the things that were going on. And it's a complete rebuild. It's a huge, huge job. I don't know what sort of, somebody's going to have to give an awful lot of time to it. The officers who take over here, I think, I'm not even sure where you start with this, to be honest with
And
you.
you mentioned Jim White, RIP Jim White. India, it's a tough pill to swallow, right? That we're told down through the years, right, that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are arch enemies, okay? And then suddenly they're in government together. But it's a tough pill. It's a tough pill that people are willing to swallow, it seems. It's a tough pill that people are willing to swallow, and I wonder why they're willing to swallow it. Do you see, as a voter, do you see any major differences between? I'll ask John to outline them now in a minute if he's willing. But do you see it? It's giving you a chance to. Do you see any major differences between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael at this stage?
They've always been a different party, and their voters are very different people with different ideals. But I think a lot of people, the way I voted was that I feel that in order for us to have a successful country with more grants and more housing and more opportunities, you need a government that's going to work as a collective and work together. And I think although Fianna Fáil is holding the strongest minority, I think it's good to have a mixed government because it means that everybody's being catered for. Everybody with their different views and their different beliefs and their different experiences are able
But
to
they're
come
both
together.
in government together. Like they're
Yeah.
supposed to be these. They were supposed to be.
But they're still different parties with their different views, and they still can
They're
spat
making
at
a
each
good
other.
job of. They're making a good job of being diplomatic about it. If they're. What do you think, Micheál? Do you know what I mean? Do you see a big difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael now? As I said, it's a tough pill for people to swallow. Maybe you could argue, but they're willing to swallow it.
I remember saying yesterday that I thought that the lines between both parties had blurred immensely and have been blurring for quite some time now. I know you'll get some stalwarts that will say there's a huge difference between Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil, but for I believe the younger generation, I'm not saying I'm one of them, but I'm on the other
Oh,
side of
geez,
it.
no, you'd be in the younger generation.
Oh, good, I just said that. So you
100%.
wanted to say that.
Huh? Well, it's true. It's true.
Yeah, but I see
I'm
very
also
little
in the younger
difference.
generation. Margaret, keep your face straight. And you, Margaret.
Yeah,
We
we're
all are.
younger.
Anyway, Jesus, okay. But go on anyway.
Yeah, I see very little difference between the two of them. Like historically, I understand how they split and what they stand for and all of that, but I see very little difference between them today.
What is the difference now, John? I was friendly to you there because I give you plenty of time to think about it. But John Campbell is a former Fine Gael director of elections here in Donegal, and I'm asking him the question because we've had the general election, and it looks like we're going to have more or less the status quo, but with a different junior party. It'd probably be the Labour Party, whatever. What is the difference between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael?
Well, I think probably in a strange way, the most important thing is that they're in government, they are two totally different political parties and approach many the problems the same way. And I think let's look at this the other way, a slightly different for a moment, another way. If the two parties merge tomorrow, let's say it were possible, it would be an extremely bad thing in my opinion. because
For the country.
for the country, yeah, because you remove a huge part of the whole democratic process. Um, it's changing. Look at, I suppose, let's say we were here 20 years ago and somebody was saying, well, any minister here will survive Fianna Fáil minister or Fine Gael minister because he's going to get 30% of a transfer from Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. People would just laugh at it. But I don't see it as a bad thing. I see it as a very good thing. If they have similar values, there's different ways that they'll approach certain things. But if they have similar values, then why shouldn't they be there? The ideal thing would be if the two parties, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, were in government on Monday, tomorrow, with the majority of 10. Then they can start implementing similar policies that would obviously most of the electorate are comfortable with, because they are, after 14 years or whatever in government, the electorate is still saying, look, carry on.
Do you think Fine Gael was seen as kind of the West Brit party years ago?
Yeah.
Huh? But they've definitely shaken that off. They've definitely shaken that. 1 second, we have to go over to. Sorry, John. Geraldine O'Connor, returning officer for the Donegal
Seo
constituency.
Alianas an Torre ón seachtú cúntais in ní chuid Jerry McKeever, Srícéad seachtú hocht vóta a Gaelú. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael Moja Sreacha sé. Omlán 3,880. Car Nula Green Party Cohentus Slas Moja 30. Omlán Voti Nigade is a Treca. Gallagher Carol People Before Profit Solidarity Moja a Hain. Omlán Shakehead Nokado. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja Trecha a Hain. Omlán Jemila Shakehead Shakehead Shaska Shocked. Rish Jemila Shakehead Shaska Shocked. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Moja Fihisado. Omlán Keramila Shakehead Noka Kuig. McConnellogue Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja Caracane. Omlán Oxmila Trícéad is a je. McConnell Niall Non-Party Moja Fihis a 3. Omlán Mila Shockgate Quagahain. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP Moja Cuig. Omlán Kerricade Fihis a 2. McMenamin Kim The Irish People Moja a Cahar. Omlán Voti Cuigcade Quaga Fo Kega Cahar. McNulty John Fine Gael Moja Cahar. Omlán Tríhíle Dácéad Nóca Seacht. Pringle Thomas Non-Party Moja Tríocha sé. Omlán Voti 5,776 sé. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu Moja Caracha Hocht. Omlán Voti 2,637. Ward Charles 100% redress Moja Nóca Hain. Omlán Voti 7,469. Popper Wallógi Niv Inastratha Cuig. Omlán Shaska Cahar. Near one in Irahor on quota ama secuntus shop. Cinnas nach bhfuil fuille vótaí le dalú amach, chuirfí mé an tíreathóir a bhfuil an méidir slú vótaí aige Éamonn McGee, ceithre céad fichas dó vóta as an áireamh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the seventh count, which consisted of the distribution of Jerry McKeever's 378 votes. Total of votes distributed 378. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 36. Total votes 3,818. Carr Nula Green Party Cohentus Glas plus 13. Total 930. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity plus 1. Total votes 692. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 31. Total vote 10,667. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 22. Total vote 4,695. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 49. Total vote 8,310. McConnell Niall Non-Party plus 23. Total vote 1,751. McGee Eamon Irish Freedom Party IFP plus 5. Total vote 422. McMenamin Kim the Irish People plus 4. Total vote 554. McNulty John Fine Gael plus 4. Total vote 3,297. Pringle Thomas Non-Party plus 36. Total vote 5,776. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu plus 48. Total vote 2,637. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 91. Total vote 7,469. Non-transferable papers not effective 15. Total 64. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his vote. Éamonn McGee, 422 votes. Thank you. Gurmahagi.
Geraldine O'Connor there, the returning officer for County Donegal in general election 2024. So we have another count in the bag. Let's cross straight over to Brendan Byrne for some analysis.
Thanks, Jerome. And further to what we were talking about earlier, there is an emergent trend here. If you look at the votes that were distributed here, the fact that Charles Ward Redress got 91 votes in that, compared to Thomas Pringle, who got 36. Ordinarily, when we would be at a general election count, the majority of the votes transferred into the independent sector would go to Thomas Pringle. And it is, as we anticipated earlier, it seems that the vote is splitting in favour of Charles Ward. If this continues, it further weakens the position, weakens the ability of Thomas Pringle to come back and overtake Charlie McConnell-Logue. Look, this is another count. I would much prefer to wait for another one or two counts to make a prediction, but it would be a worrying concern.
And John Campbell, listen, it's kind of a stupid question, but if you could put some meat on the bones, how devastated would Thomas Pringle be and his campaign if he does lose out? Because You know, he's been there. He's always managed to scrape through. If this is the end for now for him politically, they would be devastated. You've been through a few elections where you've been disappointed.
Yeah, it's you know, I have no doubt he would be devastated because I think, you know, he survived last time. What he became very transfer friendly. But I would stress he's not gone yet. It's getting more difficult. What's happening here is that the trend is chipping away at his vote base. Now, what it's actually doing is it's increasing the amount of votes that he needs to get from John McAnulty and Noel Jordan when we get there. He did need a good transfer. Now we've gone to the stage where he needs a very good transfer from those candidates. And I have no doubt his people over there will be feeling the pressure. He's not out of it yet because he's been here, he survived the last time home. I think maybe people thought he was gone as well. I think his difficulty this time has been that Charles Ward, Jordan from that, they're all fishing from the same well. And I think, you know, it's, I think we always thought it was there that they was going to have a bit of a problem with it because traditionally, for example, they always get a decent transfer from Sinn Féin. That, as you've seen this time, at the moment is not happening. Not totally all gone on him from that because Noel Jordan still could give him a transfer that in theory could save him. John McAnulty, as I say, looking at a very rough part of it last night. We were looking at, for example, John McAnulty transferring at that stage 950, 60, 70 votes to him. The difficulty was on that one that Charles Ward was also getting a number of hundreds from John McAnulty, and Charlie McConalogue was also getting, I think it was 600 or 700. So the value wasn't coming into them that I think he needed. It looks like it's certainly, I think, all going to go down to the Noel Jordan, Thomas Pringle transfer. I think certainly, I don't think John McAnulty's vote will leave Thomas Pringle safe as we look at it now. I think it will go to Noel Jordan's, and it depends on just how far that Charles Ward has moved away and McConnell have moved away from Thomas Pringle at that stage.
And India, if we lose Thomas Pringle down in the area where we're more familiar with down that side of the county, we've no TD then. Unless you want to count the Sligo-Leitrim TDs. But you know what I mean? In County Donegal, I mean, there was no TD in that area of the county.
It's unfortunate that we had two TDs, potential TDs running. We had Noel Jordan and we had Thomas Pringle in that area, and now we're going to be left with none.
If that's how it turns out.
If that's how it turns out, and hopefully not, because
could be. So that means no TD in that area of the County Donegal at all. We've got Brendan coming in.
I don't accept your argument at all because let's look at the booths. Look at Frosters or look at Donegal town. People in those towns voted for Pathacoke, voted for Pierce Doherty, and they were right to do so. That was their preference. They voted for people that are now TDs. Just because we don't have a TD in a particular town doesn't mean we don't have a TD. And that's the facts of the matter. And they were votes for Charlie McConnell in Lahisher. He's their TD.
Very different candidate and a very different TD in the past generation to any of the other TDs we have, because Pathacoke has shown since the first day he started politics that he is a TD for all of Donegal, and no matter where you ring him or no matter what time it is, he will always be there. And I think that's definitely shown in the booths.
Sure. So we have a TD then.
For the people, we have to respect everyone's vote, and it's not an exclusive. It's not an exclusive geographical decision we're taking. It's a democratic decision that we take. And the people in any electoral area or any polling station, they have the right to vote for whoever.
Go on, go
You have
ahead.
a very, you
Go
have a
on.
very, a very jaundiced view of democracy. And I thought you were in Brussels.
I'm
Did
just
you not
asking you
say
to
you're
build
from
me up.
Brussels?
I'm asking you to build me up. You're saying we do have a TD.
Absolutely.
But Jesus, not on the doorstep though.
But sure, if you're down the road, Jerome, just take a few steps down the way, you've got a TD in Sligo.
That's what I said. It's like we'd have to, sure, geez, or maybe Leitrim. There's
We're
one
going to
closer.
have to get therapy for you. You just haven't got
Well, it
over
is
this
a wee bit
Sligo-Leitrim
sad
thing.
now. I'd have to drive. I'd have to drive a square distance to West
But do you
Donegal
want
to
to
meet my
talk to it?
TD.
Do you want to talk to us about this
I'd like to
Sligo-Leitrim
talk to TD. I'd like to talk to my local TD. Go ahead, India.
If you sit in Keysalahi and ring Pat the Cope, technically he is your TD in Keysalahi, so you're safe
Right,
enough.
but
Like,
face to face,
just move to Keysalahi.
That's the
But if
solution.
he moves about 50 yards down the road,
All he has to do is hop over his fence and walk a few meters, and then he's back in Southwest Donegal, and we're fine.
Oh no,
You're just looking for it too convenient. That's just sign of
know,
the
it's not
modern
right,
times.
is it?
You just want it handed to you on a plate.
Maybe in the next election you should run for
yeah.
Sligo-Leitrim.
Well, this
That'd
could be
solve
the
it.
launch of my campaign.
Yeah.
This
You heard
could
it
be
here
the launch.
first.
You heard it here first. And Michelle, what do you think of the situation now? I mean, once again, if you look at the analysis we've just heard, it could be that Thomas Pringle is struggling. Do you know what I mean? And that would be incredible. It would actually be a shift in the political landscape of County Donegal because he's been around now a good while. And, you know, he's very well known. He would get a lot of support, but maybe not enough support on this occasion.
I don't know if everyone will agree with me here, but I have seen us in this position before. Perhaps with not as with a team that hasn't been as educated, but I have seen myself sitting here thinking that Thomas Pringle was going to lose his seat, when in actual effect he didn't. So I'm going to be quite wary. I'm going to say nothing yet. I see the.
We're
Okay.
just saying there's a trend
Oh,
emerging.
there's a trend. Oh,
Yeah.
I do see the
Yeah,
trend. I
yeah,
accept
yeah.
the trend.
We're not going to call
absolutely.
it for another 2 counts because it'll be
Okay.
unwise to do so until we see the Green Party votes.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. No, I totally agree. But yeah, if that Thomas were to lose his seat, it would be a tragedy for the people of South Donegal. There's no doubt there. I know that Pierce and Pat, they've ticked boxes across the county from Donegal town to Milford to Giddo. You know, they really have travelled. They travel well as TDs, and people in Donegal accept both as being somebody that they can lift the phone and call anytime, day or night, and very easily to communicate with. But at the same time,
Exactly, it can't be the same as having some. Now that they've left, I can really have my
yeah, go
opinion
on now.
because
They're
they'll
gone.
just scare me. Like oh, they're two big political beasts, and they're like, why would you want a TD on your own doorstep? But in theory, it would be nice to have like the closer the TD is to you. Surely to God, that's a good thing.
It is a nice thing. It's a nice thing to be able to walk into a town and see their office and call into their office, meet them on the street, have a chat with them. It's
Yeah.
absolutely imperative that you feel closely linked to the TD in your area.
And
It
it's not
gives you a
about
sense of
politics, but
security.
even yesterday we're chatting to Michael Naughton. He's in Lahey. Like, and okay, it's not about politics, Fianna Fáil or whatever else, but and again, it's irrelevant of the politics. But to have, if a TD, for example, was based in Lahey, that would be something new. That would be something. That'd be a big boost to the area. I think. I
Oh,
think
could
people would feel that's a
absolutely.
boost to the area. So yes, okay, you can say. And they were making similar arguments in fair play. It's true, but the Electoral Commission and the numbers, in terms of looking at the numbers for the constituency, in terms of reshaping the boundaries. But look, at the end of the day, people do like things closer to home. I think it's
If you have a TD in your area and your local school is looking for something, now I'm pointing out the obvious here.
yeah.
Your local school versus a school that is miles away from you where you didn't actually get that many votes in the ballot box. You're going to give it to your local school. Or
Yeah.
you're going to try and give it to where you garner most votes, where you see most profit for you ahead of the next election. I think that's how I would work anyway.
India, what do you think?
Agree completely. I think it's definitely going to be a big loss for the people of Southwest Donegal that are in the constituency that don't have a TD in that area. Well, not by the looks of things. But I think it'd be different if we didn't have Pat the Cope. I think we would definitely feel a bigger loss. But
Yeah.
I think Pat the Cope has shown time and time again that he is very much
Very
a TD
accessible,
for all. But
very local, yeah.
it would be unfortunate to lose it because, as Michelle says, you're obviously going to look after your own and the people that are local to you and are looking after you in the ballot boxes.
And there's the visibility thing. If the person is living close to you geographically, you see more of them, and there's more of a presence there, and so on. But look, what we're going to do now, folks, is we're pressed for time here before we take our next commercial break. I just want to give the number once again to WhatsApp us, and it's very simple: 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530. And that means you can contact us. You can have questions for us, for the panel here, or you can have comments. And we've had loads of comments. We've hundreds of people also watching proceedings here on our system. And that's via the YouTube channel, the Ocean FM YouTube channel. And also people can find us, watch us live via the Facebook page, and that's Ocean FM Ireland. So you can go on to both of those. And also we've been updating them. As I saw last night when I got home, I see Ronan there, who has been going out and about with Kevin, and they've been interviewing people. I saw an interview with Niamh Kennedy, the chairperson of Donegal County Council, for example, on the Facebook page. And actually, it was very impressive to see all that happening, along with what we're doing here in terms of broadcasting live. But listen, loads ahead. This is Jerome Hughes here at the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny for General Election 2024, the Donegal constituency. Loads more to come. But for now, we're going to take a break.
You're very welcome back to the Aura Centre here in Letterkenny for the Donegal constituency count. We are now moving on to count 8, but it seems to be lunchtime for the count staff. A lot of them have left. But you can stay with us and send in your questions to us by text or WhatsApp to 083 3500 530. And don't forget, you can watch us online on YouTube or just go to Ocean FM Ireland's Facebook page and you'll find the link there. Now, John Jared, we have a question in from our listener, and it reads as follows. Since many of us have joined you after dinner, can you give an update on the current running? So, over to you. What has happened since we came on air? I suppose this morning, and indeed that'll take in yesterday as well.
Basically, I suppose to give an overview of it, most part of yesterday was we spent taking the boxes, the votes out of the boxes, sorting them out. Then we got the only bit of, I suppose, we got done yesterday was after the first count was Pierce Doherty's. When Pierce was elected, he had 6,000 of a surplus. Then last night, before we finished, that surplus was distributed, and that brought other people up. Then including Patrick McLaughlin. So we ended up at the stage where Patrick and Pierce were elected initially. What we've been doing today really has been eliminations. I think we have 5, 6 the eliminations now. So basically what we're working our way through is at the minute we're up to the candidates that maybe had 400 or 500 votes. They've been eliminated and they're distributed. Now, where we are at the minute, Pat de Cope at some stage will be the next person elected. Yes. And then we're down to the last 2 seats. Now, the last 2 seats at the minute, it's very clear there's 3 people in contention for 2 seats. So 3 into 2 just won't go. Yes. So we have got Charlie McConalogue, the sitting minister. We've got Thomas Pringle, a sitting TD, and we've got the Charles Ward, the Maker candidate. Now, where we're at the minute, it's getting very, very close between these people. Now, people might look at the figures they have there and say, well, Thomas Pringle is on 5,700 and Charlie McConalogue's on 8,000. But it's not that straightforward as people think, well, there's a good number of the thing there. Because, for example, we're now in for number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going down the ballot paper or down the preferences. So where we're at is that let's take Charlie McConalogue. Charlie McConalogue is not going to reach the quota. He's, roughly speaking, at the minute, he's what, 4,700, 800 from the quota. So he's not going to reach it. So the only way that Charlie McConalogue can maximise his vote is on transfers. So we've got to look then at where it's likely Charlie is going to get transfers from. And most of the votes and transfers that Charlie can get will come from Nicky Bradley, the Fine Gael candidate. And the reason for that is twofold. One, it's geographical. She's in the old Northeast constituency. 1 and 2. The other thing that's happening, there's a strong transfer between Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and Fianna Fáil, the government parties. So Charlie has got to maximise that vote to put him 10,000, 11,000, whatever the case may be. So he will pick other odds and ends up, but that's the one most important thing for him. Now, if we look then at Thomas Pringle, Thomas is 2,800 approximately behind Charlie, and we'll just use Charlie as an example of this thing. Now,
you're talking about Charlie Ward now?
Charlie Ward, Charlie, okay. I'll just take Charlie Ward now. No, sorry, I'll take Pringle in relation to Charlie McConalogue.
Okay.
Now, let's say 10,000 is the target Thomas has two chances to close that gap, apart from the odds and bobs. He's got John McAnulty, who's obviously in Kilcar, 5 miles away, and the transfer from him. Then he's got Noel Jordan when Noel goes out, which he will as well, who's on the other side of him. Now, it's really simple, I suppose, at that stage. Thomas has got to get more votes than either Charlie McConnell or Charles Ward have to survive.
Mm.
So if we take the Charlie McConnell then it's going to get very close. The Charles Ward one is different. Charles Ward is on 7,000 plus, and there's a huge but here that we can't figure out at the minute. Charles Ward and the 100% redress as a candidate is getting transfers from everybody. We're looking at everyone that has been eliminated so far. Charles Ward has done very well. Now, he also has two other things that probably will work out for me. Certainly, for example, we've looked at them there. He will get votes from John McAnulty over in, even though John's over in Kilcar. He will also get votes from Scanlon in the Finn Valley. More importantly, not more importantly, but importantly as well, Mary T. Sweeney geographically is very close. It's just a couple of miles out the road between Drumkeen and over there. So there's votes there. And there's a number of other people to go as well. So what we're trying to work out here at the minute is practically impossible. We're trying to do our best here. We're trying to work out those three people, which two of them are going to get elected. One of them is going to be disappointed. And at the minute, it can be that the minister is going to lose his seat. It can be that Thomas Pringle is going to lose his seat. We just don't know. This is boiling down, and this is going to go on for another couple of hours. It's going to be a very, very close contest for the last three seats between Charlie McConnell, Charles Ward, and Thomas Pringle. And when I say it's going to get close, it's going to get extremely close. Pat the Cope will definitely get a seat long before that.
Yeah.
So what we're saying, we know three for definite at this point. We know that the next two TDs after that will come from three people. But if you know who those two are, just head to the bookie straight away and put about €1,000 on.
I suppose John McNulty's known over here as well in Finn Valley. For the fact that he's a businessman and he's a shop in Stranorder, would that have any bearing on things?
I think it will, and I think this is what muddies the waters even more. We know, for example, that John McAnulty will give a good transfer to Thomas Pringle because they're 5 miles between Kilcar and yeah. Now, ordinarily that would be fairly straightforward enough, but John has a lot of business interests in Stranorlar, and has polled reasonably well in Stranorlar. Now, from looking at John's thing, it appears that there's a good vote for Charles Ward in there because of that. Maybe even because of there's not many houses, in the Donegal district that have Micah. But it's complicated. This is just another twist in the tail in that John's vote that he's got in the Finn Valley is very likely a chunk of it will go out to Drumkeen, to Charles Ward.
Charles Ward, yeah.
So let's say there's 300. It's still cutting into the votes. That is cutting into the Thomas Pringle vote as well. It's making it more difficult. Now, as I say, then you have Noel Jordan. That should, in theory, help Thomas Pringle as well. But people need to keep at the back of their mind, remember, we're going down preferences now. So some of the votes that has put Noel up to almost around 5,400 have come from
4695.
Yeah. So some of them come from Pierce Doherty, some of them have come to Noel from Pierce Doherty, to Patrick McLaughlin, to Noel Jordan.
Mm.
So it's just it's a PR system. It's hard. It's going to be a very, very close and exciting
Mm.
finish.
Is
What?
it this is why then that when you go into the ballot box to vote, you should use your preferences. You know,
Oh,
you should go down the ballot paper to,
yeah.
you know, if not
Well,
fill it. But I think people maybe don't. Do they think when
what,
they
what,
have so
what, what,
many candidates on it?
let's be clear what we're saying about here. People, some of the number sevens, eights, nines, and tens will become as important as ones as we go forward here. And I know some people struggle to understand that. That's why, like, if you look at the number, I'm just trying to figure out one here that'd be an example. But let's say, let's look at this in a roundabout way. Let's say somebody voted one for Pierce Doherty.
Mm.
Let's say they voted two for Patrick McLaughlin. Let's say they voted three for Jordan.
Mm.
Now let's go up to four, as the four could be as valuable to Thomas Pringle as the ones.
That's the ones.
And
Yeah, but if you're a party voter, right, and you're a staunch Fianna Fáil or Sinn Féin, or maybe just it's the independents or the alternative that you're more interested in. Do you think people actually go down the ballot paper, or do they stick to the two or three Sinn Féin or what the number of Fianna Fáil candidates that are on it, and
well,
they go no further because they're not interested?
I think it's very interesting, and I think a lot of the time people don't realise just the effect it can have by going down the paper. Yeah, some people vote the party one too, but if we let's look at it here and from the government parties here, what's in the process of happening. The votes let's say 1, 2 for the two Fine Gael candidates,
Hmm.
right? The people who voted number 3, let's say Charlie McConalogue, those people, anybody that will could play a significant part in keeping the minister in the doll.
Yes.
Now, I know people sort of think, what is the party? It didn't your preference. But this time for the first time, we're seeing there's a huge transfer emerging between Fine Gael transfers and Fianna Fáil. A number of years ago, unthinkable if there was 5%. It was miraculous. Looks like here today, it'll be somewhere in the region of 30% and maybe more.
Hmm.
Now, the people, I think it's something people should keep in mind when they're voting. Look at the seats there. Certainly vote down the ballot paper. There's no reason you're in there. Yeah, your first preference may be John McAnulty, maybe Pierce Doherty. Who's your second choice?
Hmm.
Your preference. If it's not either of them two, well, who then? You have the power, and your number 5, 6, or 7 can become very, very powerful. Now, and I think it's something maybe political parties will never bother pushing it too much for the reason they're going to say, well, vote 1, 2, keep the message simple.
Yeah.
Or maybe, and we just talked about that off air the other, maybe political parties need to, with the size of ballot papers are now saying, stress much, much more for the highest preference, saying we need the highest preference.
Yes.
We want your highest preference, because it will be preferences way down the line that decide today who will get the last seat, way, way down the line. And I think there's probably people listening to this at the moment saying, oh, well, I only voted 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Sure, I
but you
could have.
see, I would have thought, a lot of people do that. And, when you look at the length of the ballot paper in both constituencies, Donegal and Sligo-Leitrim, both of them were very long. And, some of the candidates you never
Yeah.
knew, you know nothing about them. And, a lot of people and voters would think, we're here today, we're going through the whole count system, but all the candidates who are really low, under 500 votes or whatever, how come they're not eliminated, you know,
Well, she's
There is a process, you know,
there is a
before our
process.
listeners at home would be saying, "Now, for goodness sakes, you're after eliminating someone with 200 or 300 votes. Now you're going ahead and you're doing someone with 330 votes in the
Well,
next round. Why is it so important that this is done so
well, why it's
meticulously?"
important that it's run meticulously, that she's voting, eliminating one of 100, 200, 300, 400, is because if she just looked at it and said, ah, none of them really can catch up to the guys at the top.
Yeah, they're on the road to nowhere,
They're
sort
on
of
the
thing.
road to
Yes.
nowhere. But if they're eliminated this way in the proper order, they can put the second from bottom, can put the third from bottom up, or the third for the fifth. Then, when that person is eliminated, their votes come back into play again at full value of twos or threes. So that's why she's been very careful. If she were to eliminate in the wrong sequence
Mhm.
and somebody missed out, one
By
of the
a few
candidates missed
votes.
out by 10 votes, it would say, hold on a minute, if you had eliminated three of them together, sure, I
They could
might
be
have,
my votes.
might have been
Mm.
my votes. So the, there's all sorts of complications. That's why she's having to be so meticulous about it. And she's also probably very, very conscious inside this system that you could very easily be deciding, she wants to be meticulous because a minister could end up out of the doll because if it was done in sequence, but she has a legal obligation to go. If there's 50 candidates in this race, and the way it's going, we could end up there. But she's got a legal obligation to take 40, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, the whole way down.
Mm.
She just
So,
has to go that way.
regardless of what happens, and I think we're actually getting an announcement now.
Puntish in Cuid vótaí Éamon McGee, Ceracéid fihis a dó vóta a ach galú. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael Moja Cúig vóta. Omlán vótaí 3,800 fihis a trí. Car Nula Green Party Cohentas Slas Nivni. Omlán vótaí Nigéid is a trécha. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity Moja Shocked. Omlán vótaí Shakehead No Cuní. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil Moja Hucht. Omlán Jemila Shakehead Shocked Cuig. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin Carjag. Omlán Cerimíle Shockgate is a nay. McConnellogue Charlie Fianna Fáil Moja Cuig. Omlán Ochtfile Trícéad is a Cuig Jeg. McConnell Niall Non-Party Moja Céad Cuige Ní. Omlán Mila Nígéad is a Je. McMenamin Kim The Irish People Moja Seasca Shocked. Omlán Shakehead Fias a Hain. McNulty John Fine Gael Moja Cuig. Omlán 3,300 is a dó. Pringle Thomas Non-Party Moja Fias a dó. Omlán 5,700 Nóca Huc. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu Moja Caraca Hucht. Omlán Govila Shakehead Octa Cuig. Ward Charles 100% redress Moja Coiga 3. Omlán Seacht Míle Cuigcéig Fihis a dó. Hopper Balúji Niv in Astratha Fihis a ní. Omlán, Nóca 3. Cinnis nach bhfuil fuille vótaí á lealú amach, chuirfí mé an tíreathóir a bhfuil an méidir slú vótaí aige, Kim McMenamin, 651 vóta as an áireamh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 8th count, which comprised the distribution of Eamon McGee's 422 votes. Total of votes distributed 422. Nikki Bradley Fine Gael +5. Total 3,823. Car Nula Green Party Cohentus Glass +0. Total 930. Gallagher Carroll People Before Profit Solidarity +7. Total 699. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil +8. Total 10,675. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin +14. Total 4,709. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil +5. Total 8,315. McConnell Niall Non-Party +159. Total 1,910. McMiniman Kim, the Irish People +67. Total 621. McNulty John Fine Gael +5. Total 3,302. Pringle Thomas Non-Party +22. Total 5,798. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu +48. Total 2,685. Ward Charles 100% Redress +53. Total 7,522. Non-transferable papers not effective 29. Total 93. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Kim McMenamin, 621 votes. Thank you, Gura Mahagi.
Now, that's our returning officer there, Geraldine O'Connor. Brendan, so that's count 8. Do you want to have a look at the numbers before you comment, or are you happy enough to?
Well, it's pretty much in line with all that has gone before it. There's no major new trend other than a very hefty transfer between Niall McConnell and the candidate that's eliminated, which was to be expected because they're of similar political view, I suppose. That would be the best way to describe it.
Mm. And Councillor Jimmy Brogan, thanks a million for joining us. And of course, your interest would be in Thomas Pringle. How are ye feeling at the minute, or are you still hopeful?
Well, still hopeful. There's always hope. Now we've an uphill struggle. We're still way over 2,000 votes behind. We were hoping that the gap will be closing slightly as we go on, as these smaller candidates go out. We're hoping that the gap would close. It's not closing quick enough. Not really closing at all. But listen, there's a long way to go. There's still a lot of votes. You know, these are all the smaller candidates. They're only a couple of hundred votes each. A lot of them wouldn't have much in common with Thomas, you know, but that doesn't really mean anything, really. And we've seen in the election that votes sort of jump from here to there to everywhere else. So, listen, we're still hopeful. There's still a lot of votes to be counted. We know we have a couple of big banks of votes when John McNulty goes out and then when Noel Jordan goes out. But we need to close the gap before that. You know, McConnell will have Nicky Bradley. where he'll get a good lump of votes off, listen, I would say the Charlie Ward's home and host at this stage. Nothing.
And are you confident? Are you that confident that he is?
I
And
think
I
so.
don't know if any of the panel agree with
Well,
that, or do they or not?
Even at the numbers, he's picking up a lot of transfers. The transfers that Thomas would have been picking up in the last election are being halved now, really. And I think Charlie Ward's picking up the bigger half of them as we go along, So, listen, like I say, we need to start closing the gap very soon because we're soon going to run out of candidates,
So would you be looking then for Noel Jordan and for John McNulty? Is that where you're hoping
yeah.
to,
Well, we
to
need.
make ground? And I don't know, you're more experienced, lads. So,
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
We'll definitely make ground when John McNulty goes out and when Noel Jordan goes out. But we'll not be making up 2,500 votes, So,
But would you have concern then where John McNulty is concerned? Because he's also a business person, as John Jared and I were saying here in the Finn Valley. That would that pull some from Thomas?
of course he'll get votes everywhere because he's involved with ladies football as well, So he'll get votes everywhere. But I think no, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the majority of his votes were in that South Donegal area, and that's where Thomas needs to get his vote back, I think what is he, John McNulty?
John Yeah, John McNulty's on
3,000. We would need to be picking up half of them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Now, you see, we had a look at the tallies at the cards yesterday. We tallied the seconds and thirds, but we didn't tally all of them. But we know we're getting a good share of his vote.
What about
just a matter.
Nuala Carr and Carol Gallagher? There's bound to be an opportunity there.
We never see. There's a great opportunity because the Green Party, Thomas would have a lot in common with the Green Party. I know there's 800 or 900 votes there, so 930. No, we'd need half of them as well, which I think is possible, that'd eat into the lead. The people for profit, Carol Gallagher, will get a good majority of their vote, that'll eat into the lead. But we just need to keep eating into it, And if we keep picking it off, keep closing the gap, whenever like Noel Jordan and McNulty goes out, as long as the gap's low enough or close enough, I think we'll be all right, But it's just it's too close to call. There's no way of knowing.
Yeah.
We had a good look at the ballots yesterday, but we just the size of the what we got counted wasn't big enough to make a very accurate prediction on it, So listen, it's all to play for. We're not down and out, but we're concerned. But that's just the way it is.
John Jared, would you have that sort of concern, for Thomas Pringle now at this stage or not? Because I know you were waiting on another count or two before you would give a clearer picture. So,
well, I think when you look at it, I think what we can start agreeing on now. I think that Charles Ward, he's very, very transfer friendly. So everybody that's going out, he's getting a good help out of that. I think, as Jeremy said, part of the problem is that these are the exact same votes that Thomas was getting in the last election. Now, I'm looking at the gap. The gap certainly can't widen anymore between Thomas and Charlie McConnell-Logue. Now, it's down to two real things, I think, at the end of the day. What Nicky Bradley can give to Charlie McConnell-Logue, and on the other hand, obviously, what Nicky Bradley's running with John McNulty can transfer to Thomas and Noel Jordan. I agree at 2,000, whatever it is, it's sharp. They need to close it a little bit for that, but maybe not as much as I think there'll be a good transfer because it's the south of the county, the old southwest constituency, and I think there will be a big transfer there. I'm less sure of Nicky Bradley transferring to Charlie McConnell-Logue. I know the connections Milford up in that area, but I'm just not 100% sure how that will work out. It's all to play for. It's obviously the two from the tree, but we need more. But the over the last 4 or 5 counts, the pattern is very clear: is that Charles Ward is very transfer friendly, and as you can see, even if we look at the other hand at Charlie McConnell, Charlie's increase in votes has slowed down significantly, and I think There is only one bite of the cherry for Charlie McCullagh, and that bite of the cherry is Nicky Bradley. And apart from the other ones, which I expect Thomas to pick votes up, Thomas has two reasonable banks of votes there to pick up votes for. And, I mean, there's 3,000 and
think
there's 7,000,
I think
8,000.
there's a third dimension to it, and if it's going to be a tight race, and I expect it's going to be extremely tight, and it could be when or if Pat the Cope exceeds the quota. And if he were to exceed the quota before Jordan's elimination, that certainly would help Thomas Pringle.
Yeah, it definitely would help us, if, but it's not clear if he's going to exceed the quota or not, he's going to be very close to it, but he may not, and I think if he was gone before Jordan went out, it would really help us, it'd be a big help, And even if we went, well, there's probably no chance of him going out before John McNulty, but, we're being elected before John McNulty.
Well, I think we're pretty confident that he'll get about 900 votes from John McNulty. He's about 2,100 short of the quota. And then Nicky Bradley, a little bit from Mary T. It's going to be there about, if he is to exceed the quota, he'll exceed the quota on Noel Jordan's votes.
No, well, hopefully that can happen. Like, it's just too close to call. We've looked at the figures different ways, and we looked at this one going out and that one going out, and we just it's things that like the Jordan, which we weren't counting was what Jordan got from Pierce, and we had a good look at them, and there's a lot of votes in that for Thomas, so we're confident that we can make it up, but we just I would be fearful we can't make up 2,000 votes. Like we need the gap well closed, and that would be taking Nicky Bradley's transfer into account as well.
So where do you think then Thomas lost out in the votes? Was it because Noel Jordan was running down in that area as well, or did that actually make a difference?
Well, of course it makes a difference. Every candidate that runs is going to take votes of every other candidate that runs. That's the way it is, So he had John McNulty down in Kilcarn, got a good vote in through around Killybegs and that, and then Noel Jordan got a good vote around Macharis, Donegal town, right down to Knockmanelly, and listen, like I say, every candidate's going to take votes off you. So he was just listen. Thomas has been put in the work for the last number of years. People vote for whoever they want to vote for, So. And listen, it's obvious people come into the office and you have to call them out. They're coming into the office, we're doing the work for them, and then they're going to vote for somebody else, So, that's disappointing, when our first preference vote never really exceeds what we think it's going to exceed. We know how many people come in and out of the office. We know the work we're doing for them, but when it comes to voting, they're going to turn around and vote for Noel Jordan or Pat the Cope or Peter Doherty or somebody else.
Until someone
that's their own choice. That's their own choice. They can vote for whatever they want.
But until someone actually goes into the ballot box, you don't actually know what they're going to do.
Oh,
Because I'd say some people go, no bother.
Of course they do. Yeah.
And you don't know what they're going to do. And I know you were looking at a lot of people's campaigns and that. Thomas Pringle's campaign, what did you think of it? Is it one that you were looking at, or?
It was similar to Pat the Cope's campaign in the sense that he was very much present in the media, and I think that definitely showed for him. I think Thomas has always been the alternate candidate for young people. He's very much reciprocal in the views of young people, in his views with Palestine and other issues that are central to young people. And I think being present in the media, I think he's run a very strong campaign, and I hope it pays off for him.
But I know from the point of view even of us, anytime there was an issue or anytime we asked Thomas to come on to any of our programs or on news, he was always out there, and he was always, but I mean, we're certainly not giving up on him, and we hope that it continues.
No, there's no reason to give up. We have plenty of chance. We have plenty of chances to come back. It's difficult. It's too tight. That we couldn't say for definite that he's going to get elected.
I think
we can't say for definite he's not.
Nor are we, to be fair.
No.
Yeah.
But I think what's complicating the matter is that you have two equally strengths, independents, and they're dividing the vote between them, and they're running it parallel. And traditionally, in fairness to Thomas, he would gather reasonable first preference, but he always banked on the transfers. And on this occasion, they're being shared.
Yeah, and Charlie Ward's getting the bigger share of them too.
But do you not think, though, when people were in the ballot box and all, and would they not be thinking like, Charles Ward is running on the mic 100% redress, right? What else is he going to bring to the table if he's elected as a TD over an experienced TD?
That's the joys of democracy.
Good question.
Mm.
Listen, people see different things in different people, I guess, and the make is a big issue and all over Donegal now. It's a bigger issue than people think. Even around South Donegal, there's not a massive amount of houses, but there's more and more coming on stream all the time, and it's going to become a bigger issue, in South Donegal as well,
Mm.
And I know it's a massive issue, and I know there's houses that people are papering open the cracks and hoping for the best. But it is an issue, so people identify with that, people, and if you're not involved in making yourself, everybody knows somebody whose house
Mm.
has make, or defective concrete blocks, shouldn't call it make, defective
Yeah.
concrete blocks. So everybody, has that, empathy with the people, that are involved with it.
The flooding in Killybegs, and we know there was a lot of devastation for, private homeowners and for business owners and all. Do you think that had any impact at all when people went to the ballot? Has that been an ongoing issue in Killybegs
Not really.
at all?
Well, it's been an ongoing issue because it's happened twice. Bridge Street's been flooded now twice in the last couple of years. Now, it's the problem with is debris coming down the river, and I don't know what happened in years past, but the river never was cleaned, or there's never any bushes cut, or and it's stuff falling into the river that gathers up under the bridges, and that's what caused both times. That's what caused the flooding. It was just stuff that washed down the river. The place got blocked, and the water had nowhere to go, and it came down Bridge Street. So that's what happened the twice that it was in recent memory. Anyway, I don't know it was ever flooded before, but the last couple of years that's what happened. So listen, we just have to, I guess, if you clean up around, the rivers, and but a lot of it could be just people dumping stuff as well. I'm not exactly sure. A lot of it was trees and branches, and that time of year you have a lot of leaves coming off the trees. And with a bit of a storm, then it knocks trees down into the river, and they naturally get washed down and they get blocked up. It's just one of those things,
Before I let you go, Jimmy, of course you're a new councillor in Donegal County Council. So tell us how have you been settling in, and is it what you expected, or?
Yes, I'm settling great. Most of the councillors are all very nice,
Mm.
very nice people. So we're very welcoming. But
You've been used dealing with the public anyway, working
yeah,
with
yeah,
Thomas,
it's
so
the job I'm doing now isn't much different. I'm going to a lot of meetings and stuff. You have meetings in the evening, and you have meetings a couple of times during the day sometimes. But listen, it's all part of the job. I knew exactly what I was getting into before I decided to run an election. It's nothing strange, or it's nothing unusual, or it's nothing that I wasn't expecting. So, but it's a good experience overall. The council, so hoping it'll make me mark in it, and over the next couple of years, So, but it's going well so far now. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Jimmy Brogan, thanks a million
Right.
for
Thanks very much.
joining us over at our outside broadcast here from the Count Centre at the Ora in Letterkenny. So what's going to be happening now, Brenda, maybe for our listeners who have just joined us?
We are preparing to distribute the 621 votes of Kim McMenamin of the Irish People Party, and that's currently underway. There's papers literally being taken from the pigeonholes to the various counting desks. As it's 621, it'll probably take about 10 minutes longer than the counts hitherto. And from now on, the counts will slow down because the number of ballots to be distributed are going to get more and more.
More and more
Yeah, but
complicated.
I suppose following on from what we have been discussing for the last 2 hours, when we highlighted there was an emerging trend, that emerging trend is still there. And in fairness, Thomas Pringle's camp admit that it's a concern. So we need to monitor that. I think we're all agreed that 100% redress are going to take a seat, certainly on the basis of all the transfers they've been getting. And in terms of the other two candidates that are contending for the last seat, fortune would start to favour Charlie McConnell Oak at this stage.
Would you agree, John Jared, or?
Yeah, I think it's. I think at best Thomas is sharing what the transfers he used to get with Charles Ward. I think I agree. I think Charles Ward is getting to the stage where I think he's going to get. I think you can safely say he's going to win a seat unless something major comes up. So we're heading very fast, I think, towards the stage at this stage where the last seat will be between Thomas Pringle and Charlie McConnell. And as I say, we can't get away from, I suppose, two things. We're a health warning. There's a lot of votes here small votes, but the major ones is on for Thomas Pringle is still John McAnulty and Noel Jordan and Nicky Bradley for Charlie McConnell. If either of those three don't deliver, if I can put it that way, to the candidates, they have a real problem. But I was very interested in what Jimmy was saying, then that he, if I'm reading him right, he's saying that he feels that they need to close that gap before they get to that stage because they can't close the gap at that stage. I think that's what he was saying, that he felt that they had to close that gap to 200, 2006, 2700
It's
before then.
it's quite simple. If you roll back 4 or 5 counts, and the gap between Charlie McConnell and Thomas Pringle was over 2,500,
Yeah,
it's still pretty much the same.
exactly.
And we're going into count 9, and we're running out of counts, as Councillor Brogan said. And the reality is, uh, we're all admitting that Nicky Bradley is going to transfer very favourably to Charlie McConnell and then to a lesser extent John McNulty. And if you're going to solely bank on all the votes that you're going to get from Jordan, whatever that would be, if you're Thomas Pringle, then you are going to get caught short. Now, there are 2 unknowns here. That's Nuala Carr, who is the Green Party, and Carl Gallagher, who is the People Before Profit. There's a reasonable amount of votes there that could help Thomas, and it turns out no one has any sight to them so far.
But is the danger for Thomas there that People Before Profit in the car, that if the hemorrhage into the vote continues, it could continue to Charles Ward? If we're looking at everybody
Well, that's why
transferring to
we
Charles,
highlighted 2 hours ago that there is an emerging trend. And when
if the trend continues, there's a
yeah.
problem there for
Thomas,
Yeah,
even with Nuala Carr and Carol Gallagher, if the trend whereby the votes are either breaking evenly or marginally in favour of one or the other, that's not going to be enough to keep Thomas in the race. He needs a major transfer from those 2 remaining candidates. Nuala Carr has 930 votes and Carl Gallagher has 700 votes. He's going to need a major uplift from one, if not 2 of them, before he goes to the Jordan transfer.
yeah.
So, Micheál, if you were in the Pringle or the McConnell camp, like which one do you think should be most worried now? Or have you made up your mind at all as to who you would think?
Okay, I'm digesting this information. I think that I have to be honest, I'd say that if I was in the Pringle camp, and the reason I say that is because of the emerging pattern that we've been seeing over the last while with Charlie Ward lifting more transfers than him. It's a change in the normal manner in which Thomas Pringle, the TD with 9 lives, always gets elected, is transfer friendly, is like a vacuum. Charlie McConaughey, I wouldn't be as worried about, to be honest.
There's one other thing, and we haven't discussed it, and I was observing the ballot papers, particularly in the last candidate that was eliminated. You know how we have a spectrum of independents that are on the right and on the left and on the centre, and then there's independents. But I have discovered when I was tallying the last set of papers that were down, there are those that are on the extreme right that are not transferring to Thomas at all, or very little transfers. So we have a wild divergence emerging in Donegal politics between independents.
I think there's maybe another way to look at this if we think about, and let's take it the 2 Fine Gael candidates that are still there. One of them is obviously going to boost one candidate and the other. So let's just play around with this for a minute. So the 2 candidates have similar votes. So do we see Nicky Bradley transferring to Charlie McConnell or John McAnulty transferring to Thomas Pringle stronger? The point I'm trying to make, I'm trying to balance out these votes to see if they're similar. Let's say they're similar, just for the purpose of this discussion. Let's say each of them transferred 1,000 to 1,000 to Thomas, the other 1,000 to Charlie. Okay? That still leaves a huge vote for no Jordan's vote then would have to make up basically the shortfall. And I think that's a huge ask for
See,
Thomas.
it's too much of an ask, but
It
there's
is,
another
yeah.
thing that we didn't take consideration of. Had Redress, Thomas Pringle, and two Sinn Féin got elected, is it realistic to consider there was only going to be one government TD in Donegal out of five, considering the vote
Yeah.
that Fine Gael got and Fianna Fáil got and middle of the road independence? I think it was something that we didn't take stock of
Yeah, that's true.
because there's a pool of votes there, and by and large they're transferring among themselves. And I thought when I was looking at the analysis of why are we progressing to a position that Charlie McConnell was very much coming back into the fray, and I said, was it ever realistic to think that Pat the Cook Gallagher was going to be the only centre party Fianna Fáil Fine Gael TD out of five in Donegal? Is that what Donegal's got to? I said, no, it hasn't.
Yeah, I think
So-
that's a very, very good point. And I think that obviously if you look at, and we talked about it many times today, the joint Fianna Fáil Fine Gael vote, logic would say that there is a second seat there for the government parties, in want of a better word. Um, it is too close to call. I can see you can really convince yourself it can go an argument that it can go both ways. But I think what Jimmy Brogan was saying there, you're going to know soon if they need Thomas Pringle needs to start closing in the next 2, 3 candidates, and actually closing quite significantly. Because if you get to the stage, I just look at it. I'm just looking at it in the other way now. If if Nicky Bradley and John McAnulty basically negatize each other for the candidates, Nicky Bradley's vote to Charlie and Thomas John's vote to Thomas Pringle, then I think what you're leaving Noel Jordan to do to get Pringle over the line is just going to be too much. I can't see how he closes it, because then you're asking for a transfer from Sinn Féin to another candidate that would have to be in excess of 2,000. And I know Thomas has got votes from Sinn Féin, and there is Sinn Féin votes there, but asking effectively 50+% of it to transfer, I think that's a huge ask.
Been here before with Thomas Pringle though at the finish line. Where did he
Yeah,
a
but I
couple of
think
years ago?
the difference this time and the last time, he was always edging closer to the finish line because he was very transfer friendly. And at best, the problem he's having this time is that he's still transfer friendly and getting votes, but Charlie Ward is taking half of the cake on him. And where Thomas himself the last time when he went this way was getting votes A, B, C, and D, and they weren't leaking anywhere on him. Right?
I think three things have impacted on Thomas. For the first time since 2011, he had stiff competition in his home base.
Yeah.
West of him, John McNulty; east of him, Noel Jordan. That was the first thing. And the second thing, Sinn Féin ran our third candidate, and that deprived him of a critical transfer at an early stage in the transfer and count. And the third thing, he had to share the independent platform with a new and emerging independent, Charles Ward.
Yeah.
You'll survive any two of them, but you'll not survive all three of them.
That's a fair
Okay.
fair point. Yeah.
Well, what we're going to do in Radioland, we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to get Jerome back in back in this seat in a couple of minutes, and rejoin us in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere.
Onasatatu, Jerome Hughes here live from the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny, and I have to say the excitement continues to mount here in General Election 2024. We're trying to fill 5 seats here in the Donegal constituency. 2 have been filled so far, both going to Sinn Féin. We're talking about Pierce Doherty, of course, and Podrick McLaughlin taking the 2 seats very convincingly already, and slowly but surely Pat the Cub Gallagher from Fianna Fáil is creeping towards the 3rd seat. But this is a 5-seat constituency. So that means we've got 2 more seats to fill. And that's why it's getting so exciting. So you stay here on Ocean FM, on 105 FM, and you'll get all the details as it happens. We're just keeping an eye on Geraldine O'Connor, who's the returning officer here for the county, for this constituency. And as soon as she makes a move towards the podium, we will go live directly. Now, listen, you can continue to contact us, and thank you so much for all the contact that you've made and for the hundreds of people watching. And just to mention about the watching, by the way, if you put in Ocean FM on YouTube and then you scroll down a bit past the Sligo-Leitrim, because we have a big count centre in at the hotel in Leitrim or in Sligo, but you'll see us here at the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. I'd advise you to do that. And also, you can find the link on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. If you scroll down a bit or whatever, you'll somehow find us there and you can watch. And actually, I just took a break there. I was sitting in the car eating a sandwich and I was watching it on the screen, watching it on YouTube. And I have to say, it does look very good, even if I do say so myself. And we can thank the likes of Kevin Fury for being here and setting that up. But if you do want to contact us on WhatsApp, it's 083 3500 530, 083 3500 530, and I'm sure all those details to contact us are on the website as well. And we continue with our fantastic panel here as well. I see you there, John. There's been no movement, by the way, and I'm not talking about the election, just to keep you updated on those matters. But we do, no, you wouldn't understand. It's an inside joke, Lucas. We do have a new guest here. And this is Lucas Sweeney, isn't that right?
Meehan, believe it or not.
Lucas Meehan. Excuse me. Well, Lucas Meehan, and I've chatted to you before, I've interviewed you before when I was in the Donegal News newspaper. And you're a trainee nurse, is that how?
I am indeed, yeah.
And Lucas, you'd be working cross border as well a bit, wouldn't you? You'd be here in Letterkenny. You're from Letterkenny.
I'm from Letterkenny, from up the Old Town area.
Oh, no, is it the Alton-Galvin you'd be in?
Alton-Galvin's where I train, and I also work there as a nursing assistant, and then I work here in the Republic part-time with an agency as a healthcare assistant.
Fair play to you, and you're doing a good job. As the Americans would say, thank you for your service, because it is a tough gig, especially we saw that during COVID, the sacrifices that people make. And your mother is Mary T. Sweeney.
She is indeed, the one and only.
And you've been campaigning tough around the constituency. And on this occasion, Mary T. is not going to be successful. It looks like. I mean, she's definitely not going to be successful. But listen, the point is, what was the campaign like? Can you tell us a bit about it?
Campaign was amazing. It was electric. I mean, look at around the country, and the vote that Aintu has been able to secure 3.9% of the vote, a 2% increase. You know, this is one of the fastest growing parties that is, currently out of all of them that we've been able to increase the vote total percentage. I mean, when you look at it, the Green Party has currently polled 3% around the country. We have outpolled a government party with zero funding. We have never had government funding. This is our first. This year will be the first year we will get any form of funding from the government. And when you're looking then at other parties like People Before Profit, who've had funding now for years, we've outpolled them as well. 2.8% for People Before Profit, and now 3.9 for Aintu. This is across country. This is a national issue, and clearly our issue is and our messages is resonating with people. I mean, when you look, and there's 118 children around Donegal waiting on an assessment, more than 300 families waiting on carers. The amount of hours, and I can see that, and I can talk about that professionally and personally, about the people waiting on trolleys in Letterkenny Hospital, and the amazing staff that are doing their absolute anything, and would give the shirt off their back and the scrubs off their trousers at this stage for someone to be able to cover themselves. I mean, when you have and you look at the issues that they're raising in Letterkenny Hospital, because I could talk about this genuinely for hours. You know, you have older people who need bed baths, and you don't even have a proper curtain to pull around them to wash them. And this isn't even being raised with the government. Do you know, these are the types of issues that we are really shouting about, people and dignity and respect that everybody deserves. Do you know, and we in Aintu are so proud to be talking about a wide range of issues. And it's hard when you're a smaller party. And there are so many things that naturally we want to do better. And this is a time thing. We totally recognise that. We're very proud of the success that Mary T has achieved here, especially in Donegal. And
Would you consider following your mother into politics yourself?
I'd have a knack for it.
Yeah, I certainly would, but that'd be down the line at some stage.
It would be. I would want to stay in the hospital first, you know, because to be honest, I have very little intention of going abroad. You know, it was COVID and how bad the health service was that made me feel like I wanted to be a nurse. It was the securing factor for me.
Well, are you disheartened with the fact that Sinn Féin has got such dominance here in the county, and potentially Fianna Fáil taking away another 2 seats? And a lot of people are saying it's back to the same old with Micheál Martin, but that's what people voted for. Micheál Martin at the helm, the Taoiseach, and no need for rotation. If some of the projections are correct, Fianna Fáil will have a good majority, so they won't have to negotiate on rotating that role. And the point is, you know, people have voted that way. So is that something you I presume you respect it, but do you reject it?
All I'll say is this: I don't think there'll be many 30-year-olds happy that people under the age of 30 happy tonight, is what I'd say. I do think we all recognise that the way people vote is a generational thing. It is, you know. There's been papers written about it, which I found very interesting. People definitely have a right to vote for who they want, but I just think for younger people, I don't think the issues are getting any easier for any of us when it comes to car insurance, Micah, the hospital. I mean, these people have had their time, you know, but again, I respect that people have voted for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
And we've been debating as well. It's very difficult to get the young people out to vote. You know, the 18 to 25-year-olds, that's a huge cohort, huge demographic that could make a massive change in terms of the outcome of elections. And actually, India Kennedy is studying. She's studying politics and international relations, and she met your mother yesterday and had a very respectful conversation. And India, you've talked very highly about Mary T. Sweeney and the work that she's done at the hospital, etc., etc. But this is a question for you, really, because the point is, India is one of our panelists here for the last couple of days. But Aintu doesn't really. Do you think it struggles to get the younger person's votes in terms of your politics?
To be honest, I'll tell you this, and this is the brutal honest truth. I think it struggles to catch everybody's attention. And we don't have, and like I said, and it's going back to a point, and now obviously this is what a lot of parties, smaller parties would say, we don't have a penny. We didn't have a penny to our name. You know, everything that we were doing on TikTok, you know, for the Ogra accounts, we couldn't put a penny into that.
And as a young person, India, although you respect, you know, Mary T, the leader here, or the candidate here, and Pater Tobin is also very articulate and well spoken on that. Why, for example, in your own case, do you feel you couldn't support the party or give them a vote?
I just couldn't support them on my own views on certain issues that they support, but that's just me. I'm not speaking for the rest of the cohort of young people, and I think it's fantastic now that Aintu has crossed the threshold, so they're finally going to be recognised in a party. And I would completely agree with you on that when you say that everybody across the board hasn't really got a vote for Aintu because you don't have the funding to get recognised. So I think it'll be very interesting in the next 10 years to see how Aintu blossoms with the funding, and I think that they could be a very strong party with this funding, and I do wish them all the best with it.
Thank you very much.
And in terms of that age group, Lucas, you do struggle, is it? Because I mean, we considered conservative views. You were articulating some of that, India.
Yeah, but I mean, as we've been talking about for the last few days, young people, regardless, are not coming out to vote. I don't think it's any party in particular. Like Aintu as a whole, haven't really got a big vote across the board. I don't think it's specific to young people, but I mean, as we've said, we need more young people to come out and vote. And I think in the next 10 years, if we get more people to come out and vote, we'll really, really see where the young people's support lies.
And how can Aintu get that support, Lucas?
It's through a multiple range of things that a lot of other parties do. You know, the university campuses and they have their own sections for, like there's Ogre, Fianna Fáil and Queens, and Fianna Fáil and Trinity. And it's the same. We're looking to do the exact same, build up on college campuses and listen to young people that need to be listened to, because clearly Fianna Fáil isn't exactly, I would say, uplifting young people. And yet they have there's loads of Ogre bases they have around college campuses around the country. It's the same issue for us. But now that we are able to um, fund, different things that need to be funded, we'll be able to get our message across more. And that's the sad reality of politics. If you don't have the ability to be able to put your
We're
message
going
across.
now. Sorry, Lucas. Geraldine O'Connor, returning officer for the Donegal constituency.
On neo Huntish in ye chuid voti Kim McManaman, Sheked fias a hain vota a achalju. Bradley Nicky Finnegail Moja Shock. Omlan voti 3,800 is a tricha. Car Nula Green Party Coentus Glas Moja Hain. Omlan Nigade tricha Hain. Gallagher, Carroll, People Before Profit, Solidarity, Moja a Hox. Umlan, Shockgate is a Shocks. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, Moja a Cuig. Umlan, Jemila, Shakehead, Socto. Jordan, Noel, Sinn Féin, Moja Fiha Cahar. Umlan, Keramila, Shockgate, Treacha 3. McConaughey, Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Moja Fihas a 3. Umlan, Oxmila, 3K, Circa Hocht. McConnell, Niall, Non-Party, Moja, Docade, Carrickashay. Umlan, Dovila, Cade, Quagashay. McNulty, John, Fine Gael, Moja, Cahar. Umlan, 3 Vila, 3K agus a Shay. Pringle, Thomas, Non-Party, Moja, Fihis a Shocked. Umlan, Cuig Mila, Ochcade, Fihis a Cuig. Sweeney, Mary T, Aintu, Moja, Cade, Fihis a 3. Umlan, Gavila, Ochcade, agus a Hocht. Ward, Charles, 100% redress, Moja, Cade, Saje. Umlan, Shocked Mila, Shakade, Circus a Do. Hopir Waloji, Niv in Astraha, Carrica 3. Umlan, Cade, Circus a Shay. Nirwanin, Irhor on quota Amah, Secuntus Shaw. Kenneth Knockwill, Filia Voti, Ledalu. Curhi May on Tirahor, a will on Majus Lu Voti Aku, Nula Car, Ní Géad, Circus a Hain Vota, agus Carol Gallagher, Shockgate agus a Shock Vota as an Oriv. The following is the result of the 9th count, which consisted of the distribution of Kem McMenamin's 621 votes. Total of votes distributed 621. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 7. Total 3,830. Car Nula Green Party Coentus Gloss plus 1. Total 931. Gallagher, Carroll, People Before Profit Solidarity plus 8. Total 707. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil plus 5. Total 10,680. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 24. Total 4,733. McConaughey Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 23. Total 8,338. McConnell Niall non-party plus 246. Total 2,156. McNulty John Fine Gael plus 4. Total 3,306. Pringle Thomas non-party plus 27. Total 5,825. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu plus 123. Total vote 2,808. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 110. Total 7,632. Non-transferable papers not effective 43. Total 136. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidates and distribute their votes. Nuala Carr, 931 votes. Carol Gallagher, 707 votes. Thank you. Gurmagui.
And that is Geraldine O'Connor, who's the returning officer for the Donegal constituency. And as you heard Geraldine outlined there, we still do not have Pat the Cope Gallagher across the line. So we've 2 seats filled here in this constituency, 3 to go. We know that Pat the Cope will take the 3rd seat, but it's all down to the last 2 seats. Nationally, if you just want to have a quick look, nationally, 86 of the 174 seats have been filled. Turnout 60%, just below 60%. 86 of the 174 seats have been filled. And if you look at the breakdown there with the 2 main parties, so far Fianna Fáil have taken 23 of those seats, Fine Gael have taken 22 of those seats, and Sinn Féin has taken 20 of those seats. The Labour Party is currently on 4 seats, and you know what they're saying is what our analysts have been saying is that the most likely formation of the government would be Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and perhaps Labour, maybe others as well. But Ivana Bacik, the leader of the Labour Party, has said the priority of the party is to build a platform on the left. So listen, are those just words before the negotiations begin? I don't know. But we have been speaking to Lucas Meehan, who has been involved in the campaigning here locally. But interestingly, Lucas, you're a healthcare worker, you're a trainee nurse. And one of the big issues on the doorsteps, I think, has been the serious issues, for example, with Letterkenny General Hospital and also Sligo General Hospital, overcrowding, etc. It's an ongoing problem.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have one ENT consultant between Sligo and Donegal, for ear and throat, that is unbelievable. There is, like, when you look at it now, there's one emergency department at Donegal for 150,000 people. And only when Mary T started the campaign for the minor injury clinics, and they opened one right across from the hospital. So what was the point in that? What's Dunloe supposed to do, or Carndonna, or Milford, Ardra, Glenties? What are they supposed to do? They're sitting there driving for an hour, um, waiting to get to an emergency department just to wait 13 hours in the emergency department. They can't even be seen. There's no healthcare. In my opinion now, it is very clear that there's no healthcare workers actually working within the planning, because no nurse is rightly going to say, sure, let them wait there for 13 hours. That's no bother. And we'll build a minor injury clinic right next to the emergency department for both the same. There's no way that happened. This is just a cash throw. What we were very clear on is that, in our opinion, whenever the books came back and after they put out the new budget, they were clearly trying to buy back people's votes, and it was very clear. And that was the people's tax money that they'd worked hard for getting, and they're only getting back. And they weren't getting anything that they should have been getting. And that is the reopening of what we believe Lifford Hospital. Because now it's only physio and OT. There's no beds. What are the people of Lifford supposed to do? Just be sitting in Letterkenny? And I do recognise that they've now added beds into Carndonna, and that they're opening a new short stay and long stay unit again across from the hospital in Letterkenny. And I think it's supposed to have around 112 beds. And again, leaving the west of Donegal bare again. This, you can't focus too. Have we learned nothing about Dublin? Focusing on Dublin, everything is in Dublin. We should be looking outside the biggest places in the counties. We should be looking at the smaller areas. And, you know, whenever you're leaving, like I said, the smaller towns outside the West Donegal with barely anything. Um, and the government's not even recognising this.
Well, back to the local politics here, in the count centre, I mean, because I see even at the local elections, you're very big into the tallying and having a look at the figures. But come here to me. What's your opinion? And I'll not hold you to it, so don't get stressed or anything. But what are your predictions in terms of the last two seats?
I think it'll be between 100% redress.
We'll get the fourth seat. Charles Ward.
And it is a complete toss-up for the fifth seat. It is a complete toss-up. Would have loved to set us, but we're realistic. And and if you know Mary T, she tells you like it is. So it is a complete toss-up, and I'd say it's between.
Who would you prefer to get the last seat?
Party.
No, but to get the last seat. Like it'd be if it's between Charlie McConalogue and Thomas Pringle.
Can I say us?
No, because you've just said it's a toss-up.
Who's left now? Hello, Ward.
Well, no, but I mean it'll be Charlie McConalogue or Thomas Pringle.
I couldn't. I really
But
couldn't.
who would you prefer?
Between McConalogue and
Pringle. Well, Charlie's the outgoing Minister for Agriculture, and then Thomas Pringle's an independent. He's down in Killybegs. You wouldn't be a big fan of either of them.
Neither would be within my alignment. And that's the truth of it. Look, we all have our own ethics. We all have our own morals. And the truth is, if 100% redress got the seat today, I'd be delighted for them. Because I don't think far from enough has been done about Micah. And the truth is, 8 years ago when we were on the campaign trail, we were the only party that had Micah on all of our leaflets. We were speaking about Micah and Dal Aaron. We had Mary T was on Patter to Bean's throat, getting him to speak about it. And we were raising this issue years ago.
Do you think Mary T could ever defect to another party?
Never. And do you know what?
Well, I mean, some parties have dissolved in the past, and for not because of the effort wasn't put in, but like if Aontú can't get the traction it needs, eventually it might fold up. Now, but I'm saying in that case, I think who would she be most aligned to?
Well, I can say very clearly today. We have seen our vote really increase today, so I don't really see our vote going anywhere. I see us staying here and firm. We believe in. We were politically homeless after about 2016. Really, when Fianna Fáil completely abandoned its voter base, in my opinion. And whenever then, Patter to Bean, who said, look, I don't think this is right. A man who spoke up for his ethics and for his morals, left Sinn Féin and started his own party because he believed in what he was, in his own beliefs, more than just following a party line. I think that's a man of principle. And I think if anybody should be commended for sticking to their own values, it's politicians, because of how easy it is to get caught in the wind of a party whip. And that's the truth of it. So, in short, I couldn't see myself anywhere else but Aontú has, the way that it is a grassroots party, what the people want, the people get. And the members of Aontú.
You did run a candidate. You did run a candidate in every constituency, 43 constituencies.
Do you know, and our vote again, and I'll say it again, I'll be shouting this for the rooftops for about the next month. Our vote has gone up, nearly 2%. Do you know, this is incredible. And again, I'll say it again and again and again, without funding. This was without a penny from the government. And when then you look at the other parties, if you were listening before as well, even, people for profit who've been getting funding now since I think about 2011. And they're now on 2.8%. We've outpolled the Greens in who are on 3%. If that is not a credit to the work that Aontú is doing, I don't know what is, because it is clear. I think that it's a clear mandate that people aren't happy with their former parties, because there were other people like our family who found ourselves politically homeless, who found themselves that the government wasn't listening to us, and at the time the government was Fianna Fáil, and that's when people after the crash, we seen just this complete disregard to people and their livelihood. And people, when I was watching the debate, It was so true. People, and I still see it in families that I'm caring for. There are people still reeling from the recession, 100%, who put all of their money into a house only to find out it is mica. Do you know, this is the real reality. And now the government have decided that some houses actually deserve a redress and others don't, because that totally makes sense for them. And we can tell you it doesn't make sense. Every house that has been built with mica deserves redress. Even if, and it doesn't matter if you're a landlord or you're an owner yourself, your house deserves redress. Because if we are not building up back up these houses that that are being rented out with mica, it's only going to put the cost of rent up again.
Speaking of ownership, as a young, what age are you?
I'm 21.
As 21, you're the same age as India. Speaking of ownership, do you ever see yourself being in a position to buy it, like as a qualified nurse in a few years' time? Do you think you'll be able to buy a house?
Not a hope. Not a hope. And I really don't know how.
What about rent?
I'd be able to rent, thank God.
Where? I mean, not
We'll
Dublin.
have to wait for
Well, depends.
well, far from Dublin, but you know, a lot of young people, I can't even remember the exact percentage, but I think the percentage of people living at home with their parents has gone up. I can't remember the
70s, if not higher.
you know, and that's people under the age of 30. 70% of them are living with their
There's a
parents.
lot of people in their 30s living with their parents as well,
You know,
and 40s.
You know, truth be told, my brother, he's a student again. He worked for a few years, but he's 29 and living at home. Do you know? But he can't afford, and he was a pharmacist. Do you know, a job that was always well respected and well considered to be well paid. And
But the promises obviously offered by Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, people believe them. I mean, that's the way people vote. We can't disrespect democracy. Like Micheál Martin looks on set to take 48 seats. Clear, and maybe more, maybe in the 50s with Fine Gael and Sinn Féin taking 34, potentially 34, 35 seats. Well, I mean, look, that could happen. What it could happen, or what's likely to happen, it looks like at this stage, is Fianna Fáil would take 48 seats in the Dáil, and the other two main parties 38 seats. The point is, people believe them when they say they're going to sort out the housing crisis and so on. What's going on there?
But you know what? I can say this very firmly, and I will come back to it. I just want to say very quickly. For us, our issues have been put on the table. And we know that Charlie McConaughey, Charles Ward, whoever is going to get these seats, Pierce Doherty, they know our issues and we've put them to the table and we have made it clear what we are looking for. And even if them issues get put to the table now in the government, if whoever it is in the next government, and or issues that we have raised here in Donegal have been put onto the table, we're happy we've done our part. And we've been very clear about that there. And in regards to what you were saying about people who continue to vote for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, you know, there was a period, 50 years ago when people were getting houses and they were sorted because, I mean, look, we were talking about how 30 years ago at our table, it was nearly the same cost of a house in Dublin was nearly the same as Letterkenny. And we were talking about that and how people got it sorted and were able to buy stuff. And that is where, and if people were happy in the time where they were in Fianna Fáil and they were able to buy a house respectfully, they were able to get a well-paying job, regardless of where it was, they are going to continue to vote for Fianna Fáil. They have, these are for people who have maybe own homes and have a job. Do you know? But it's the younger people that are finding the issue, and I think it's because of younger people are so fed up with being told, well, this is what you have. There's people paying the cost of a rent on insurance on a car, and that's not even including.
Do you know a lot of people your age, your friends that have travelled abroad?
Oh,
I mean, to like to live, to work.
The majority of them have went outside. That are now qualifying are looking to leave. Now they did a poll. Now this
nurses,
and nurses especially. But we have to have about a year's experience before we get. But you know what? There was Australian and New Zealand and Kiwi and American and Canadian agencies coming around to nurses, and they're saying this is what you get if you come to our country. We'll give you a house for 6 months, and a flat cash in hand. And that's what Aintree has been proposing here, Operation Shamrock.
How many of your friends or your nurse colleagues studying, training to be nurses, how many of them would you say are intending to leave or have left?
For those, now this is where it gets a bit more complicated. For those already with children, it would go down a wee bit. But for those without children, which is the far majority, I'd say when we did a poll, when we discussed this, it was about 60% of us.
And we're looking. India, what about you? A lot of your friends heading off?
Not as many. Now, I'm only 21 and I'm studying politics, so not as many of my friends have left. But like when people a few years older than me, probably my sister's age, a lot of them have left and they're loving life in Australia, but a lot of them don't plan to keep Australia as their long-term home. A lot of them have gone to Australia and gone to Canada to save for a deposit of a house because it's very easy. You know, what you could save in a year in Australia is what you'd probably save in 10 years in Ireland.
Is Donegal a good place to live? Is it a good county to live in, Lucas, for somebody who's 21 years old?
Not the best. Which
What?
is well, not the best, which is a sad reality. I mean, I think in Ireland
Why not?
there's a wide range of reasons. You know, for younger people, look at the price of even alcohol.
That's very important.
It's the truth. It's the truth. I'm sorry, and I'd stay firm to that. I mean, and you're looking at the mental health crisis.
I'm
You're
only
looking,
joking, by the way,
uh,
for all the viewers. Yeah.
but you know,
I'm only here for the rest of the day anyway. Don't worry, I'll be off then. I'm only here for one. It's a one-hit wonder. I'm allowed to be non-woke. Anyway, but sorry, go on ahead.
that's like the way that I mean, like how many children are like there's 118 children in Donegal alone waiting on an assessment for various things, and that's could be autism, could be ADHD, and then you're looking at the issue with drugs here in Donegal, which is huge. I mean, how safe is it now? And the issues of young girls walking down Letterkenny being attacked.
Do you see a lot of?
That's the
Do you
truth.
see a lot of young people
Spiking as well.
And spiking, and and the last thing, the only if I'm correct here now, and I'm pretty sure I am, but the only reference that actually has to spiking here in Ireland is the 1990 Poisoning Act. It hasn't been. That's not actually even mentioned in the law, and nobody in the past 4 years.
How prevalent is it though?
It's very prevalent.
Really?
I don't think I've met a girl who said, "Do you know what? I don't think I know somebody who doesn't know someone who's been spiked." If that makes any sense.
Wow.
Especially in Donegal town. Like,
Well, now we
used
have
to
to be
just be-
careful because
I'm not.
I
Well,
understand you're only saying Donegal town, but
I'm
I
only
mean,
saying I'm from Donegal town. I go out in Donegal town.
Yeah.
I haven't gone out in Donegal town since Easter because
Yeah.
I'm afraid to be spiked.
well, I mean,
I know it's
I know
probably
it's
not an issue that
it's difficult
you
to
see, but
no, but it's such a difficult thing to quantify when Donegal town is a large area, and I'm not saying that I'm not. If anyone has personal experiences, I'm not taking it away from them, but it's kind of a. But that being said, now if you look right around the county, the one thing is also it certainly is very prevalent drugs. Would you see a lot of cocaine and all that?
Oh, nearly every day, and especially when
you
you're
see that.
working, at work. You're nearly every person's. Well, not every person now. But a good few
First,
people.
we just destroy an entire town.
How
Now
long now?
every
Very
person.
quickly.
Well, we just move on.
But
we move on to the county next, and then Ireland.
it wouldn't shock me, if somebody was looking for rehabilitation.
Yeah.
And really, when it comes to drug use, you cannot judge a book by its cover. Some people think they can look at somebody and know, oh, I have an idea or whatever. You don't have a clue.
Yeah. Okay, this is Micheál. Come in.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, Lucas? Do you find in your work that more people come in with a problem with alcohol or with drugs? Which one is greater?
Drugs,
For sure.
drugs are cheaper.
Yeah.
And if I could say, and this is very crude, but you could get, God, and I really hate saying this, but you could get a bag of something for €30, and that's you all night. And €50 might not even get you tipsy. And I'm so sorry, like that is as crude as it gets, but that is the truth. And that's why I think that some of the issues then with publicans and the amount of people. This is why I would love to see taxes lowered, specifically service tax for businesses, because I mean, when you're going out for a drink, you should be allowed to socialize. I mean, it's well recorded how beneficial it is for people's mental health going out, having a drink with their friends and having a laugh. And people genuinely can't afford to do that.
Yeah.
And students, the people who should be doing it the most.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Let's call a spade here.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And like and this is the stuff that has to be started to be addressed. I mean, the fact that you literally can get a bag of something cheaper than a drink.
And is it always cocaine or is it MDMA, ecstasy?
It's everything, anything and everything. And that's the sad thing. And I work now, not here. I don't work in St. Connell's now, but I work in Grangewood, which is a mental health hospital in Derry. And honestly, it's anything, it's everything. And the amount of people who can develop psychosis, from drugs, if it's a really bad batch of drugs, and even poisoning, sepsis. There's so many things that you could develop and there's not enough, in my opinion, information on areas like this here.
Yeah, well, mental health is a huge issue in the
It
society
is.
and how to deal with it and how to, for both children, young adults, and adults, teenagers, obviously, to be able to even get an appointment, to get a counsellor, to
Yeah.
get to see their doctor, and the manner that they deal with people who have, suicidal ideation and suicide. They're brought to hospital, the normal hospital, and have to sit there until they're assessed by a psychiatrist. There are so many different things that needs to be fixed, and it's like band-aids
Yeah.
on an area that really needs bandages. And when we held the mental health unit in Letterkenny, I think it cost 3.4 million.
Yeah.
And you can only do your best. But I think there's a lot of areas here that can be addressed, fixed. And I don't know if they're being looked at,
If I could just put one thing that Aintu really wanted to do, the election's over, and but this is one thing that we really wanted to do. So in Ireland, there you can study to be a psychologist, but a psychologist here is not it's not a protected title. So you can't walk around and say, I'm a registered nurse. If you're not a registered, that's illegal for you to be doing that. Anybody can walk around and say, I'm a psychiatrist.
A psychiatrist or a
A
psychologist?
psychologist, sorry,
Okay.
excuse me. They can walk around and say, I'm a psychologist. In our opinion, psychologists should be registered with CORU. They should be allowed to prescribe, they should be allowed to diagnose, but under the psychiatrist himself or herself. They should be working as part of the team with protected jobs, with protected titles, and be allowed to work within the emergency department, St. Connell's, their, oncology clinics, places that they would be needed, that we can actually be able to help people now. Because, whenever you talk to somebody who's going through oncology treatment, that there is a need for many of them for mental health care for them and their family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And as well as that, nobody seems to be realizing how serious it is.
Mhm.
But we have one of the highest male suicide rates in Europe.
Yep.
And it includes Ulster, but it's something that is seriously doesn't reflect on the amount of mental health services we've had and we continue to have in Donegal, and it's something that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later.
Oh, it's absolutely
Do you think that's
abysmal.
drug related?
I don't think it's completely drug related. I think there's a lot of different. I think you can walk every day. You can have a really good diet. You can have a really good family and a really good support system, and you can still struggle with your mental health. I think it's an illness, and it's something that you can't control. Yes, a lot of them probably are drug related, but they're not all completely drug related.
Yeah.
And when you consider it as well, unfortunately, men aren't as open with their emotions as females, women are,
100%.
because
Yeah.
we just say what we feel. But it's harder and more difficult for men for some strange reason, and that's a pity. And perhaps to a certain extent, that does also lead to mental health issues. Contributes to it anyway.
And when you're looking at from it now, a lot of it can originate from CAMS, for the children who started off in children's mental health assessment. And the lack of funding in CAMS, but not even just funding, staff. And that's mental health nurses. That's, like I said, psychologists and psychiatrists. This is, and then these are leading for people to carry out these issues on, even then into YAMS. And, my sister, who's now actually in Australia as a speech and language therapist, she worked with, in YAMS, as well as CAMS, but CAMS had to keep people up to the age of 21 because they couldn't let them go because there was no space in the young adult mental health service. So, and the mental health nurses, everybody else is trying to juggle all these different people that, in the most polite way possible, they shouldn't have. They should be passed on and discharged from that service and admitted to the other. And it's not happening on time. It's not happening pointedly, which is going to hurt people's mental health even further. And these are the things that the government has put to the table. But like I said, with the vote that Aintu's got, if any of these issues are put to the table and any of them are fixed, we're happy that we've done our part as a party.
Do you think this, just before I let you go, Lucas, and I'm not trying to get a discussion going here, but it is important. Like, do you see any common ground with Aintu? Like, what is the key issue that you have, India, with like when you have somebody your own age here who's heavily involved in the party? Like, what way could it? It's too fundamentally away from your own position, is it?
It's just based on my ideals, and I mean,
And what are we talking about here?
I just believe that every woman is entitled to an abortion I don't believe that it's such a complicated
It
issue.
is.
But I hope
Is that the only
that's
issue that
the
you have with
only
Aintu?
issue I have with Aintu. I mean, he sold the party really, really well, and Mary T. Sweeney as well has sold the party very well.
And will there be any movement on that, do you think?
Oh, there absolutely will. But like this is amazing. Even this conversation, because this might be a 2 or a 3. Do you know what? This is what I've
Yeah.
been putting across to people. Like we both agree there should not be more children homeless now than there was people homeless at the beginning of this at the last government. We both agree that there should be more investment into mental health service. I don't know if you know anything about Operation Shamrock, which has been launched by
Yeah,
NT,
I did really
but I'm
interest,
sure we both agree on that too.
Yeah.
Do you
Well,
know,
I think that young people our age, they should go and they should experience Australia and they should see the world, but they should have a reason to come
to come
back.
back, like even the protests in Sydney,
Yeah.
you know, like about give us a reason to come home.
Give us a reason to come home.
And
Yeah, I agree with
Aintu
that.
would be pro-Palestinian as well in
Absolutely,
terms of the whole situation in Gaza
100%.
and all that.
You know, we have been
In
speaking
terms of your
with
foreign policy.
we've been very lucky to be able to speak with the Palestinian ambassador here to Ireland. We were very happy we were delighted that they were officially declared as a state. We finally seen them as a state. We didn't even recognize them as a state until this year.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
There's a lot of young people then would resonate with that. They would find that attractive as part of your party.
Absolutely. But you know, this is ethics.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? This is morality. And, you know, as for me as a pro-life person, look, how could I not support Palestine?
Lucas, can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
When you said that there may be movement on the abortion issue, what exactly do you mean?
Like,
Change?
maybe there, no, well, Pater Tabine has been very clear that he would respect the decisions taken by the people on the Eighth Amendment. But what I'm saying is a movement between people who maybe agree with abortion, but agree also with the party. And people who both agree, like I was saying, that we both agree that there shouldn't be more children homeless now than there was people homeless
Yeah.
at the beginning of this government.
Yeah.
And that's the issues that I was specifically on about the changing
Okay.
the actual pro-choice movement themselves as a group.
The one thing I was kind of trying to come to yesterday, but I think it just got a bit heated and a bit confused, and the waters got muddy. Is Aintu got a lot of stick in this election on social media.
We did.
And that was mainly down to the abortion issue.
Yeah.
And I think maybe if the Aintu party, I think now with the more funding that the Aintu party is going to get, you're going to be able to show, well, this is just one very small issue in a massive range of topics that we're discussing. And I think if you get that out to the younger people and you show, well, yes, it's this issue, but there's also this is what we're doing, and this is what we're doing, and this is what we're doing. That's going to really help to strengthen the party.
And what we're so happy about as well, saying too, is that the majority of our candidates were female. The majority, 52% of our candidates were female. And that is something we are very proud of.
That is really good to know, fairness.
Was it Mayo? No, Galway, was it? Apart from Pater Tabine,
We're currently fighting for our place in Mayo.
Mayo, is it?
Well, in Mayo, Paul Lawless, an amazing man.
Does he have a chance?
He does indeed. He's in 5th place out of 5 seats. Our councillor who topped the poll in Ballyborough in Cavan, Councillor Sarah O'Reilly, an absolute lady. She their transfers again. It's on the play for her, but Independent Ireland to go out, and this will be very interesting now for us to see how we transfer from them. You know, I'm as much of a political analyst as I'd like to think everybody else is.
Absolutely.
He's very impressive, though.
Sorry, this is Ronan Flanagan of Ocean FM.
Yeah, I was actually there over the week. I kind of going around the other local stations, see what their election coverage was, and I saw there was an issue with Paul Lawless. Very, very impressive character. Like he just. I think he is a councillor at the moment.
He
isn't he?
He is indeed.
He just the way he could articulate things in a very simple, plain language. You know, I think that often gets quite lost. Is that like there's these big words used, but the way he just got his point across was just, I think, very impressive. Yeah.
But the main issue for our party is common sense, not big fanciful words. You know, we want the basics first and the fancies later. That's what we want. We want to see housing resolved.
That could be your new slogan. Basics first, fancies later.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But you know what? We are delighted to have come this far. You know what I mean? And whenever you're looking at the previous issues I mentioned, you know, we really hope that to whatever extent now, like Pater was named Opposition TD of the Year by numerous papers.
It's very impressive.
This is one man. This is literally a one-man show. And he went up against all the other members of Sinn Féin, all the other members of People Before Profit. You can name any party. And he was named Opposition TD of the Year. Do you know, that just speaks volumes. Do you know, when you're if you were watching the debate, you could see him on and about immigration and the issue of that is currently presented in the fact that there are the amount of children that are homeless that have come into the country from different countries that are now missing by the state. Do you know, and when we discussed by Roderick O'Gorman, he just completely ignored the question and then continued to interrupt Patter every time he went to speak.
Yeah.
Do you know, I can't even, I think it's nearly 300 children are missing from the state. Do you know, and this was not, I didn't see it raised as much, half as much as it did. I care more about that than to be honest, than I would about a bike shed, to be honest. You know, me personally, but that's a whole nother issue that
Fair play to you, Lucas, and you're very impressive yourself, by
Thank
the
you
way.
very
And I'm
much.
not. I hope I'm not. Don't sound patronising, but for a 21-year-old to be so in tune, you know, and to be so engaged with
Thank you very
politics, it's
much.
very impressive and so articulate. Lucas Meehan, thank you very much. I'll let
Thank
you
you
go
very
on
much.
because I know people are looking for you, and we're going to keep the coverage here going. And I want to talk about Ronan Flanagan is here from the Ocean FM newsroom, and I want to ask you, Ronan. People are very interested in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency once again because a big part of Donegal, an important part of South Donegal, is in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. Okay, so that area, including Ballyshannon-Badorn, is going to be represented by the 4 TDs that are elected to the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. You have an update, do you? Or can you tell us at least what the latest is in terms of the Sligo-Leitrim constituency?
Yeah, so the latest there at the moment from the Clayton Hotel is that they are just awaiting the 9th count there at the moment. And the last time, I suppose, count 8, that Labour's Nessa Cosgrove was eliminated following the 8th count there. So, no, excuse me, Marie Cassidy was eliminated following the 8th count. She picked up 3,480 votes in total. So, at the moment, leading the way is Frank Feehan, an outgoing Fine Gael TD, on 9,743. Martin Kenny then of Sinn Féin is in second position at the moment with 8,717. Michael Clark of Independent Ireland is in third place on 6,879, and he's followed by Chris McManus of Sinn Féin on 6,369. Other closely run candidates at the moment, Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil is on 6,137, and then Marion Harkin, she's not gone yet, has to be said. She's on 5,688, and it is anticipated. Kind of look at have passed a few messages over and back to a few colleagues of mine that are at the count at the moment, and they're saying that Marion Harkin, it looks like she's going to significantly benefit from the fact that Marie Cassidy has been eliminated. Now, a few people might remember earlier on in the day in the coverage, I kind of mentioned that Marie Cassidy was formerly, I suppose, a key component of Marion Harkin's campaigns, 2 independent candidates, 2 independent-minded candidates, and she would have, I suppose, canvassed a lot for her, kind of would have been her main link around the Sligo area, and certainly Marie Cassidy of a vote of, what is it here, of 3,480, you can certainly expect a good chunk of that is going to go the way of Marion Harkin, and that could definitely propel her up back into the third or fourth spot even, you know.
Wow. So she's not gone yet.
She's not gone yet.
And that's why these transfers and the distributions of the surpluses and then the etc. You know, it's very hard to tell exactly how it's going to go, but that would be a big relief for her and her supporters because she has a big presence in the region, in the
absolutely.
constituency.
Yeah, she's very popular. And like that would see at the moment, like it very looks likely that the 2 other sitting TDs, two outgoing TDs rather, in Frank Feehan and Martin Kenny, will be retaining their seats.
Yeah, and then the maybe Marion Harkin and
Marion, and then after that it's either Michael Clark, Eamon Scanlon, or Chris McManus. So
very good, and they'll be representing you if you're listening in Bundoran or Ballyshannon. I know it's thankfully it's a large listenership area for Ocean FM, and you're tuned to 105 FM or your digital device. I know that Ballyshannon, Bundoran, and the area is stretching all the way up to Lahi. I know that you tune in regularly, and if you are tuned in, then you've just heard the 4 candidates that could be representing you once all the voting has been counted and that once we have everything in the right boxes and so on, and it's signed off by the returning officer there in Sligo-Leitrim. So listen, Ronan, thank you very much. Ronan Flanagan from the Ocean FM newsroom. Thank you very much for joining us. And listen, we do have a lot of viewers. We do have a lot of viewers here on Ocean FM. And if you go onto the YouTube channel and put in Ocean FM, and then you scroll down to the Aura Centre in Letterkenny, if you scroll down to our coverage, it can be a little bit of confusing because we have a large studio in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency and set up in the hotel in Sligo. I think it's the Clayton, and so you might see that first on the list. But if you look out for us, you'll find us, and then you can watch live. And one of our viewers has been telling me to stop eating sweets and putting the plastic wrappers into a compostable cup. He's had enough now. I counted 10 already, for God's sake. Well, I'm sorry about that, viewer, and you're quite right. I think it's just nerves or something, as the day goes on. I didn't get much sleep last night because we were here from 9 o'clock yesterday. I'm not making excuses now, by the way, but we were here from 9 o'clock yesterday morning until 2 o'clock this morning, and then we just had a wee nap, and then we were back at it. So it does get a little bit tiring. Now, I missed out there. We've had count number 9, Micheál, at this stage, haven't we?
Yeah, we're on count
And
9 now.
We're
Or count 10, sorry. Yeah.
right. So we've done count 9, and we're waiting for the returning officer, Geraldine O'Connor, to give us count 10. But not really much has changed, Michelle or India. Like in terms of we still don't have our third candidate elected.
No, not yet, but it's still showing that Charles Ward is quite comfortably going to take the second seat. Now, Charlie McConlogue
Charles Ward is what?
Is going to
take the 4th seat.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, no, we have Pat the Cope now is going to be Pat the Cope. It looks like he could take the 4th seat. Yeah,
second. Sorry.
Well, Pat the Cope is we already have our 2 first seats taken by Sinn Féin.
That was my mistake.
No, not at all. Listen, sorry, it can be confusing. And then I see another text coming in about the sweets now. I think there's a conspiracy going against me. Honest to God, would you leave me alone? I'm entitled to a wee sweet here. But then, of course, Pat the Cope will take the 3rd seat.
Pat the Cope's going to take the
Fianna
3rd
Fáil.
seat, yeah.
And then the 4th seat now, we think that'll go to 100% Redress Party.
I mean,
that's Charles Ward.
Yeah.
But the 5th one. That's
one,
the big
yeah.
one.
The 5th one is going to be.
Like, we don't know yet, by the way, about the 3rd and the.
It's not a guarantee, but
the 4th
it's
and the 5th.
looking at how transfer friendly and how such a big. I mean, the last count, Charles Ward got 110 extra votes, so he's consistently getting a big chunk of the candidates that have been eliminated. So it seems to be going well for him. So the last seat is definitely going to be the one to watch.
And if you look at the picture nationally, of the 174 seats to fill in Dáil Éireann, the 34th Dáil, 88 have now been filled. And Fianna Fáil have taken 23 of those seats. And Fine Gael have taken 22 of those seats. And Sinn Féin have taken 21 of those seats. And the other important table to look out for is Labour. They've taken 5 seats. So if you combine Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael and Labour at the end of this process, it looks like, we're going to have that sort of a setup. Do you know what I mean? And seven seats in terms of independents have gone past the line. People before profit won. Green Party has been destroyed, Michelle. The Green Party has been destroyed. They were the junior partner in this government and in the outgoing government. Destroyed.
They were absolutely destroyed. And perhaps, it's not very often that I'll call people out, and I'm not personal about politics, but I don't think that they had really strong leadership,
Is that what it is? I mean, listen, we keep hearing time and time again. You saw the recent floods in Spain.
Yep.
Right down in Malaga. Then a few weeks later, it was down in the Algarve and Albufeira, around that in Portugal. Hang on a second. Why am I going all the way down there?
It was in Killybegs.
Killybegs, Pettigo.
Donegal Town is
Donegal Town.
Always,
yeah. But, I think the worst of it was certainly, there's a pub there in the corner in Pettigo. It was flooded and Killybegs got an awful hit.
Oh, yeah, awful.
But then if you look during the summer season, in Australia, you have massive wildfires. In the United States, in California, and places like that. Now, all of the most extreme weather events that we can look at. Now, this is what the conspiracy theorists tell you, which is crap, because the science is there for climate change.
Yeah.
But in reality, all of the most, the hottest, the coldest, the windiest, dates way back to previous, decades and decades ago, depending on what one you're looking at. That doesn't change the fact that the climate is changing. But India, I think young people might get it more than older people, but it's not resonating in the polling stations when people are voting.
Definitely not. I think as a whole, we have become so desensitized to things like climate change, like Palestine, because we are seeing this in the media. I mean, everything's on our phones and we're seeing this day in, day out. And you nearly tend to tune out of things like that, which is not what you need at all. But climate change is going to be an issue that I'm not calling you all old, but I'm saying your generation is going to pass on to our generation, and it's us.
My generation.
Well, do you know the 30 to 40?
Oh yeah, 30
you
to
say?
40. That's it. Perfect. Yeah. So back to your generation. I get it now.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Go on anyway. No, it's true.
Yeah, but it's showing now, the more we see the extreme heats and the extreme flooding, that in 10 years' time this is going to be our reality.
Yeah.
Like,
and maybe you'll be grand as well, by the way.
Oh, we might be grand, but
you'll
like
be grand, but
our
maybe your
next
children
generation to
or your
come.
grandchildren.
Yeah.
And the cost, we talk about all these wars in North Africa or Africa in general and the Middle East, and you have creating refugee crises and all that. And we talked yesterday about the 1,000 Syrian refugees going to Germany, but they reckon that all of that will pale into insignificance compared to the migration flows that arise from climate change.
Definitely.
In terms of flooding or in terms of drought or so on. But I think as humans and even as individuals, but as societies as well, maybe we actually only react when it happens.
Yeah.
Maybe that's our...
Yeah, and it definitely shows that the Green Party, their main issue is climate change, but it just shows how they're not really reciprocal to voters because of how they've handled policies and how the policies have decimated farmers and decimated rural towns and rural villages and caused so many issues for rural towns and villages and for farmers. Climate change is a prime issue, but you have to factor in the country. Like, if there's an EU policy on climate change, that's not going to suit every single country because Ireland is a very different country, in terms of farming, in terms of fishing, in terms of agriculture, and that needs to be factored in when there's policies being made around agriculture and around climate change. Sorry.
And the old chestnut with the developing countries being expected to do the same.
Yeah.
When we've created so much wealth by using fossil fuels, etc. That's where all our industry have come from. We continue to do so. And then we ask the developing countries not to do it. Then we ask the developing countries not to do the same, not to use those same fossil fuels, etc., to develop their economies. Do you know what I mean? So it's a little bit hypocritical, and that's why they're trying to send so much funding down to it. Now, there's John Campbell, I see. And it's been too long, John. How are you getting on?
Good.
John Campbell is former Fine Gael Director of Elections here in County Donegal. John, can I ask you, if you don't mind, you've been out and about, you've been chatting to people and so on, and we've had the 9 counts at this stage, isn't that right? What's the lay of the land for those listeners just tuning in, because they're tuning in throughout the whole day, but it's now that it's getting into the evening, they might be more inclined to tune in.
Talking to people there, I think this is going to be a very interesting count, because talking to some of the people there, this is one of those counts where Thomas Pringle needs and expects to close the margin because of the people who are going out. So it'll be very interesting to see, does that actually happen? I talked to somebody there. He needs to, well, for want of a better word, won the transfers here by at least around 500 votes in these 2 candidates. So I think this is going to be a key one as we go forward. They believe this is one. You recall earlier that Jimmy Brogan said that they needed to narrow the gap. This is one that they expect, or they do need to. If they don't, then the pressure is all building towards the other one. So I think this one will be very, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
There's a dispersal coming up now of, what do we see, 1,600. Carl and another car. 1,638. So it's quite a lot.
It is. But it's one of those that they would that they've talked in there that they've targeted for that they believe that they need to start closing that gap on.
It's hard. It's just hard because obviously Neil Carr's the Green Party and Carol Gallagher's People Before Profit.
Yeah.
It's hard to see that their twos will carry on to Charlie McConnell.
No, but Thomas Pringle needs to get.
Yeah, I would say they're more
needs-
likely to go to Thomas Pringle because their
Well,
parties are.
The Pringle people are talking about, they believe that they need to win this net,
Yeah,
have a net
they need
couple
a
of
big
hundred,
surge.
400,
Yeah,
500 in this one. If not, then
Well, we're past the halfway mark now nationally in Dáil Éireann because 88 seats have now been filled out of the 174. So nationally, we're past the halfway mark. But here, well, here we're not even past the halfway mark. We've only filled 2 seats, and we've still got 3 to fill. John, what do you think in terms of, like we were saying earlier on, that we were guessing what time this could go on. So, what's your own prediction at this stage? Because it's after 5 o'clock now, but this is not going to be over in a couple of hours.
well, I can't see it. It's the speed we're moving at is
Snail's pace.
snail's pace.
Why is that?
I don't know, but everybody around here is of the same, but everybody seeming to be agreed.
But have you asked anyone? I mean, we can't ask any officials.
No.
I did ask actually this morning why yesterday was so slow, and I was told that the reason that yesterday was so slow was because of the huge vote that Pierce Doherty had got, and then the his surplus being
That's
divided
fair enough.
between all parties. But I was
But
going to
John's
ask.
not convinced.
John's not convinced, but can I ask John a question? And this is in relation to Thomas Pringle, and it's a curiosity. Do you think that Thomas Pringle's team may have spoken to Nuala Carr and Carol Gallagher's team to say, okay, you're a small party. Is there any chance that, we can make a voting arrangement? Has that
Yeah.
happened anywhere? Because I can't see that it has up until now.
It's possible it could, but I think we're more and more getting to the stage. I think it's a big ask now for people to get number one or whatever. I think the days to direct number twos, number threes, it's getting going very, very difficult. Maybe people before profit ideologically, I'll get that out eventually.
Ideologically.
They might have some similarities with Thomas, for an example. The Greens, I just don't know in relation to Thomas, but the expectation, certainly, I think that the expectation is there from Thomas's people that they need to win this by 400 to 600. So I think it'll tell us an awful lot.
This will tell us a lot, an awful lot, because Carol Gallagher and Nuala Carr have 1,638 between them. And if he secures a good lump of that vote collectively, he'll be safer.
Well, I was just looking at there's votes in there from Conlogue, for example. I don't have the exact figure, but I've seen them tallying in there. It's certainly well north of 100, 150. So that makes it more difficult. I was looking at Jordan has got a significant amount. So when you start dividing it up, somebody who was having a look at over there said Charles Ward's getting a significant amount out of. So we'll see in a few minutes, but I think it'll start telling us.
If you look at the map here nationally, John, 88 of the 174 seats have been filled. 23 Fianna Fáil, 22 Fine Gael, 21 Sinn Féin so far, and 5 Labour.
Yeah.
Are we looking closer and closer towards that sort of a government?
Well, I made a few phone calls. One of the reasons I went out was to ring some old contacts I have around the place to see what their thoughts were. I think there's still actually a thought amongst Fine Gael, some of the people involved in it, that the two main parties may have enough to go solo on this themselves without Labour, maybe with a few independents. The other interesting thing that came out, I deliberately rang 4 or 5 people to that would have been involved or are still involved in relation to the rotating Taoiseach. Now, I want to stress it was Fine Gael people I rang just to put my toe in the water and sort of. Now, each of them said in a different way, no, it's an absolute deal breaker if the Taoiseach doesn't rotate. The advice would be do not go in if you're going to be the minor party. And I just found that interesting. My reaction was different, and I was just asking these people, well, what do you want? How do you want to go with this? What do you think? And to a man and a woman, no. If there's not a rotating Taoiseach, don't go.
Can I say something here about, the Labour leader, Ivana Bacik? She says her priority is to build a platform on the left because they already have 5 seats. Like, is that political expediency beyond political expediency to the point of being cynical? Like, does she not look at the figures the same as us and realise that she's probably going to end up in government with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, but she's coming out with that crap at this stage just to appease the people that supported Labour?
Of course.
I mean, come on.
And like
she's
every
doing that,
other
it's terrible.
party that's joined the coalition over the years,
Yeah, they've all done it.
They will fight. Their conscience will get the better, and it'll be for the good of the country in the end.
Yeah, the good of the country in the end. And you wonder why people get skeptical, or about
that's what it's going to be. Like, I'm not staying testing the aspersion.
That's what's going to happen. You can write it down.
There'll be a battle with the conscience.
Battle of the conscience, and then after they've resolved that battle for the good of the country, they'll just get into government.
It's always the good of the country with the party.
Yeah, put the government first and the party second.
Yeah. Say the same thing about Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. We never thought we'd see the two of them in government together and getting on so well. And the way it has transpired in this election is unbelievable. It's historical.
Yeah. And, you raised a good point. Somebody said to me over there, if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael play their cards right, they can be in government here for many, many, many years. And it's true. Yeah, it is true. It's a fact. The electorate obviously are comfortable unless they do something to alienate the electorate, something
else.
It's,
But it'll be interesting now to see how the new government deals with the mic issue and sees if they actually reciprocate what the Donegal voters and what the Donegal, potential TDs and upcoming TDs will do. Will they fulfill their promises that they made to the electorate? Or will it just kind of fly away? I think if Charles Ward gets elected as the TD, I think the mic issue will be pushed forward. And I would say, I'd like to hope that in 2 years' time, we will see a complete 100% redress. But it's just...
I think there's an opportunity, and there always is, in a new government to do something early on for a couple of political reasons. They'd say, well, we've reflected on what happened at the election. Yeah, I think any senior government would want to put it away, put it to bed, because it's not something that's going to finish in 1, 2, 5 years. The problem with these houses is going to go on for, I don't know how many years. So I think to try and put this
it'd be a good time to bite the bullet now when we haven't gone into a global meltdown.
Well, I think if it's going to happen, it'll my feeling would be it'll have to happen in the first 6 months.
I mean, now there's never going to be a good time to spend that amount of money. However much it'll take, but how with 14 billion from Apple and with the economy on paper performing very, very well and no issues with Trump in terms of the corporation tax rate, etc., etc. Ideally, there's never going to be a better time to sort it out. You would imagine. There's never going to be a better time, and there never will be a perfect time. But now's the time.
No, but
will they do it? That's the thing.
2025, I think.
Whatever's what we're talking about.
Going to be done.
Brendan Byrne has returned, by the way, and we were just in the middle of that, and he's looking around, going, "What the hell are they talking about?" No, we were back to the defective concrete blocks. But come here to me, Brendan. I want to grab you while you're here. And Brendan is a former, not literally, Brendan is a former Fianna Fáil Donegal County Councillor and a former Fianna Fáil Director of Elections. You've been out and about around the Count Centre, right? What are your feelings now? Because they've altered, but I'm fascinated to hear what you think now.
Well, the first thing that I was trying to get is some information on what was the overall net gain in this count, which is a critical count for Thomas Pringle over Charlie McConnell. And the net gain is 222 votes. Charlie, I think, is getting around 134, and Thomas Pringle will be getting about 356, roughly. So it's a net gain of 222. And when you consider the margin between them is what, 2-4, 2-5, it's the first break of light of optimism that Thomas would have got, because he's been stagnating, because the vote is breaking evenly between himself and Charles Ward.
Surely, you were Thomas is talking to John there. Surely the difficulty is a net gain of 200 is at the very, very lower end of the scale, given the two people that went out. Like, they would be expecting, reasonably, I think they were expecting probably double that.
Yeah, I was doing a rough calculation when I was walking around to have a reasonable chance of clawing back, allowing for Jordan. They would have needed to have a net gain of 450 to 500.
Yeah, I would have thought that.
And then you're in the hunt. It's not there. It's around 222. But significantly,
Geraldine
Seo
O'Connor
Alianas
turning up.
Turry on Dehu, Jehu Kuntas, in ye chuid voti, nula car. Ní géad circus a hain vote a Bradley, Nicky, Finnegail, Moja, Zoghead, Quega, Umlon Voti, Keramila is a Hocktu. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fina Fall, Cade is a Huck Jig. Umlon, Jemila, Shockade, Noka Hocht. Jordan, Noel, Sinn Féin, Moja, Zoghead, Octu. Umlon, Cuig Mila is a 3 jeg. McConnell, Charlie, Fina Fall, Moja, Cade, Circus Dó. Umlán, 8 míle, Ceracéad, Seachtú. McConnell, Niall, Non-Party, Moja, Fiche sa ní. Umlán, 2,000, Céad, 85. McNulty, John, Fine Gael, Moja, Ceracha 3. Umlán, 3,000, 300, Ceracha ní. Pringle, Thomas, Non-Party, Moja, 300, Chuige Cahar. Umlán, 6,000, 100, Seachtú ní. Sweeney, Mary T, Aintú, Moja, Seachtú Cúig. Umlán, 2,000, 800, 83. Ward, Charles, 100% redress, Moja, 200, circus sa sé. Umlán, 7,000, 800, 68. Hopper Balúgi, Neamh in Aistrithe. Céad fiche sa hain. Umlán 257. Níor bhain aon iarrthóir an quóta amach sa cúntas seo. Cinnis nach bhfuil fuille vótaí le dailliú amach, chuirfí mé an iarrthóir a bhfuil an méid is lú vótaí aige Niall McConnell 2,185 vóta as an áireamh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 10th count, which consisted of the distribution of Nuala Carr's 931 votes and Carol Gallagher's 707 votes. Total of votes distributed 1,638 votes. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 250. Total votes 4,080. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 118. Total 10,798. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 280. Total votes 5,013. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 132. Total votes 8,470. McConnell Niall non-party plus 28. Total votes 2,185. McNulty John Fine Gael plus 43. Total 3,349. Pringle Thomas non-party plus 354. Total votes 6,179. Sweeney Mary T. Aintu plus 75. Total votes 2,883. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 236. Total votes 7,868. Non-transferable papers not affected 121. Total 257. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Niall McConnell, 2,185 votes. Thank you very much.
And that's Geraldine O'Connor there, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency. 91 seats filled now in the Dáil. Only 2 of those come here from County Donegal, and we're waiting to fill the other 3 in this constituency. And we're still waiting for Pat Cope Gallagher to get across the line. I want to cross over now for a bit of analysis to Brendan Byrne.
Jerome, this is the first count that Thomas Pringle has got an edge in terms of transfers. He has received 354 votes, which is a net gain of just over 222 votes over Charlie McConnell Logue. There is still 2,200 odd votes between them. He would have probably been hoping for a wider gap to develop there. If you were looking at it competitively, had Thomas got another 200 to 300 votes, then it would be significant. It's on the lower end of the bare minimum that would be required to stay competitive. But there is something else significant here, and that is the 280 votes that have gone from the combined elimination of Carr and Gallagher to Noel Jordan. Why I single him out is we're aware, as we know, Noel Jordan's elimination when it occurs is going to be very significant to the future of Thomas Pringle. And it would be realistic to assume, because Thomas Pringle got the lion's share of the initial transfer of these votes, that out of that 280 that is transferred into Noel Jordan, that there's a further potential there for him. So there's slight light of hope there for Thomas Pringle. It's notwithstanding the fact that Charlie McConnell Logue has a sizable lead over him, and Charlie McConnell Logue has sizable transfers coming from Nicky Bradley and John McNulty. So looking at it just objectively, there's a chink of light there for Thomas. He probably would have been wishing for wanting more. It's not there. So we have to deal with what's before us. And the other transfers are pretty much as you expect. So now progressing into Niall McConnell, the same ratio of breakdown that was favouring Thomas won't be in Niall McConnell's, because from a political philosophy point of view, they're diametric opposites. One's pro-immigration, the other's anti-immigration, along with a whole lot of other issues. So you'll find that unless there is something there that we haven't seen, that it'll revert back to normal. A sizable transfer is also for Charles Ward, 236, bringing him within 580, 590 votes of Charlie McConnell Logue. Possibly as we move on, that'll tighten. I'm not quite sure if Ward will overtake Charlie in the next count or 2. I would expect he will. I would expect there will be a very sizable transfer in Niall McConnell's votes towards redress, Charles Ward. And I'm also anticipating the same when it comes to Mary T. Sweeney's. And I think between the two of them, they will overtake Charlie McConnell, which then will leave what we've been anticipating for the last 5 hours, a straight race for the last seat between Charlie McConnell and Thomas Pringle, determined on the sequence of transfers between Jordan, Nicky Bradley, and John McNulty. And that's how I see it at this stage.
And when is Pat the Cope going to get across the line? We've been talking about this now, feels like hours. The quota, the all important quota to reach is 12,771. Pat the Cope's now on 10,798.
He's 1,973 votes short of the quota. And I suppose that all the candidates that have been eliminated to date have been favouring those in the mid of the constituency or northeast. Pat will have to wait until we get John McNulty and Noel Jordan. They're candidates in the Old Southwest. They'll favour Pat. They'll also favour Thomas. And depending on where the candidates got the rest of their votes, I would expect, like every transfer, there's a high degree of it being spread around geographically, but there is a core of it that'll vote within the government if it's Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil. In the case of Jordan, it'll gravitate towards the left and Republican side, with a little of it going to Pat the Cope, because some of Jordan's votes are original votes of Pierce Doherty, 1,000 of the papers, and that could be West Donegal, so that will favour Pat. Not alone that, in fairness, but there would have been votes in the general Inver Dunganelli area for Jordan secured a high portion of his vote that will gravitate back to Fianna Fáil if it was people that voted local as opposed to party.
We've had 10 counts now delivered by Geraldine O'Connor, the returning officer. 10 counts here, John Campbell, in the Aura Leisure Centre here in Letterkenny as part of this. Now, going after the 10th count, are we much the wiser than we were, say, 2 or 3 hours ago?
I don't know. The fog is starting to clear a little bit, but it's still very foggy.
Still foggy, yeah.
No, I think Brendan summed it up very well. I think what we've been talking about. Yeah, it's Thomas Pringle will take what he got, but I think he certainly would have been hoping for more. I think the next elimination now will be interesting, because I expect that Ward will benefit significantly from it. The gap between Charlie McConnell and Thomas Pringle is still 2,000 plus.
And don't forget, this is like Charles Ward. I know the issue, and it's a big issue. This first time running, but even so, and I know it's a special issue, it's a good vote to get, to have at this stage. 7,868 after the 10th count. Like, he definitely got support. Even with that theory, everyone will vote for everyone that wants 100% redress, and they want to vote for the people that will be in government. In theory, Sinn Féin, and then we'll give our. But even with that, he's done well.
Yeah, and in fairness to the guy, I know while there was some support in our area, there was a big chunk of the county where it was not an issue. I think on the Ocean FM debate, somebody said if you did 10 things, if there was 10 issues, it wouldn't feature in. I mean, we all know in this, for example, in the Donegal area, we can count nearly on one hand at the moment, the number of houses that were affected. Now, compare that to, say, Milford or the Buncrana area. So,
and God forgive us, but that's the way we are as human beings. If it's not really directly affecting us on our door, you can have all the empathy and sympathy in the world, but if it's not directly impacting you or your family,
you
know what I mean?
You look through some of the things. It's very interesting. Politics turns on earth some great things. It's like that there. If it's not affecting you, obviously it's not someone that people got worried about. But if you look in the TG Cahir opinion poll, and I thought sort of hilarious, everybody, United Ireland's a great idea. Everybody's 85% of people are in favour of it. Well, are you prepared to pay financially for the United Ireland? No, 67%. It's a great idea, but that's there in the poll now. I know it got lost in the ether. and he, but I think I found it kind of hilarious. Everybody wants it, but are you prepared to put your hand in your pocket to pay for it? No.
Again, back to the
two
human
out of every
nature.
three.
Human nature.
Human nature. Exactly.
So, India, what do you think now? We're still waiting for Pat the Cope to get across the line.
Waiting. Still
Are you running out
waiting.
of patience, sir?
Oh, not at all. Sure,
What do you think?
We can stay here till tomorrow. Sure, it's all good fun. I think I would say that it's becoming more and more clear now where the third and the fourth seat, but definitely the fifth seat is too close to call.
Yeah. So we think now. Hold on a second. We think that Charles Ward will take the fourth seat.
Yeah.
We do think that, right?
Yeah.
So now we've already filled two seats that haven't even been filled.
Mm-hmm.
So if they need any tips, we'll give them over. We filled two seats that haven't been filled, but we haven't filled the final seat, and we're saying it's too close to call between Thomas Pringle and outgoing Minister Charlie McConnell.
That's a correct assessment, and I was just doing some quick analysis of the last count, which was the count that most favoured Thomas Pringle. And if you look at the votes that were transferred to Nicky Bradley, Noel Jordan, Niall McConnell, who's now been eliminated, John McNulty, and Mary T. Sweeney, there's a further 700 votes there between those people that I just named that are originally Carl Gallagher and Nuala Carr votes that potentially have further votes there for Thomas Pringle. And this is what's called the hidden dimension to a transfer, because we would have tallied the twos or the next available vote going to the candidates, but we wouldn't have tallied the next vote beyond that. Now, some will be non-transferable, but the majority of them will still transfer beyond that. So if there is a glimmer of hope for Thomas, it's Noel Jordan plus these 700 odd votes that were contained in this last count that went to a combined Nicky Bradley, Noel Jordan, 280, Niall McConnell, 29, John McNulty, 43, and Mary T. Sweeney got 75. I single them out because we do know over the coming hours those candidates will be eliminated, and within their papers are these ballots that belong to Carr and Gallagher. And that is something that's there that's not factored into any permutation that we've done that may better benefit Thomas Pringle. And the reason I highlight that is because if this situation gets narrower, and I expect it to get very close, then it would be those votes that might have a significant bearing on the final outcome.
Yeah. What do you think? And Micheál, we haven't heard from you in a wee bit. And listen, we're all speculating at this stage, but now, in fairness, Brendan and John, they give very detailed analysis. But it looks like we're in agreement that it's really going to be, it could get exciting for the last seat. Well, it will get exciting for the last seat, won't it?
Absolutely. And it wouldn't be the first time. I think we were saying it earlier on as well, that Thomas Pringle will give us an exciting showdown. He's well regarded as the person who always retains a seat, despite the fact that during the count, you're convinced that he's going to lose it. So Thomas Pringle is one of these, and I've said it from this morning. He's one to definitely. It's difficult to discount him, and and we're in that situation once again with Thomas
And the
Pringle.
emotions, and we have to remember as well. There's a human element to this.
Absolutely.
Can you imagine the emotions if our projections are correct, and an outgoing minister loses his seat, or a TD, long-standing TD, loses his seat. Either way, it's not going to be nice for whoever loses out. It's a devastation.
It's an absolute devastation, and people sometimes forget the background to somebody running in politics. They've got a wife, they've got a husband, they've got a family, they've got neighbours, they've got people who supported them. They've got a mechanism of people there who come out and canvass for them. And it's not only them that's impacted, but it has repercussions all around them. And I think, when somebody loses their seat, we have to think about that. We really, really do have to.
Regardless of whether you're a minister and you'll get the pension and you'll. What? What? Tell us about that.
Charlie McConnell is 2 years younger than me, and he won't get his pension because it's under the new scheme of the Dáil pensions, and he'll not get it until he's 65. And I'm a long way off 65, and he's 2 years longer than me off 65.
So we'll get it at 65.
Yes.
Well, it's better to get it at 65 than not have it coming at all.
But I think some of that as well, just to take it out a bit further, and we've all been there and seen it. There's also usually with every TD now a number of staff that are there that work either in Dublin or work in their constituency office here, maybe one or two, and those people as well have a job on Friday, and by Monday they have no job. You know, there's another human side to that as well, and we've all seen it with those. There's maybe 1, 2 secretaries in Dublin.
Yeah,
Sometimes
it's
there
not
is not
just the
but
immediate person.
the constituency office here for a person, any TD, they're automatically out of work there. So there's a huge knock-on effect. There's a huge. It's amazing how many lives it affects a TD, an ETD losing his seat.
And there's also that you also it would take a while to get out of the mode of, my phone is always on. If somebody
Yeah.
asks me to do this, it would take a while to get out of that mode. You'd keep having to remind yourself, hang on a second, I'm not elected.
People always presume because these people are so well
Just
known.
start again.
And people always presume because these people are so well known and they're such a pivotal part of society, they don't imagine that this person is now jobless, that they don't have a position. And the attitude will be, well, that person will get a job anyway because they
Yeah,
know people.
that's right.
So that isn't always the case. It's a very competitive economy out there.
And it just shows now that, I mean, 20 years ago, you could have a career in politics. You could start young and retire in politics. But now, that the lifespan's 10 to 15 years if you're very, very lucky and very, very strong. Now, there's some cases of TDs that have been going strong for 20 years, but the likes of Marion Harkin, she's been a strong TD for decades. And
It looks like she might be okay now.
Oh, well, that's good.
Now, she might even get the third seat.
Yeah.
And not even have to struggle for the fourth. But look.
But it's still, I
So I
would
hope
say
you weren't quoting me anyway.
No, but I would say at the start.
We all
You might even get the third seat. You might even get the third seat. No, but it looks like the way things have
learning very
fallen.
rapidly not to quote you.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. I haven't been feeling well this last while. At my lunch break, I went down to Dr. Cardis, lovely fella, great doctor. And I says to him, I'm not feeling well. He says, what's wrong with you? I says, I feel like I'm living in the future. He says, when did this start? I said, next Thursday. Well, that's how I feel at the moment. Feel like I'm living in the future, waiting for the results.
It's Back to the Future.
Back to the future. But you're the only one so on.
I've also lost my seat.
Well, that's it. So I want to ask you, because I'm not fully familiar. I'm not au fait with your sort of political story. But what's the story there? You were elected from what year to what year?
I was a member of Donegal County Council from 2004 to 2014.
Right.
I would have contested 3 council elections, and anyone that knows the
So that
geographic
was 10 years. 10 years.
10 years
Just
in
to
the
be clear, I
council,
know
yeah.
it's obvious.
And so I was representing the Kilcar, Glencolmkill area, and the population base there is quite small, as you know, and it's always competitive to win a seat in there. I succeeded the late councillor James McBurty, who was a close family friend, and so I was elected to the council in 2004 by a margin of 17 votes.
Right.
And then in 2009, I got elected, I think, by a margin of 160 votes. And I lost in 2014 by a margin of 21 votes.
Wow. So small margins.
Yeah, James, who I replaced, won his seat on one famous occasion in 1985 by 3 votes. And it was 4 days of recounting before he could take the seat. And he also, prior to that in 1979, lost his seat by 5 votes. So it's really is an area where every vote counts.
And then did you just decide that's it now, I'm finished with it?
Well, I always made the commitment that I would seek elective office and I would stay there for as long as the people wanted me. But
Yeah.
I was not going to pursue it for the rest of my life. If I was voted out, I would thank the people for the honour they gave me on the number of occasions I was elected, and I would never, ever seek re-election.
And you never went near the Dáil or tried to get near the
I
Dáil?
worked in the Dáil with
No,
Patrick Hope.
yeah, but you know what I mean.
No,
You
I
never
had
went
no
for the
ambition.
election.
I had no ambition whatsoever, very strangely, to go any further in the council. I only felt I had a role to play in the council in local development. And for the 10 years that I was there was significant work done. I had the good fortune that it ran parallel with the Celtic Tiger, and there was infrastructure projects like road improvements and the regional water scheme in Cloncarglen, Conkill. So all that was done. And as I said, the one commitment I made to myself, the one promise I made to myself, I will stay for as long as the people want me. But if they vote me out once, I will never return.
Well, you sound very pragmatic when you say it like that, but was that the emotion when you didn't get re-elected? Like that's because we're trying to get an insight here into what it's like, and to your.
Well, funny, the morning of the count, I had a habit. I never went to my own count, not for the first hours of it anyway. And a friend of mine rang me and he says, "Your vote is down in Kilcar and it's down in Glencolmkill." And I said, well, if it's down anywhere, and particularly if it's down in two separate locations, then I'm not going to succeed. Because when you're in a geographical peninsula such as Glencolmkill, that whole Sligo-Leitrim peninsula, you just don't get transfers. If you don't get your own people to vote local, and we've seen that in the last election and in the previous election in 2014 when they simply didn't vote local, you're not going to get a representative in there. You can't expect people in Donegal town to vote for someone in Glencolmkill. They'll vote more local than that. So my initial reaction when I lost the seat was I felt disappointed that I let the area down. I was indifferent to it myself.
Wow.
I could live with it or without it. And I felt sorry that there were things I could have finished off in social housing and affordable housing, and in Killybegs. I had a number of projects in mind. We did the industrial road in Killybegs when I was there, and there were other things that I had in mind. But my week after the election, all my disappointments were that I let the people down. And then finally it realized, well, I may have let the people down, but the people let me down in the sense that they didn't
that's what I was thinking.
And then I said, that's it, c'est la vie.
Yeah.
And you it's very, very significant.
But not everyone would take it as well as you in the emotional sense.
My daughter, who was just over there a minute ago, who arrived to look at the vote, she's an interest in politics. When I was failed to win my seat in 2014, I had ill health with leukemia in 2011. So I fought that election in and out of hospital. And my daughter, who was only 5 at the time when I lost the seat. So for the number of weeks immediately after it, I was around the house constantly because I had no job. I was unemployed. Council was my only job. And my 5-year-old daughter said, Daddy, are you sick again? I said, no, I'm not. And I said, why, you ask? Well, you're always around the house. You're never around the house only when you're sick.
Yeah. Well, that's the innocence of youth. And well, you got over that health scare anyway.
Absolutely. And I'm going to live. I've only one ambition in life, apart from making you a very good presenter, which I'm working on.
Well, you're working on that. That's a work in progress.
My only other ambition is I want to live to I'm 90.
Yeah.
So I'm 51. I'm more than halfway there.
Oh, absolutely. And can I ask you as well? You did mention. Sorry, you pointed on it. I'm just interested about the. You said you worked with Patrick Hope.
Yes,
but was that as an advisor? Was it?
Yeah. After I lost my seat, as I said, I was unemployed, and then anyone that has a member of county council or something political on your agenda, it's not everyone that'll employ you afterwards. It's actually, some people say politics opens doors. It doesn't. It closes more doors because you're labelled with a political badge. So from June 2014 until February of 2016, I was unemployed. Just absolutely nothing. Pat got re-elected to the Dáil in February 2016, and he asked me to be his on his political staff. He was last Corla, and I was ever so thankful for it. I think he gave me a fabulous break in life that otherwise I may not know how I'd I suppose rejuvenate my own career. And I worked there for the next 4 years. And unfortunately, Pat lost his seat in 2020. I was unemployed for the second time in 5 years. And shortly thereafter, I applied for the job of chief executive of the Irish Fish Processors and Exporters Association. And after 3 rounds of interviews, I was very lucky that I got that. And I only ever made a second commitment in life, that I will remain in that job until I retire or die, whichever comes
Wow.
first.
That's some commitment to give to them. I'm sure they're delighted with it. So how long is that?
4 years ago.
But how long have they got left?
Well, one of those things is in the hands of the Lord. One of them is
No,
the
yeah.
decision of our good Lord, and the other decision is providing they do not change the pension laws. I have 14 years.
14 years.
But the good
So it's a
Lord
good
could blow the
stretch
whistle.
ahead.
The good Lord could blow the
No,
whistle.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. But sure, listen, and that points to that's what that's how we got onto that subject, because we were talking about the number of people it impacts. And you said you were unemployed twice in 5 years.
That's how cruel politics is.
It's how cruel politics is. And then if you look at, and you see it, it's not only locally or even nationally in Ireland, you see it in the European Parliament. Like you see it, the likes there, the Irish MEPs who went for the recent European elections and to get re-elected and didn't get re-elected, and so on. It's tough.
Very good game. And I always recall, I won't name the TD, but there was a TD that I knew quite well, and friend would have known the TD as well. And he actually was a minister at one stage, very, very briefly. He was a minister and he was the TD. But back in the day, there came a couple of elections very quickly, and he made a terrible mistake. He drew mortgages against his house to fight the elections. And the second time he did it, he lost the seat. This was in the 82 one. Now he ended up losing his house because obviously he was out of the doll. He'd taken a second mortgage on his house, and now he couldn't repay it. And it's generally known outside of politics. That actually happened to a very well known TD and former minister.
Can I just interject? And not often that I get a message, but I just got a lovely message here from Des O'Connor. And I know he's listening here, and he says, I'll certainly live to 90 all right. His father, Billy O'Connor, who's a native of the same area as myself, Teelan, Carrick, Glencolmkill, turned 100 on the 29th on Poland Day. So we're all going to wish Billy O'Connor, I hope Billy's listening,
Happy
100.
birthday, Billy. Happy birthday.
And he voted. I hope he voted the right way. But no, in fairness to Billy, he's a remarkable man. 100. In fairness, so too is Des. They're very good friends. So it's nice to get a message after making a personal statement.
Brilliant. Well done. Well done. And again, happy birthday. That's great. Listen, you're listening to Ocean FM. Jerome Hughes here with my panel of guests at the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. It's for General Election 2024, the Donegal constituency. So far, Pearse Doherty and Pádraig McLaughlin have been elected to Dáil Éireann as we approach 100 seats filled nationally. But here in Donegal, we still have 3 seats to fill. And Pat the Cope Galler is currently on 10,798 votes with a quota of 12,771. So he's very close to taking the 3rd seat for Fianna Fáil. And then it's all down to the last 2 seats when it gets very, very exciting. But for now, we're going to take a commercial break followed by the obituary notices. Anasatatu, Jerome Hughes here for Ocean FM on 105 FM live from the Ora Leisure Centre here in the heart of Letterkenny and in the heart of the Donegal constituency. It's a five-seater, and the number of people who went out and actually exercised their democratic right, 76,624. At least that was the valid poll. So there were 697 invalid votes. But the quota, and this is important because Pat the Cope Gallagher is creeping towards the third seat. The quota is 12,771, and Pat the Cope currently has 10,798 votes. And of course, Pearse Doherty and Padraig McLaughlin of Sinn Féin have already been elected. They've already taken the first two seats here in this five-seat constituency. But it just remains to be seen now who takes the last two, because we know that Pat the Cope is going to be successful in terms of taking the third seat, but it's all down to the last two seats. And the way we're looking at it at the moment is that the 100% Redress Party candidate, Charles Ward, he is likely, we think, he is likely to take the fourth seat here in the Donegal constituency. And then there's a massive battle, and this will be one of the big stories. One of the three, I'd say the three major stories here already, if you could say, because Pat the Cope Gallagher coming back in, if we're right about Charles Ward taking the fourth seat, that's a huge story as well. A brand new candidate from the 100% Redress Party. And then the third huge story, whichever way this goes, will be either Thomas Pringle losing his seat or the Minister Charlie McConnell losing his seat. So it'll be a battle for the last seat between those two. That's what we think. So three big stories from this constituency that certainly you couldn't say is predictable and certainly you could say is historic. By the way, we've had lots of people contacting us since 9 o'clock yesterday morning when we went on air. And the WhatsApp number is 083 3500 530. 083 3500 530. That's the WhatsApp number. You can text us. And you can find those details as well. If you go to our web pages and so on Ocean FM, you'll find all those details, I guess. But also, if you simply go to YouTube and type in Ocean FM, and you'll see the big outside broadcast unit that's the Sligo-Leitrim constituency Ocean FM has there. But if you go down a little bit, you'll see our setup here in the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. So you can find us that way and you can watch everything live. And I know that hundreds of people are actually watching us live at the moment. There's also a lot more information in relation to what we're doing here in Letterkenny on the Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page, and there's links there to the video and so on as well. And we're trying to update things as much as possible in terms of the results that are coming in. But it's all the picture I painted for you here in this constituency, I think is quite clear that it's going to be a very exciting night. How long it takes, we don't know. In Sligo-Leitrim, there's 18 candidates and they're competing for 4 seats. And again, it is very relevant to the people in South Donegal, at least a big part of South Donegal, because they live in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, and more specifically, stretching from Bundoran right up to Lahi. So I want to hear more about what's happening in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency now, and I'm crossing over to our journalist in the newsroom. I'm going to say hello once again to Ronan Flanagan.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Yeah, so Sligo-Leitrim is now into its 10th count of the evening. So since we last spoke, there has been one elimination, and that was of Paddy O'Rourke, the Fianna Fáil councillor who contested this year's election, running for Fianna Fáil. So Paddy's vote of 4,406 votes sees him eliminated from the count. Just to go through what's going on. So as you mentioned there's 4 seats up for grabs in the constituency. Currently at the moment, topping the poll is outgoing Fine Gael TD Frank Feehan. Well, first of all, actually make a note of the quota, which is 11,381. So Frank Feehan tops the poll at the moment with 10,216 votes. So he's edging ever closer to hitting that magic total. Martin Kenny, outgoing Sinn Féin TD, is in second position at the moment on 8,926. Michael Clark, then, of Independent Ireland, of course, he is a current councillor, but he might have to forgo that role for for now anyway, it looks like he might be elected to Dáil Éireann for the first ever time. He's on 7,297 votes, which is quite a remarkable turnaround for him. And then Marion Harkin has creeped into the fourth position there, picking up 6,791 votes. Now, Marion Harkin, we talked about her plenty of times already throughout her coverage over the weekend. She has really kind of just came from nowhere in the last while. You know, she was struggling for a long time. She nearly, I suppose,
And Ronan, she even almost conceded,
Yeah,
as you were, I think you were
yeah.
about to say. Like she says, you know, last night she was saying, "Oh, you know, it looks like we haven't done enough this time around," or words to that effect.
Yeah, she spoke to Niall Delaney on the coverage of the Sligo-Leitrim count, and she didn't give up hope entirely, but you could see in her that she was a bit worried.
Yeah.
But I think what really has propelled her into a position now where might think she might get a seat is the fact of Marie Cassidy, the Sligo councillor, independent candidate as well, was eliminated after the 8th count, so the count 9. On the 9th count, Marion Harkin picked up 1,103 votes from Marie Cassidy's vote. So that's really that's propelled her into the 4th position. And then like just behind her then in the 5th position on 6,647, we will see Chris McManus of Sinn Féin.
Wow.
And then
So he's not out of it either.
He's not out of it either. So it's really developing. And Eamon Scanlon as well, actually. This is going to be very important with Eamon Scanlon. He's on 6,333 votes. That's after the 9th count. But the fact that Paddy O'Rourke, a Fianna Fáil candidate, was eliminated just a few moments ago, that could really be key for the likes of Eamon Scanlon if he's to maybe even leapfrog Marion Harkin. We don't know what's going to happen.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's fascinating to watch that. It really is. And if Sinn Féin could pick up two seats in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, that would be a massive achievement. If Marion Harkin can hold on to the seat at this stage, that'd be a massive achievement after all the speculation. And even as you say yourself, she even indicated herself that she was not fully confident. So listen, we'll keep a close eye. That's Ronan Flanagan there. And just a quick look at the national picture. We're approaching 100 seats, 100 seats almost filled in Dáil Éireann out of the 174 seats. So the seats are filling up, but only two of those 95 seats that have been filled and in Dáil Éireann, only two of those come from County Donegal or from the Donegal constituency, and one more will be filled by Pat the Cope Gallagher before much longer. But, and here's the thing, we have been suggesting in the last hour or so, maybe a bit longer, that Charles Ward from the 100% Redress Party will be okay for the 4th seat. And then it'll be a battle between Thomas Pringle and Charlie McConalogue for the last seat. So listen, those, as I mentioned before the break, the 3 major stories already that we know are going to happen here, especially if Charles Ward gets that 4th seat. The big story will be Pat the Cope Gallagher getting back in, the Charles Ward story, first-time candidate, and then whatever way it goes, that battle between the incumbent or the outgoing TD, Thomas Pringle, and also a minister for agriculture, outgoing minister. One of those will lose their seats, according to what we're projecting here. So listen, a lot of big stories coming out of Donegal. But without any further ado, and thanks very much, Eamon, for being patient there.
You're very welcome.
Eamon Jackson was Director of Elections for the 100% Redress Party. And Eamon, just come a wee bit closer. So, Eamon, you were working very closely with Charles.
Indeed, yeah.
Across the constituency to try and get him elected. Before you get into all that, and I do want to get into all that, is it looking like he's going to take the 4th seat?
We would certainly hope so.
Right.
Tally people are pointing in that direction from other parties. We have no experience of tallying. We have no experience of running political campaigns. We are all homeowners. We're all affected homeowners with affected blocks. And to think that we've been forced to be put into this position to put ourselves forward on both a county campaign and a national campaign within the political spectrum is just crazy. back in June, we decided to try out for the county council elections and put ourselves forward. But we put 6 candidates through. 4 of them were successful. And we now have 4 councillors within Donegal County Council. And right now, if we were to get our own TD, this would just be an incredible experience. This takes this whole campaign for defective blocks to another level. I was one of the founding members of the Mike Action Group 11 years ago. And to think that we've been 11 years campaigning, trying to get government to work with us, working with successive governments, being handed 2 schemes, 2 failed schemes, which did not work, has been torturous, to say the least, especially for the tens of thousands of homeowners that are sitting in Donegal right now, and not only in Donegal, but in 15 other counties across the country with defective homes. The flaws with those schemes are just arduous to any family. We're in the mouth of Christmas. To try and heat your home during this time is costing a fortune. There's a cost of living crisis out there, but it's
Oil
even
is
worse.
already expensive, and
It
electricity,
is
and
incredible.
every sort of home heating system is very expensive at the moment. The traditional ones. So it's
Exactly.
But listen, I was speaking to Charles Ward yesterday at length, and you could tell his bona fides is genuine. You know, he was emotional and he was sincere, and and you could tell how important this whole thing means for him. And I was making the point yesterday, you know, when I do my vote down in South Donegal, I'm kind of going through the motions, but for a lot of people up here, it's almost kind of like a matter of life and death. They're like using their vote and with so much hope, despair going on, but hope that things will change. What happened though, just looking at it a little bit clinically for a second, what happened with the vote? Can you explain that for us in terms of, were a lot of people voting for Sinn Féin because Sinn Féin was promising 100% redress and they were hoping that Sinn Féin could get into government and that they would deliver that, and then maybe giving Charles number 2 or number 3, you know, after the 2 Sinn Féin candidates? What was happening there? Can you give me an insight into that?
Within the campaign, there's 4 different branches of the campaign within Donegal, and one of the branches decided that the best route to get answers here was through Sinn Féin, because we've tried the Fine Gael route, we've tried the Fianna Fáil route, and the only option left would be to come out with a third scheme, which was promised at 100%. But are Sinn Féin going to get into government? Our hope is that Sinn Féin do get into government. Somebody will turn around and speak to them. Sinn Féin get into government and they
I know,
come
but
through in their promises.
what I mean is the vote, like the votes have been cast now, but I'm on about ordinary punters or supporters of your campaign. Do you think they might have, or people directly impacted? Do you think they might have says, right, we'll give Sinn Féin the vote and then give Charles the number 2 after, say, Pierce, or if they voted for, or the number 3 after the 2 for Sinn Féin, in the hopes Sinn Féin would get into government?
Yeah,
I think that's what happened.
That's what happened with a lot of votes, especially within Northern Donegal.
But which kind of makes sense. And I said it to Charles, if I was in the situation, the desperate situation, and the house was crumbling around me, that's probably what I would do.
Yeah.
I would go 1, 2, 3, 3 to Charles. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly, because ultimately what you're looking at is somebody who's made us a promise of 100% redress, not a penny out of your pocket, full end-to-end system. I would love to have an end-to-end.
But it doesn't look like Sinn Féin can do it now. I mean, it's even looking more likely that Fianna Fáil are pulling way ahead, and you know, Micheál Martin will be able to have the role of Taoiseach without any rotation or anything like that. Go in with Fine Gael, go in with Labour, and there doesn't seem to be a pathway to power to government for Sinn Féin.
Exactly, and that's what we seen at the start of this campaign, because promises were made. These are seasoned politicians that made promises. Some people believed them and went forward and pushed this whole idea, where in essence, we knew as a party that the only route to have a proper voice within our Dáil was to have our own affected homeowner on the floor of the Dáil who would be sitting there every day looking at them, probably even wearing a coat like I'm wearing right now, and having 100% redress stuck in the face of every single Dáil member. Because that is the only way that this campaign can move forward, be it Sinn Féin or Thomas Pringle. You know, they do great jobs out there, but I think they've only put in one question every now and again with regard to effective blocks. But the majority of the questions coming from Charles will be the affected box. He has other issues with healthcare and education and keeping youth within Donegal and promoting our Irish language. But the priority is for defective homeowners. We have got the defective homeowner voter. We're going to honour that and we're going to represent them because we are affected homeowners. And that's the platform that we've ran on.
It can be particularly common, I think, in new organizations that haven't had years of experience of, having a whip and so on, that there can be disunity because people have different priorities. It's kind of disorganized. There isn't the experience there and so on. You mentioned that you have 4 seats on Donegal County Council occupied now. I think there's 37 seats, but you have 4 of them, which is very significant to go and get those seats. And now you're hoping that there'll be a TD. But was there complete unity within the movement? Let's call it a movement in the sense of, well, I presume there was 100%. I presume there was complete unity within the 100% redress party, or maybe not. I don't know. But like in the terms of the movement to try and get this thing solved, is there 100% unity?
Well, 2 sides to that question. I'll address the party one first, and certainly the party is like a family, and families have their quabbles. And, we didn't have the experience. We looked at, are we going for 1 candidate, 2 candidates? We had that debate for a long, long time. And there was a numbers question as well as a publicity question. Who is the most popular person to be putting forward? And in essence, the numbers weren't there for us to run to. And certainly you can see from today, had we run to, we would have been in dire straits. So as such, we made the right decision within the party. The family not only stuck together, but certainly everybody involved in the party put their shoulder to the wheel and got Charles Ward the kind of vote that he got there. I mean, 6,800 votes within Donegal is nothing to be sneezed at.
That's what I was saying earlier on.
It's
a
an
very
incredible
impressive
result.
For the first time candidate,
And, with regards the campaign itself, people have their own way of doing things. There's different committees we're looking at, and those different committees have different ways of going about things. We decided as a party, this is what we're doing, and we're going to motor forward with this. Had we have stood back, imagine we would have still had this promise sitting there of 100% end to end, but nobody bringing that through unless they were to get into government.
Yeah.
But now we had the chance, and we were telling people at Donegal all the way along, we need a voice on the floor of the Dáil, and Charles Ward, hopefully, will get that 4th seat and be that voice within
And
the
it
Dáil.
could have been an easy mistake to make, to put all your eggs in the Sinn Féin basket.
Exactly.
It would have been an easy mistake to make. And if Charles does get elected and Sinn Féin aren't in government, then you made the right choice.
Absolutely.
But it was a tough call. It was a tough call to make. But I mean, it had to be done. And
yeah, we looked at the numbers and we said, well, we have to get behind that one person and make this work. And the team that we put together was a highly professional team of people. We met regularly. We were in touch with each other all the time with whatever way that we could be. And we were on top of issues as soon as we got them and moved things forward. We tried to be as professional as we could within the space that we had, which was Donegal. And let me tell you, Donegal is huge when you have got to travel the length and breadth of it.
And of course, Micheál Martin will be the target now for a target for a lot of questions and all sorts of criticism or whatever else. Because listen, it looks like he's, well, certainly within his own party and all that, he'll be a hero. I mean, bringing the party from a situation where it was in ruins and staying with the party and bring it up to, and for an independent observer, you would have to say it's extremely impressive. And what a legacy, if he's going to be as successful as we think. In fact, I heard Ivan Yates predict that Fianna Fáil were going to do what they're doing, what they seem to be doing. And so, but the point about it is, he didn't even come up here. Micheál Martin didn't come up here during the general election campaign or Sligo-Leitrim. So that's a long distance from being near here. What are your party? What are their feelings, the members, in relation to the prospect of this powerful sort of government, the power of Fianna Fáil in the new government, potentially led by Micheál Martin?
Well, the government to date has been a strange one, I must say. It is certainly not the politics that I would have grown up with, because there was 2 sides of the table, which was your blue and your green. And certainly looking at Donegal, when I arrived in Donegal, first of all, there was 2 questions I was asked. One of which was, which religion are you in? The second one was, well, are you Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil? So, there's a lot of big shoulders to stand on. And certainly within the party itself, the bulk of us, we're all supporters of either Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, but we have a common background right now. And that common background has brought us together. And, those leaders of the political parties, it's great to see parties getting stronger, because I think the coalitions are just not working the way that they used to be. I know in the future now you'll probably find more and more small parties coming forward. But as such, I think there needs to be a background behind it all, because rainbow governments in the past never lasted very long.
And a man you worked very closely with as a director of elections for the 100% Redress Party, Eamon, would have been Charles Ward, the candidate, and he's
Indeed.
with us now. And Charles, we've been saying now, I think for a couple of hours, is it, John, that it looks likely you could be taking the 4th seat?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. Again, until it's confirmed, I will never accept it until I can see it. Look, yesterday we were dead and buried at 9:30 and all the way to 5 o'clock hearing the same thing, but I knew that would be transfer friendly. We had to go a different strategic route to garner votes and transfers, and we've done that, and here we are. And
I was saying to Eamon there, it would have been the easiest thing in the world, perhaps, to put all your eggs in in terms of a movement, to put all your eggs in the Sinn Féin basket when they're promising 100% redress, and put all your efforts into that. And then, if it transpired the way it does now, it would be like the status quo, and you wouldn't have a TD if you didn't run one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, also running one candidate was obviously a good idea. So, actually, he's have played the game very well.
Yeah. Look,
it seems like, anyway.
We've planned this out, and last year at the local elections, we got 4 elected, and I narrowly missed out myself. Eamon ran also, and he narrowly missed out. So we've been constantly planning. We could see strategically where we had to go and what we had to do. Now, the Inishowen vote not coming out, and we got 2,000 votes up there, which we were grateful for. But there is other areas that are affected, and it's not just up in Inishowen, it's spread throughout Donegal, and these people are waking up to this as we speak.
And in the Dáil, the first thing will be is to raise the campaign. I mean, listen, people will fully understand. I'll use the phrase, I don't mean it anyway flippantly or insulting, but people will fully understand if you're a one-trick pony in terms of this is the issue that you'll be raising. But you would be a TD for the constituency as well. So there'll be other. Would there be other issues? You know what I mean? Would you have time for other issues?
Yeah. Look.
I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, of course it's a fair question. Look, I work in healthcare. I work in dementia care. I know what's going on in Sligo Hospital. I know what's going on in Letterkenny Hospital. I know that these services, what needs updating, and people are in constant contact with me. My wife's a teacher and works in special needs, and yeah, we're all rounders, and the most important thing, we're ordinary people who will have a voice in the Dáil, hopefully. And now, it's very rare that you get someone who can be a healthcare worker less than 20 days ago and be here now, possibly going to be elected to the Dáil. I say to anybody out there who's listening, this could be you. And, get proactive. January, Eamon and the guys came for me and asked me to join. I did join. I'm an ordinary person. That's it. Nothing special. I just do have a passion to help people and help this absolute humanitarian crisis that we currently have.
Can you give us a bit of more of an insight? Because we've been analysing it since 9 o'clock yesterday morning, the whole thing. But can you, because you're obviously focused specifically on your own votes, etc., can you give us a better analysis or an insight into the path that you've taken to get to the stage where you might take the 4th seat?
Yeah, okay. So strategically, we would be probably one of the most
transfer friendly parties. Now, it's a cause. Donegal will get behind the cause like us. Now, not to the level that you would think, but they would get behind it. But where you have to go different routes, where we're up in the Inishone campaigning, but also in the Finn Valley. And you would have heard Frank McBarty, who's quite prominent in the Finn Valley and is a defective homeowner himself. And, you know, I have a very good working relationship with Frank. I got on. Frank's a fantastic campaigner, and we always work well together. And I think having that uh, experience in these areas behind you, you know, you can go into these areas and campaign in these areas with a bit of confidence, knowing that you're going to engage with people, but they're going to come out and support you. And I was pretty confident in the Finn Valley we get it. And in Letterkenny, especially in around Solomon's, very top of Letterkenny, the most affected area in Letterkenny, I knew we'd get it. They'd come out. And then in Inishowen, and especially with Ali Farn and Joy pushing, you know, we knew that we would get a certain amount of votes and then the rest would come through transfers. So, you know, it was just, yesterday was about not listening to the noise earlier on and just being calm, remaining calm. And then I could see the path. Now, I planned this out. Eamon was with me. We've done this. And yeah, it's working. It's working.
Yeah, and you know, you could be a TD in Donegal with the likes of Charlie McConnell or whatever else. With Micheál Martin, and we were saying it yesterday, and myself and Eamon were chatting about it. He didn't even come to the constituency before on the run up to the general election or Sligo-Leitrim. And like, how confident are you that, given that all the pressure you have applied on the likes of Charlie McConnell, on the likes of, you know, Fianna Fáil, and like, how confident are you that you can get your message heard by the powers that be? I mean, you'll be in power as well, but the powers that be, meaning the government.
They've got one choice now. They have to listen to us because I'm going to be on the floor of the Dáil. They're going to see that somebody who's affected, 100% redress badge on them, is affected, and they're in the Dáil elected by the people of Donegal because they didn't do their job. We need fair treatment, the same as what happened in Leinster. We're not getting it.
John, do you want to chip in there just on this particular subject? Oh, John Campbell.
Sorry, I'm just. Well, I think obviously, I think it's clear that the fourth seat is, you're going to get the fourth seat, and the last seat is going to end up between Charlie McConnell and Thomas Pringle. Probably still pretty close to get. No, I think your campaign was a very impressive because, on one hand, it affected most of the county, but the other side of the coin on that, it's a massive county to cover. And you had sways like the area I live in South Donegal, where as of yet it's not a major issue. But the interesting thing that I found as I watched the results coming in, you were transfer friendly. So even though you weren't necessarily, say, getting one in some parts of the South, there was a sympathy of, maybe that's a wrong word, but there was a goodwill towards you.
Okay, sorry to interrupt there. Geraldine O'Connor, returning officer for Donegal constituency.
An Tara, an Tain Contas Jeg, Inia Chuid Voti, Niall McConnell, Gavile, Cade, Octo Cuig Vota, Achtalju. Bradley, Nicky, Fine Gael, Moja, Quega Cahar. Umlon, Keramila, Cade, Tricha Cahar. Gallagher, Pat the Cope, Fianna Fáil, Moja, Cade, Fiha Cahar. Umlon, Jamila, Niged, Fiha Sado. Jordan, Noel, Sinn Féin, Moja, Cade, Carricado. Umlon, Cuig Mila, Cade, Cuiga Cuig. McConnell, Charlie, Fianna Fáil, Moja, Shaska Hain. Umlon, Oxmila, Cuig Thrercas a Hain. McNulty, John, Fine Gael, Moja, tríocha. Umlán 3,379. Pringle Thomas Non-Party Mója 278. Umlán 6,457. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu Mója 493. Umlán 3,376. Ward Charles 100% redress Mója 598. Umlán 8,466. Hopper Waloji Now in Ashtraha Chericade agus a cuig. Umlán 672. Níor bhain aon iarrthóir an cóta amach sa chuntas seo. Cenas nach bhfuil fillne vótaí le dáliú, cuirí mé an tíorthóir a bhfuil an méidir slú vótaí eici, Mary T. Sweeney, 3,366 go leis céil 76 vóta as an áireamh. Sé sin Mary T. Sweeney, 3,366 vóta as an áireamh. The following is the result of the 11th count, which consisted of the distribution of Niall McConnell's 2,185 votes. Total of votes distributed, 2,185. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 54. Total 4,134. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 124. Total votes 10,922. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 142. Total votes 5,155. McConnell Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 61. Total votes 8,531. McNulty John Fine Gael plus 30. Total votes 3,379. Pringle Thomas Non-Party plus 278. Total votes 6,457. Sweeney Mary T. Ainthu plus 493. Total votes 3,376. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 598. Total votes 8,466. Non-transferable papers not effective 405. Total 662. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. Mary T. Sweeney, 3,376 votes. Thank you. Gur Mahavi.
That's Geraldine O'Connor there, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency, live here from the Ora Centre in Letterkenny for election 2024. For a bit of analysis on that latest count, let's speak again to Brendan Byrne.
Thanks, Jerome. Well, that concluded the count of the votes of Niall O'Connell. And in line with the count previous to that, Thomas Pringle has got a vote bonus there of 217 votes over Charlie McConnell-Logue. This is very much a race now between Charlie McConnell-Logue and Thomas Pringle. And as we go into this count, which will see Mary T. Sweeney's votes of 3,376 be eliminated, we need to look at the state of play. Charlie McConnell-Logue is 2,074 votes ahead of Thomas Pringle. you have 3,376 votes of Mary T. Sweeney to be eliminated. And afterwards, you'll have a combined vote. There'll be two eliminations, Nicky Bradley and John McNulty, of about 7,500 Fine Gael votes. Now, they're not all original Fine Gael votes. A number of votes would have transferred in there, but at the point of elimination, there'll be 7,500 Fine Gael votes to be eliminated. And then on the other side of that same argument, there is 5,155 votes that are in Noel Jordan's bundle, who is Sinn Féin, which we're all anticipating will gravitate more favourably towards Thomas Pringle. So the key outtakes here are Charlie McConnell is still 2,074 votes ahead of Thomas Pringle. The gap has narrowed over the last two counts by about 400 votes, net gain to Thomas. But in the positive side towards Charlie McConnell, he has, shortly after the count of Mary T. Sweeney, he will be accessing two eliminations of the Fine Gael candidates that have combined votes of 7,500. And based on precedent, that's going to very much favour Charlie through the Nicky Bradley votes. She's going to be eliminated in around 4,200 votes. And also John McNulty with 3,379 votes. So this is going to get very tight. The next count will see Redress overtake Charlie McConnell. They will go into fourth place, and that's where they'll stay. They'll take the fourth seat. And as we said a number of hours ago, this is going to drill down to a straight head-to-head battle between Charlie McConnell and Thomas Pringle. We said that was the way it was going to go because from count 3, indeed from count 2, all the way straight to count 10, the trend of the redress candidate getting equal amount or more transfers than Thomas Pringle meant that Thomas couldn't hold on to the fourth position. And now he's going to have to fight it out with Charlie McConnell for the last. It's going to be a close encounter.
Minister Catherine Martin has become the latest Green Party TD to lose her seat. 97 of the 174 Dáil seats nationally have now been filled, two of those from County Donegal. And obviously, John, no doubt you would agree with everything Brendan just said in relation to here, the Donegal constituency.
Yeah, I think it's, as we sort of had predicted, it's becoming clear. Charles Ward is moving very well. We said a way back earlier on today, he was transfer friendly. He is, and obviously he's just going to push on now and take the fourth seat. The final seat then between Thomas Pringle and Charlie McConnell is getting tighter by the hour. There's 2,000 votes of a difference there. And I think a very crude way of looking at it, we'll see when Mary goes out now, but a very crude way of looking at this is that if John McAnulty and Nicky Bradley cancel each other out, for want of a better word, in their transfers to the old constituencies. And I think instead of that, there's other subplots because the COPE is going to get a very good transfer, I think, for John McNulty. Charlie is going to get a very good transfer from Nicky Bradley. So it'll come down to then you have Noel Jordan there as well. It's the last seat is still too close to call, but Thomas has clawed back a bit, in fairness. Now, has he done enough? Only time will tell. There's an awful lot of votes out there. But I think we're clear now, probably on 4 seats, we would agree on that. The first 4 seats are gone. And really now we're just trying to work out between Charlie and Thomas Pringle. And that's the business end of it now.
Will Pat the Cope get over the line now at this next count?
And he's not going to get over the line in the next count, but when he does get elected or when he exceeds the quota, is going to have a very significant bearing on the outcome.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not going to exceed the quota with Mary T's votes. He's not, as I think, going to exceed the quota either with John McNulty's votes. If he does exceed the quota with Nicky Bradley's votes, as opposed to Noel Jordan, but if he does exceed the quota with Nicky Bradley's votes, it's going to have a significant bearing because there'll be more of Noel Jordan's votes then available for Thomas Pringle, and that's going to have consequences for Charlie McConnell. So, wearing my former director of elections hat and looking at it strategically from a Fianna Fáil perspective, it would be better for the party if Pat the Cope would remain in the race and hoover up some of those votes in order to keep them off Thomas Pringle. That's strictly looking at it politically. That's the political analysis of that. So, depending upon now when Pat the Cope does exceed the quota, and I anticipate that he will, is going to have a consequence on his running mate.
Yeah, I think that's what you're saying is very fair there. I think it's something that we had talked about, things that are always hidden away in the count. And the sequence of somebody being elected are eliminations indeed, but in this case, the sequence of somebody exceeding the quota is going to have a knock-on effect for the last two people, Charlie and Thomas. But what we know for certain at this particular point, there's going to be a TD as a casualty in Donegal Southwest. It's going to be one of the sitting TDs. So for the first time in many, many years, you will have Donegal not returning to sitting TDs, i.e. Joe McHugh and Thomas Pringle and or Charlie McConnell. And that has been very unusual here over the years. Normally, when TDs were elected in Donegal, they may have been the odd one losing the seat here and there, but two going out at the same time was a rare occurrence.
Well, I
indeed.
think even nationally, the statistic is 80% that retain their seats. 80%. So there's 20% or for whatever reason. But no, I think it's 80%.
I think
this man would know roughly. Anyway.
It's usually 80%, but it's a percentage that's diminishing because there is more and more change. And then I suppose the 2011 election distorted all the statistics anyway because it was a wipeout of Fianna Fáil. And then I suppose this election isn't comparable to any other because half the Fine Gael party retired before the election came, which is very unusual too.
Yeah. What do you think in terms of what we're seeing now, Micheál? We have a clear picture, you could argue, with the fourth seat anyway.
We have a clear picture with the fourth seat. Yeah, Charles Ward looks like he will take that. And then we're going to have and as John said, it's a sad night when you're thinking about either Thomas Pringle or Charlie McConnell losing a seat. And we were talking earlier on about the implications of it. And it's just a horrible place to be at the start of the night when you know that is going to be the case. And you can't help but feel sorry for either of these candidates that will walk out the doors tonight without being a TD or without indeed being a minister,
And Indy, in terms of that fourth seat, it shows you the power of a single issue, depending on the issue. If it's a big enough issue, it shows you the power. It can change the political landscape in a county or in a constituency, and it can create history. I mean, forevermore in the annals of history, when we're all long gone, they'll be saying, oh, the 2024 general election, and there was the Micah candidate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I think at the beginning of this election, nobody would have said that Charles Ward would take a seat, let alone take a seat leave two sitting TDs to fight for the last seat. That was not anticipated whatsoever. And I think it just shows you that although the polls may be saying one thing, until it gets down to the nitty-gritty, until we get down to the tallying, until the concrete figures are coming through, you cannot judge the election.
Yeah. And, it'll be a tough night. You can imagine what's happening now, India, behind the scenes in the camps of Thomas Pringle and
I'd say there's a lot
Minister Charlie McConnell. You can imagine what's happening behind the scenes.
I'd say there's a lot of number crunching and wheeling and dealing, but do you know what? It's such a hard place to be in, and not only for the TDs but for their kids. Like obviously in the 2024 local election, I was my dad's director of elections, and it's such a hard place to be in when you know that you're not going to take a seat, and it's you nearly feel that you could have done so much more.
Yeah.
But you know that you know what, at the end of the day, it's politics. But to lose an election is such a difficult thing to have.
Yeah. And come here, go on ahead, John.
No, I'm just saying from the it's a strange thing about election. It's so public and personal in the same breath. It's like it's, people say, well, you get over it. But for the candidates, any candidate I've seen with it, it's public. And I think a lot of people don't realize that there is nothing anything else I can ever imagine where something that's hitting a candidate with his family so personally is done so publicly. It's like a public execution.
Yeah.
It's horrible actually at that point.
If you think about it, like during an election campaign, it's your whole life. It's 7 days a week, 300, 24/7, and it's always on the forefront, especially if your whole family's involved with the campaign with you. And to come to the end of it, to work so hard, and then to say, no, we were close, but we didn't get it. It's such a big achievement, and the candidates can hold their heads high and say that they ran fantastic campaigns, but it's just so unfortunate that one of them's going to be walking out of here disappointed.
And Brendan, go ahead, Micheál.
And another thing that rings true to me as well from the council, from the elections, is you've been here for the highs, like you've been here for Piers Doherty and, Paddy McLaughlin raised on high while they all sang Odo Shidabahawala. But at the same time, I remember Enda Boner, I remember Seamus O'Donnell, I remember Mary Coughlin, Cecilia Keaveney. The losses and the wins run together, always run together. You'll always retain both,
Brendan, you know how India mentioned there about when I said behind the scenes, and she says that camps will be crunching the numbers. How will they be doing? Do you think they're doing that anyway, even though it might be a pointless exercise? What happens in that situation?
Well,
can they crunch the numbers?
Well, of course, you'll always try to look at permutations of how you can get around it or how you can see a way out of it. But I was just listening to you when you were all talking. In my short career, when I was a director of elections for the party, I had to, on two separate occasions, ring a candidate that were sitting TDs and say, I'm sorry, it's not your day. And I remember in 2011, ringing Mary Coughlin. I did it very early in the morning, and I think it was 10 to 10. And I says, Mary, this is the morning account I would like to call out. And she says, well, if you are, I know what you are going to tell me.
And you had crunched the numbers?
Yeah. I knew within, I think we started with the Baldoran Ballyshannon boxes. And this was a lady who had given 24 years of her life, her entire youth was given to politics in Donegal. And it was in the Previsi, and we were probably on the 14th box, which was meaning that time it was a 3-seater. So I think we were just opening the Ballantrae boxes. And I said, I'm going to make the call because once the numbers were starting to go on the radio, it would be self-obvious. And I wanted to tell her. So I said, where are you? Just coming in from a walk with the dog. I says, I'm calling out. And she says, well, if you are, I know. And that was how it was done. But I did call out.
And
what can you do? It was clear that it just wasn't our day, and that the
but you don't want to
24 years of
reveal.
You
don't want to lose any confidence. You don't want to reveal any private.
Well, no,
was it emotional when you got there?
It is for everyone, because when you're in politics, there is, as Micheál said, there's an adrenaline rush, there's highs, there's lows, but you're always committed to continuing, and you're always committed to trying to do better and trying to sort out more. And it's a very instant thing. You're elected and you're in office and you have duty and responsibility. And at a stroke of a pen or a pencil multiple times over in different booths, it comes to an end.
Can I ask you a question again now, Brendan, just in relation to a question I put to earlier on to John, okay? And this is in relation to the potential formation of the new government. So there's 97 seats filled now in Dáil Éireann out of 174, and Fianna Fáil have 25 at this stage, and Sinn Féin and Fine Gael have 24 each, and the Labour Party has 6. Now, Ivana Bacek, the leader of the Labour Party, earlier on, you know, and now since then they've gained another seat, so they have 6 seats, which is not certainly not inconsiderate. No,
well, significant.
It's insignificant as well. It's certainly not insignificant. But she says the priority is to form a left is to align with a left-leaning parties. That's what she says. In terms of in terms of joining government, her priority is to go with left-leaning. Now, that's not how that's going to go. Is it?
Not a hope.
So is she being? And I use the same words. Is it political expediency stretching to, you know?
There was a commentary given.
Cynical.
There's a commentary given after a Donegal match in 1983, and it was a headline in the Democrat. It's bordering on the ridiculous.
Yeah.
And Batchick's comment is bordering on the ridiculous.
She knows she's going to go into power with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, doesn't she?
Yes,
but she must know.
Sometimes,
is that not an insult to the people? Is that not just an insult to all of us?
Sometimes the old politicians, they revert to playing hard to get. And that's what she's at. And the other thing is, I suppose, she's self-conscious that she just can't run in with her arms open wide. I'm here, let's be having a government. So she's going to have to play footsie with Social Democrats. She'll probably offer them, come with us. The two of us will go in, hoping that they won't, of course. But there'll be a lot of there'll be a lot of semantics and pedantics. That's all politics. That's what it is.
And it's all politics, but the people that voted for Labour, you know, they didn't vote for Labour thinking Labour was going to walk straight into government with Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin and Fine Gael, and that is exactly what's going to happen.
But Jerome, you're missing the point. It's all numbers. It's like you being in Sligo-Leitrim constituency. It's all numbers. When you get to this end of the political spectrum, there's no emotion. It's all numbers.
Is it all about power?
It can be all about power. It will result in power. Don't get me wrong, but a formation of a government, it's all about numbers. Policy is in there too. Policy is in there too, but numbers are primary.
Yeah, and in fairness, look, if you were the Labour Party, you'd probably do the same. Of course you would.
It's
and what ministry did we say she'll get? We talked about that earlier. We don't know.
I thought she would get it. I know, certainly not. I think she would go into some spending department, public enterprise, which would be an idea.
Listen, if you were in our position, you'd do the same thing. You would, because you can justify it in many ways. We're getting into power. And they'll agree. They'll be part of the program for governments. They'll have agreement.
I think what the interesting thing is. I think that the interesting thing, it's sort of a meeting ritual, so it is.
We're just hearing the potential for a recount. It wouldn't be like Mary T to call a recount. But
I'm wondering, is she calling for a recount or re-examination of her papers to see can she claw back the 3 votes in order to put John McNulty out ahead of her? There's only 3 votes between them.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't think she has grounds to call a full recount, although our returning officer is there in an animated state.
An animated state? Where is she? I've never seen her animated.
She's now standing. That's how animated she is.
But going back to what you say, like myself and Brendan have talked about, we think somebody in Ivana Bacik's situation there, and those, they're always going to have a crisis, a discussion with their conscience, which the conscience is going to lose every time. Look at
the examination. What's going on?
What's gone? There's a re-examination. She doesn't have to announce that, no?
She'll have to make her way to the stage. But they're now moving Pierce Doherty's papers to the central tables.
There's a lot of activity going on over there, folks. It's all happening here in the Aura Centre in Letterkenny, the Aura Leisure Centre, which is the focal point for this very
I just wanted to be noted, we went downhill once we started talking about the Labour coalition element, and all hell broke loose here.
Oh, God.
But sure, look, there's plenty of activity going over there. And there, we've lost one of our pundits. Eamon's away.
I'm away.
What? Everyone's away. Brendan's away. Who's Eamon?
See, and I'm away.
We're just going to have a look now because I think the returning officer is about to make her way to the podium just to announce that I think it's a recheck of the papers.
Yeah.
And Oh, thank God we've got Brendan back. Did you hear anything?
I did. It's not. They've moved her papers for distribution. I don't think there's a re-examination going on. It's the Sweeney papers that have been moved down.
So we got all excited just because they moved the papers.
Yeah. And someone gave us
Who's overreacted? See, this is the thing now. We got a note in, you see. This is how trouble starts.
I don't want to publicly state it,
India
but
Kennedy passed it around.
I don't want to go on the record, but you know me, I have to go on the record. That note was sent down by Greg Hughes to Jerome Hughes to send him a dud steer, and you fell for it.
Could be true.
Minister.
That could be true. And by the way, if you have any comments or questions for our panel, 083 3500 530. You can directly WhatsApp us, 083 3500 530. And make sure if you're at home or wherever you are and you have the chance to have a watch, you can watch us here and maybe see some of the activity in the background. If you go to YouTube and then put in Ocean FM and scroll down to the Aura Leisure Centre section, we're doing a live feed here. We've been doing a live feed since 9 o'clock yesterday morning with just a few hours break for some rest. And we're also on the Facebook page of, it's called Ocean FM Ireland Facebook page. And if you go there, we've got all the latest data that's coming from here and all the links that you need and so on. So listen, make sure you stay tuned because things are going to get very, very exciting later on. Here at the moment, just to give you an update if you've just joined us, because a lot of people will be joining us around this time. We're just approaching 7 o'clock, and this is set to be an historic evening here, and potentially night, or perhaps potentially early hours of the morning. It's set to be very historic here, significantly historic in the Donegal constituency for three main reasons. And that is because the return of Pat the Cope Gallagher is imminent, although we've been saying that for the past 8 hours. Well, maybe not 8 hours, but we've been saying it for a while. But certainly he's going to take the third seat. The two Sinn Féin candidates are already elected and they've already made up. We've just had another. There's now 98 seats filled in Dáil Éireann out of the 174. So somebody else has just been elected. 98. But here in Donegal, just 2 seats have been occupied, and it's a 5-seater. So the two Sinn Féin candidates easily occupied those 2 seats. Pat Cope Gallagher is going to be elected next. So the first big story then is Pat the Cope Gallagher coming back into politics. The second big story will be the election in the 4th seat. That's what we're saying, of the 100% redress party, Charles Ward. And then the third big story will be the loss of either Charlie McConaughey's seat or Thomas Pringle. So listen, stay with us. And Micheál Martin, you're a journalist here in Donegal for many years now. You've worked for many different publications. You've covered many different elections as well. This has the potential to be quite historic. You were listening in there to the 3 reasons. And I think those are 3 good reasons. Okay, maybe Pat the Cope Gallagher coming back is not, maybe historic is too strong of a word for that. Certainly the 100% redress, that is historic. And what's okay, so maybe that's the only historic thing. But in terms of, there's 3 major points of note. Do you know what I mean? And it'll also be incredible. It'll be incredibly dramatic, at least in the short term, for one of the sitting TDs to lose their seat.
How historic Thomas Gilday's election was.
Say it again.
Well, when you consider how historic Thomas Gilday's election was, and how much we still recall and discuss that event of, Thomas Gilday being elected, we've that reflected here today with Charles Ward. And his potential election here in the 4th seat. So,
And you could argue, I would argue very strongly, in fact, that compared to the Thomas Gilday issue, this is a lot more serious.
Absolutely. I would agree with you.
Of course it is. Like Thomas Gilday was about, it was a local movement. I think it turned out to be kind of a non-issue, really, didn't it? In terms of the electromagnetic radiation from the masts and so on. Open to correction on that, but I think there's plenty of masts knocking about now. And people walking around with phones. But the point I'm saying with this one, this is real here.
Absolutely real.
There's no ambiguity here.
And there's another element to that as well, if you make a comparison between the two. I think that Thomas Gilday is...
Yes.
No recount. No recount.
And Brendan's just confirming no recount, yeah.
And I think historically that Thomas Gilday spoke only once during his tenure in the Dáil. Only once. And when he did say something about the Justice Minister at that time, Nuala Owen, which caused controversy. you know. And we've heard Charlie Ward here from Ironmore, say today that he intends to be active on the Dáil floor. He intends to go in with his mica or defective, he intends to make sure that his voice is heard. Now, in terms of the other issues that he will pursue, I'm sure that health will be a major one because he himself works in dementia and healthcare, and his wife being a teacher, he'll have an interest in education. So he might be a better all rounder than what Thomas Gilday was. I don't know if we've ever seen the return, and we're missing John and Brendan, but did we ever see somebody return back into the, I'm not talking council or local, but into the political arena at the general election level? Such as what Pat Cope has done, the complete, take a year. It would be like Joe McHugh coming back for the next election is the only comparison I could draw.
Yeah. And it'll be Joe McHugh is stepping away from politics here in Donegal after 23 years. So, he had a huge amount of support. But listening to the experts we've been speaking to today, and also people directly involved in Fine Gael, they're saying that this campaign for Fine Gael has been a complete disaster. I mean, nationally, the Green Party has been wiped out, but here in Donegal, you could say, and we heard the number of how many councillors they say they had? 3.
Oh, and here did 4 in the local elections.
Yeah, 4.
Fine Gael.
Yeah. No.
No, Fine Gael. I think
The
it's
100% readers. Yeah, I think it was 3 that Fine Gael had.
Yeah,
it's 3.
Yeah.
So, like, Fine Gael is under serious pressure, and India to actually rebuild a party, that's no mean feat.
Definitely not. And I mean, seeing how strong Fine Gael were in the local elections and as well in the European elections, to come from that to drop completely for the general elections, it's very unfortunate, but they definitely miscalculated. I don't know now if this is seen across the board, judging by the amount of seats that Fine Gael are going to take. It's definitely true, but it's definitely true in Donegal. The lack of support for the candidates, taking the candidates out so late. It was unfortunate because they're 2 strong candidates. John McAnulty has a lot of experience in politics, and Nikki Bradley is a very popular candidate. She's very strong on disability issues, and she's very popular as a blogger on Instagram. And I think if they were given 2 more months and the support, complete and utter support of Fine Gael and Donegal, they definitely would have taken 1, if not 2 seats.
And do you think, Micheál, that Fine Gael can benefit from their new alliance, if you want to call it that, with Fianna Fáil in Donegal? I mean, they might get a rub of luck off Fianna Fáil in the sense that they're closely aligned nationally, let's say, and so if Fianna Fáil do well in Donegal, maybe Fine Gael do well in Donegal. Is that one way they can try and rebuild and climb the ladder again?
Well, I suppose the first thing I'd have to say in relation to that is number one, Fine Gael doesn't seem to be existent in terms of, and I hope I'm not offending anyone, but in terms of actual electioneering, planning, managing. So that's the first thing I would say. Number 2, Fianna Fáil, despite the fact that Micheál Martin didn't make an appearance in the county nor in Sligo-Leitrim, as we've said today, um, uh, they seem to like Pat the Cope as a man unto himself. He is a political machine. So when he decided to run, he was running by himself. He didn't need any electioneering. He didn't need any mentoring, puppeteering. And then we have McConalogue. And I do think if Micheál Martin had come up, I think, a little touch of grace might have, garnered the grassroots or brought them out to further help McConalogue because God, he's a minister, Um,
Well, if Micheál Martin is as popular as it seems he is, then maybe it could have helped.
Anytime a Taoiseach comes up here, anytime
true,
a
yeah.
Taoiseach comes
Regardless.
anywhere, they do bring the people out and they will ensure a shake of the hand will bring somebody into a booth. There's no doubt about it. They're like a marketing brand. Now, if he'd come up to help McConalogue, and there's another thing, where was the foresight? How didn't they know that McConalogue would be in the situation he is going to be in tonight? Now, with any political insight, you should have known this. You should have foreseen it. You should have seen it was a possibility, at least, So, will they both benefit from each other? I don't know because I see that there's a lot of work to be done by both parties from normally, say, from the grassroots up, don't you, Jerome? But in this case, it seems that it's from Dublin, Mount Street down.
And I'm not sure I agree with Brendan entirely. I'm allowed, I can say that when he's not here because I'd be afraid to say it in front of him, but he's not here, so I can say what I want. No, but I'm not sure I agree with him completely when he says, he doesn't see the value in just getting a helicopter and doing a whistle stop tour. Like I think if Micheál Martin had come up here, like in a helicopter, stop off, like they would have got good publicity locally. Um, he could have they could have had a very specific, blunt message, maybe in relation to the defective concrete blocks. He could have done the same in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, made a very blunt message about the development of the N17 to turn it into the M17, even if it wasn't, a promise or a direct commitment, just to be there on the ground and to highlight an issue that's so important to so many people.
Well, if you look
Come on, I think it certainly wouldn't have done any harm anyway.
absolutely not. When you look on the face of it, Donegal has a really strong Sinn Féin presence. There ain't no doubt about that. We've seen it executed yesterday and today. They are very present, and they're a young party as well. I know they're historically kind of older than what they present a little older than what they are, but they are young. They're only here for 8 years, and you know what? We've kind of heard a lot of criticism about them, saying that they didn't present an alternative government. Yet they have consolidated. They really have consolidated.
And we're the first time now since this general election kicked off. We're over 100 seats now in Dáil Éireann that have been filled. 101 seats have been filled in Dáil Éireann out of the 174. So that's obviously a national picture. And Fianna Fáil must have gone to Fianna Fáil, 27 seats for Fianna Fáil and 24 each for Sinn Féin and Fine Gael. And Labour remain on 6. The Social Democrats also are on 6 as well. So those are the those are the 5 most significant, biggest parties. And does it matter, India, in terms of when we're talking about leaders? I think, how they say all politics is local, and I think there's a strong argument for that. But how the public perceives the leader, is it very important?
Oh, yeah. Definitely. I think, especially in a general level, I think at a local level, people are I think somebody described politics to me in this way, and I think it's such a great way to describe it. At local level, you vote for the people, and at general level, you vote for the party. And that was from someone that is grassroots Fianna Fáil. And I think that shows that at local level, the person is so important. It doesn't matter what party they're from. Yes, you'll have the diehard Fianna Fáil, the diehard Fine Gael, and the diehard Sinn Féin. But besides from that, you'll have people that are on the fence, and they may not ever have considered that they would vote for Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, but they know the person, and the person is very approachable, and they think, well, I'll give you the vote because I know you. Whereas at general level, it goes down to the party and it goes down to how you perceive the party. And I think that Micheál Martin has shown that he's a very approachable leader. Simon Harris was doing very well in his first month as Taoiseach. He was very receptive to all the public. And then I think he hit a wall in his campaign where it was scandal after scandal after scandal. And it definitely showed in the votes that it affected him as a leader, polling so badly and having so many blunders affected his party as a whole.
There's so many variables as well, because in the United States, Trump's bombastic way of going on seems to work. But over here, when you saw the last leaders debate, Micheál Martin, I think he stood back more, but you had Simon Harris was more punchy. And then you could argue that if there was one of the leaders, if they wanted, they could have been more aggressive. Like for a leader, it's very difficult to know exactly how to present yourself, or at what stage do you push back?
Yeah.
At what stage do you stand back and take it? Do you know? And all of these things, and I presume the advisors would be all over them like that when it comes to like a national debate like that.
I would say that, but at the same time, for the advisors, it is their boss at the end of the day, and you wouldn't want to say, right, out you go now, you've done your time. So I think that it's important that you have advisors that are kind of see the bigger picture, and then it'll allow for the party to grow. I think it depends on the leader. A lot of people now, Brendan would say that Micheál Martin's done his time. I think he's got a lot more in him. I think he's shown that in the polls.
Well, I'll tell you, if he's as successful as some of these projections are saying, potentially getting more than 50 seats,
Yeah.
and the other two getting like mid 30s or whatever. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know how those figures would pan out, but if he's as successful as some of this is looking at, because yesterday we were saying, do you remember we had
Yeah,
the
we were
debate?
questioning his
We were
leadership.
saying like,
Yeah.
oh, he's a great guy, he's stable, but can he get that extra 10 seats or whatever? Well, it looks like he
He's
might be,
flying now,
or
yeah.
maybe more. So listen, we'll keep a close watch on it. And for all those people watching, hello there, and all the people listening at home on 105 FM, this is Jerome Hughes here on Ocean FM, live from the Aura Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. This is the centrepiece, this is the focal point for the local elections, for the national elections, for the general election, in fact, here, general election 2024. We're going to be here till the bitter end, and it won't be. It'll be bitter for one candidate. It'll be bitter for one of the very high-profile candidates here, according to what we're seeing. We don't know though who it'll be bitter for, but we will be here to the bitter end, and it'll be joyful for 5 people here in this room, and no doubt all 5, when the seats are filled, they'll be here to share their joy with their supporters and so on. But for now, let's take a quick break and join us again very shortly. Conasatatu, Jerome Hughes here on Ocean FM 105 FM live from the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny Town Centre. And we are at the heart of the Donegal constituency, particularly this evening because we're here to find out who is going to fill the 5 seats up for grabs in this constituency. Well, at this stage, there's only 3 because the first 2 have already been filled by Sinn Féin, and Fianna Fáil will get the third in the image of Pat the Cope Gallagher, and then it'll be down to the last 2. But I think the 4th seat, of course, is going to, according to every single projection that we look at here in every scenario, looks like the 4th seat is going to the 100% Redress Party, which will be some achievement for a first-time candidate, Charles Ward. And then the final seat will be between Thomas Pringle, the independent TD based out of Killybegs, and the outgoing Minister for Agriculture, Charlie McConalogue. So really some big stories developing here in Donegal, and we'll bring you the latest as they happen. But also, very importantly, we have a large section of South Donegal that is in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, and obviously the count is ongoing in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency as well, and the people of Ballyshannon and Burdorn who are tuned in to us this evening and all the way up to Lahey, they'll be interested to, well, they may or may not, you know, it's kind of a controversial subject, but certainly they may be interested to know who their local representatives will be because they're part of the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. And to find out more, here's Ronan Flanagan.
Thanks very much, Jerome. Yeah, so they are into the 11th count right now at the Clayton Hotel for the Sligo-Leitrim count. The last time we spoke, it was Paddy O'Rourke that was eliminated from that constituency. The Fianna Fáil councillor, who's actually the current Cathaoirleach of Leitrim County Council, stood for election with Fianna Fáil, but he was eliminated after the 10th count. And his total of 6,062 votes, excuse me. No, Eden McSherry, excuse me, her 6,000 and no, sorry, Paddy O'Rourke, his vote of 4,406 did not see him get elected. So his remainder distribution of his votes has taken place for count 10. So Frank Feehan still leads the way. On that one, he got 848 votes distributed to him from Paddy O'Rourke's votes. So that means that he is on 11,064, just shy of the quota of 11,381. So he edges ever so closer to that magic number. Then Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin, another outgoing TD, he's in second position. He got a strong amount of votes from Paddy O'Rourke, his fellow Leitrim man in count 10. He's on 9,947 votes, 1,020 of which he received from Paddy O'Rourke's distribution. Then in third position right now at the moment, we see Micheál Clarke still up there from Independent Ireland, picked up 276 votes from Paddy O'Rourke. He's on 7,773. And then the final position at the moment is being held by Eamon Scanlon, a former PD, contested the 2020 general election and lost his seat, similar to that of Pat the Cope Gallagher, a very popular figure around the Sligo region. He picked up 977 votes from his Fianna Fáil running mate in Paddy O'Rourke, and he's on 7,312 votes in total. And then Marion Harkin, the fight is still going on for Marion Harkin. She's in the fifth position, excuse me, in the 4-seater. So she'll still be hoping to regain her seat in the Dáil. She's currently on 7,145 votes. So I think at the moment it looks like, well, Frank Feehan looks like he's going to top the poll, followed by Martin Kenny. And then it looks kind of maybe like a kind of three-way tie, but the kind of three-way tie for the third and fourth seats. You'll have Micheál Clarke, Eamon Scanlon, and Marion Harkin.
And Chris McManus is out of the loop now, is he?
He is still technically kind of in the loop. He's on 6,698 votes, so he's only still maybe 500 votes behind the likes of Frank Feehan. He'll be confident of picking up votes from the likes of when Martin Kenny gets elected. Of course, fellow Sinn Féin candidate. I suppose Chris McManus, as much as it's a Fine Gael vote that maybe has gone to Frank Feehan, the two of them would be located in Sligo town, so maybe people might have voted for Chris because the Sligo town affiliation. I don't know. But it's still certainly all to pay for, yeah.
Well, Ronan Flanagan from the newsroom here in Ocean FM, thank you so much for bringing us up to date on the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, which is important here for many people in Donegal. Pat the Cope Gallagher here in the Donegal constituency is on 10,922 votes, and the quota is 12,771. And if you look at we're just waiting now for Pat the Cope to be confirmed to get across the line, and then we have 2 more seats after that to be filled. But technically, at the moment, we still have 3 seats here in the Donegal constituency to be filled. Now, Brendan Byrne, former Fianna Fáil County Councillor here in Donegal, and former Fianna Fáil Director of Elections, 102 seats have been filled now nationally out of 174. 28 of those have gone to Fianna Fáil, and 24 each to Sinn Féin and Fine Gael, Labour 6 and Social Democrats 6. Independents have taken 9 so far. So listen, and then also if you look at the various media outlets that are looking at projections, they're still saying that it looks likely that Fianna Fáil will end up probably with around 48 seats, and then Fine Gael and Sinn Féin 38 seats each. So if that does happen like that, and we see Labour at 6 at the moment, I don't know how many Labour are projected to end up with. But nationally speaking, if it does stay like that with Fianna Fáil on 48 and the other two 38, what do you think is most likely to happen?
Well, there would be 3 votes short of a majority, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. And
And that's not much, is it?
No, and there would be a school of opinion that they would bring in some independents. I would hope not. It would be better to bring in a third party and have a 3-party coalition, have better stability and not to be dependent on independents. And the most likely party would be the Labour Party. Of course, the Soc Dems, Social Democrats are an option as well. Independent Ireland are an option. There are multiple options, and I dare say Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael won't confine their negotiating to one party. They'll go multiple levels of negotiation across the various parties. But I think if you were looking for a suitable coalition partner, it would be the Labour Party. But that's just me thinking the other.
And Sinn Féin, if they end up with 38 seats, no chance of forming a government.
Well, how credible would Fianna Fáil be, having been in a confidence and supply with Fine Gael for 4 years, been in coalition government with Fine Gael, and to all of a sudden change horse midstream?
And they never would do that anyway.
No, well, there's a point even in politics which you become ridiculous.
Even here in Ireland. And what do you think, John? That's when you look at those figures, finishing up with the Dáil, 48 Fianna Fáil, 38 each for Fine Gael and Sinn Féin. It's just looking, and then Labour. It's looking like it's. Tell us.
Well, I think, it's probably worked out very well actually for them, because the 2 big parties can go back, join together again, and get people in that may be less demanding than there was previously. There'll be no shortage of independents offering supply and demand.
There's already independents at 9, and then that doesn't include the independent groups. Yeah,
I'm like with Brendan. I would prefer if it was Labour. I think it adds a lot more to the whole package if it's those 3 parties. I know Brendan was away, and I just want to throw us into the mix again. I did make a number of calls, Brendan, to Fine Gael people, different Dublin, etc., and to check out what we talked about earlier about the rotating Taoiseach and non-rotating Taoiseach, and they were horrified that he even thought of the idea. So to 1 or 2 said, no, the deal's off if that happens. So I mean, that these things would happen at this stage because everybody, it's a bit like Ivana Bacik saying, no, I won't be.
Yeah,
I'm not there to be.
But the priority is the left-leaning groups.
I suppose it's naive of any party to concede something before negotiations start. So they would say that, wouldn't they?
No, everybody, but nobody has saying anything at the minute on any of those parties that would be a surprise to you if you're involved in politics. Ivana Bacik would say that. Fine Gael would say that. Fianna Fáil will say certain things. So it's par for the course. But I think on a more serious point, what we're looking at here, it shows you it's practically impossible for an alternative government to be put in place in Ireland at the moment, and probably for a while down the line. Like Sinn Féin, let's say they have 40, they're going to have 40 seats. If somebody can show me how they get the other 40 odd seats together, I think personally, it's totally impossible. So, the government that is there, and I make this prediction in this election, it's going to be a long time before it's moved out because there is no plan B, you know. And I'm just looking at a message from somebody.
Have any of you met Ivana Bacik? And can you elaborate?
Well, no, I met her in the queue in the canteen for the doll, so I didn't really get much of a discussion with her.
Were you talking to her?
I was speaking to her, yeah.
And what were your first impressions? That's really what I'm asking about.
She just seems, as I said about Micheál Martin, she seems like a very approachable woman. And I think kind of watching her in the doll and the way she comes across in the doll and the way she brings up questions in the doll, she's very well spoken and she can bring her point across very well without being too condescending or, this is my view, you have to take it. It's she gives a very good argument, and it's very clear to know that she has a background in law, the way she puts her points across.
And Michelle, have you met her?
Yeah, I would find that she's very concrete and absolute on what she believes in, and I say it would be very difficult to shake her from what her core principles would be.
Yeah, and like this is where we get to the part of the night where we share too much. But like I have never met her, but I remember when I was in TV3, I tried to contact her a number of times, and for whatever reason, it happened with a couple of organizations as well. But for whatever reason, this is before it was Virgin Media. She wouldn't. She'd never. I don't think I've ever even spoken to her, but she didn't want to go on TV3. There could have been a good reason for that. I'm sure there was a good reason for that. But she is very impressive.
Oh, she
so
certainly
surprisingly, I've never actually met her or interviewed her or anything like that. So you've met her.
Yeah, I've met her
Brendan's
in a professional capacity when I was dealing with some fisheries and marine matter.
Impressive.
Very, and very relaxed in nature and approach and style. Very much a person that can absorb a brief almost instantly. She is a barrister, I suppose. I was probably, if you were to, over the last 4 years, to rate the top 10 people that you met in a political sphere, I would put her in one of the top 10.
And we'll have that thing back again, where the two strong male leaders for the two parties, and then like had Mary Harney for the Democratic. What was it?
The leaders debate?
No, Mary Harney, the party.
Oh, it's Progressive Democrats.
Progressive Democrats, and it'll be kind of that dynamic again, I guess. Will it?
Yeah.
You'll have the two strong males, and then you'll have the strong woman with the third party. It'll be back to that kind of Mary Harney dynamic again, which is no harm because we haven't had that.
Ivana Bacik is a formidable politician, absolutely. She's no pushover, no walkover.
Agree with Brendan, definitely.
We don't know yet what brief she's going to get. Geez, we're forming the next government. We're running ahead of ourselves. So listen,
look if we're fit for anything.
Remind us again, Brendan, in terms of Pat the Cope. We're still only got two across the line here in Donegal, right? And people will be tuning in to hear about what's happening in Donegal rather than anything else, I guess. But Pat the Cope's currently on 10,922, 10,922, 1-2. And quota is 12,771. So what's going to happen? When are we going to get to see him over the line?
Over the next number of counts will favour both Pat the Cope Gallagher and indeed Charlie McConnell, because you're coming into the elimination of the Fine Gael candidate, and we've been saying it for the last 10 hours. That is the opportunity.
Pat the Cope has just arrived as well. They're taking photographs of him over there. He's in the building. Go ahead, Brendan.
So that is the best pathway now for Pat the Cope to exceed the quota. I'm anticipating that he will. He may stop short of it. I'm not quite sure.
He won't exceed it with Mary T's.
Oh, not a hope.
What? But he was getting votes everywhere, was he not?
He was. But
yeah.
The reality is, with so many candidates, transfers go everywhere, and we've seen that.
And obviously he wouldn't, because there's over 1,000, huh?
Yes, looking for about 1,973 votes. So not alone will he have.
I'd say you get at least another 300 from
about that.
Mary T.
Yeah, about that. Something.
Why are you laughing when you say that? You're in a giddy mood now this evening. You're getting notes or something. He's starting to get very giddy again.
He's getting notes from someone.
Is he?
Yeah. Oh, aye.
I just prediction
What's
that he
going
gets
on?
over
You know better than
over
us.
300 votes.
What
You
is
see,
going on?
this always happens when I take him out.
Is it? When you take him out for too long,
Yeah.
he's all right for the first day. But so no, for sure, then he won't pass. But listen, there's no way he's going to come here and stand around longer than he has to. I guess he's not going to be here all day, so it's not going to be that long before he. So then Mary T.
Well,
So he get a few hundred from her,
and
then he'll need.
then it's John McNulty, and I'm anticipating that he'll get a sizable chunk of them. The majority of John McNulty's votes, on a geographical basis, will go to Thomas Pringle. I would hope then that Pat the Cope will get the second biggest share in and around 900 votes. And then it'll be depend on is it Jordan or Nicky Bradley that'll be eliminated at that stage. But it's most likely whoever is eliminated after John McNulty that will elect Pat the Cope.
And listen, you know Pat the Cope very well, okay? You worked with him in Dáil Éireann. And, you know, everybody, do you think everybody knows the real Pat the Cope Gallagher? Like, is he open, transparent?
Absolutely. And he's a workaholic, fanatic workaholic. Every day that we worked in the Dáil, he was there at 7:30, having done his 5Ks before he got there. And it wouldn't be unusual that he would leave the Dáil at 12 midnight.
Wow. And did he expect you to do the same?
Well, seeing that you were in Dublin and you were either renting a flat or staying in a hotel, sure, you might as well be in the Dáil, either doing some work or socializing.
But was he demanding it? Like, he expected?
Well,
did he expect like 100%, 110%?
Well, in the sense that he was a very reasonable and fair employer, and you know, well, no one could work to the same ethic that he has.
Yeah,
that's
he
not
didn't demand that.
That's not a work ethic. That's a pure vocation that you spend your entire life and every hour of every day of every week, so on, so forth. Work, work, work. That's a vocation, and that couldn't be replicated. And I don't think that'll ever be replicated in a politician.
Wow. But he didn't demand it of you.
No,
he wasn't.
no,
He was easy. He was a good
I was
boss.
very fair, very balanced, and very, very helpful. He's very helpful. There is no two Pat the Copes. The Pat the Cope that you and I know and everyone else has encountered or worked or met with professionally, that is the Pat the Cope.
Sure, and that's really what I meant when I says is he open and transparent. I didn't mean it in any way negative. But what I'm saying is, you know, what you see is what you get, and he's a fair boss.
Yeah, very fair. Very fair.
And do you think, John, that Donegal, the people of Donegal, are lucky to have him back? I know he does have a wealth of experience, and he mentioned here yesterday his contacts book. Who did he contact? The foreign minister.
And I'll tell you what you're looking for. What I'm looking for in a TD, an ETD, is a TD that will represent you and make representations if you have a problem. And Pat the Cope has proven over many, many years back to since he was a councillor that he's approachable. Whether it's somebody trying to get a passport, somebody dealing with a department, somebody dealing with a housing issue with Donegal County Council, he's available. And I think you talk to people all over the place. And I talked to somebody the other day in the Finn Valley. The thing that attracts him to people, he's available. A lot of political office now, it's 9 to 5. You don't get the office. Pat the Cope, you could always ring 24/7. Sorry, I'm not.
Even ring him if you're looking for a taxi in Brussels. I'm saying nothing. The mics are not on now.
Oh God!
What the mic is? It's on. So we're live on radio. Of course, it's on.
No, the point I'm making that he was always available there to help, and that's essential in the TD. I know personally, and I think many, many thousands, obviously in Donegal, want their TD to be there, to be available to help them. They're not particularly worried if their TD doesn't comment on, like some TDs will comment on international affairs, doesn't really resonate. And he's been involved in everything. Like, over the years, I don't know how he gets the energy, genuinely. Like, you know, and all the jobs he's done.
Talk a wee bit here, the whole lot of us, if you don't mind. Maybe we should have done more of it, but like, what about the elephant in the room? What is it about Pierce Doherty? Because that's not just Sinn Féin vote. There seems to be a massive Pierce Doherty vote. And he came here and he conquered and he ruled. And he had a very significant surplus. Tell me this, Brendan, what is there a Pierce Doherty factor or what's going on there?
Look, is it work ethic? Is it commitment? I'm not sure. But I certainly would know that it's media profile in general, the perception that potentially this guy could be the Minister for Finance, and all that he has said in the Dáil can come true instantly like Santa Claus on Christmas morning. Yeah, it's our escape valve from the realism for some, but the rest of us that studied economics and knows a bit about economics knows perfectly well there's no Shangri-La there. You know, there is no quick fix to any problem in society.
That sounds like a very political answer, doesn't it?
It does.
Huh?
But you know,
is it factually incorrect or something?
I think
there's more to it.
There has to be more to it than that.
I think, yeah, he does have a strong media presence, which is generated by being always available to the media as well. You don't just become miraculously loved by the media. We could have seen that as well with Leo Varadkar, like he was always there at the end of the phone. But that or calling them.
Can I just stop you right there?
Go on.
If it's not media focused, it has to be presence on the ground on top of local issues.
He's definitely very present on the ground. Jeez, he's at every event you can think of.
Where?
Well, I was at an event. I was at an event in Glenties, and then I was at an event in Burnfoot. You know.
But you know what else?
I do see him around the place. You don't agree? Jeez,
not necessarily.
Huh?
Not necessarily, no.
But you
not
know,
necessarily disagree.
No, I don't necessarily agree.
He's being very political, awfully political. Oh no, I shouldn't say awfully. Very political, diplomatic might be the word. Diplomatic.
No, but listen, I'm posing the question. What is it?
I'll tell you what I think it is.
Yeah,
I tell you, his he focused on insurance. Now, there's no car in the car, and indeed in the country that doesn't have one or two cars outside of their homes. He focused on the issue with insurance, the fact that people in Donegal were being charged more than people perhaps in Dublin. He proved it. He brought that to the fore. He fought it, and he fought valiantly, I have to say. The second thing that I think he's done. Well, he brought people. He called people out. He could.
I could call you out now, and what comes of it?
Well, you see, I think you're missing the point, Brendan. Right? Because
I'm just being devil's advocate.
I know, absolutely. But the point here is, you are indeed, and thank God, thank God for it. Thank God. But the point is, if we were to say that. If we were to say what your response initially is, if you've promised the moon, stars, and blah blah blah,
but that's what oppositions do.
That's right. But anyone can do that. I could
nobody does it as well as Pierce Doherty.
I could join Sinn Féin and do it.
Yeah.
This is the point I'm trying to make. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I think you confirmed what I said. In one word, you confirmed what I was saying.
But that's brilliant.
No one can do it as good as him.
But he went out. He
That's the point I'm trying to make. Like
when he goes to fight. He goes to fight like a Rottweiler.
And is that achieving results?
But sometimes when he does go to fight, he does go below the belt. And there can come a time where you think, right, Pierce, pick a different tune. I think he's very quick to judge if you had a tally for every time he said your government, you'd be flying. Because in every single speech, it's you and your government. And sometimes you have to look at that and say, well, he's very quick to point out what the government has done. What's he going to do about it? How is he going to fix the problem? It's very easy to stand across a room and shout at someone and say, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. But you have to say, right, you're wrong, but here's how we can fix it.
Well, he did that with
Is he tall? Is he good looking?
Yeah.
You know, we're not supposed to judge people by their looks, and we're supposed to be politically correct, but I'm trying to get to the hub of the matter here. Is he tall? Is he good looking? Is he articulate? Is he very charismatic? You know, because it can't be just because he promises the moon. Because if that was true, well, if that was true, everyone would do it, and everyone would be everyone would be top of the poll. With how many extra did he have? 6,500 or something?
It was less actually.
Was it?
Yeah, his votes down.
Aye, but geez, you do have it in for Jesus Christ.
You asked me a question. Do you want me to write you?
I know, but geez, I want you to try and be as subject. You know.
I've just flattened you. That's your your argument
Come
is
here
now
now.
deflated.
I wouldn't mind, but he's getting very sexist as well.
I am,
Because
yeah.
can you
I'm
imagine
trying to
if
be.
he asked that question about a
Exactly.
female TD,
Exactly.
is tall, is he good? Is she good looking?
Well, I'm just trying to get to the factors. That's the point.
No, in
I'm
fairness,
trying to get to the
in
factors.
fairness, he has a very
Are
valid
you-
point.
are
He's
you
just going the
asking
complete
us?
wrong
I
way
would
about
say
it.
Are
the
you
same about
asking
the woman.
us if he's
A
tall
woman.
and handsome and good looking, or are you asking Brendan if
I'm
he's tall and
asking.
handsome and good looking?
I'm asking it. Is there some? Is there a je ne sais
I thought
quoi?
we were having an intelligent discussion on policy. What are you at?
Well, I'm just trying to get to the. I'm trying to get to the Pierce Doherty factor. Why is he so? Why
Do
is
you
he
know
so
the old
popular?
adage when you're in a hole, stop digging?
Right. But what do you think anyway, John?
I think Pierce comes across as a very professional
I agree with
person,
that.
a very cold that people like and obviously trust.
Right.
I
So
think
does Charlie McConnell.
This is
he
not
comes.
an intermission. He's just stalled for words.
Charlie is a very, very decent fella.
Someone let the fire alarm
So he
off
is.
again.
But can I ask you, in fairness, if you put them side by side, and we're just being trying to, and the two of them were doing the 5-minute presentation to you, which of the two of them, given what you see them doing in the media, would you be more impressed with?
Yeah.
Pierce's professionalism, cold, call it whatever you want to.
He's a great.
And Charlie's, I'm just being
that's exactly what I'm trying to
because
get to. Yeah.
that's what we do. We put politicians side by side and say, yeah, no, and I'm just saying, if I had no interest in politics whatsoever, and both of them came in to say, impress me, say, right, I'll sell this to the party. I guarantee you, I'd be 90% certain that Pierce would probably beat 8 out of every other 10 people who came in because he comes across as professional and whether he's not in charge of his brief or his subject.
So, are you saying really Pierce is just better at telling us what we want to hear rather than what we should hear?
Was that not the point of her position?
Probably is. But I want him to figure out what the heck he's saying.
Well, if he is,
I'm just getting grumpy at this stage.
If he is, then he's brilliant because that is the art.
So what's the difference between a
politician
politician
needs to tell you what you want to hear?
Well, if you want to succeed, probably yes, you're right. So, in other words, there's no room in the Irish political spectrum for some politicians that just tell it as they are.
Probably not. I think that's. Yeah, I think
there probably isn't actually.
In fairness,
I wasn't really.
let's look at this.
I was being very serious actually, but carry on.
You were being serious, but let's look at it. Has Charlie McConnell got a dividend out of being truthful and telling it like it is over the last 2 years?
His dividend was he lost 2,000 votes
that's
for
what I'm
telling the
saying.
truth.
So people didn't want to hear, didn't like the message he was given.
But then the general public's cynicism towards politics is that politicians don't tell the truth.
Exactly.
And when you do tell the truth, you get punished and you're left fighting.
Well, when you
for your
see
seat.
that statement from Ivana Bacik, right, who is a very credible person, went to Trinity College, a lawyer, a lot of experience.
She's
priorities.
playing political footsie now. That's a different.
My
she
priority,
just doesn't want to dance with Micheál tonight, but maybe tomorrow.
When she releases,
or Simon,
when you release statements,
it could be a 3-hand reel.
But you're talking about telling the truth. When you release statements, surely to God, if you make a statement, you must believe that what you're saying is true.
This is political intrigue. That's
not politically
that's political poker there.
If she doesn't believe that, if she does not believe that, what she's saying, then she's lying.
She doesn't want to go for lunch for free. This has to be
what she's actually saying to Micheál Martin in this instance is, listen, here's my position. It's going to cost you. If you want me to, I'm going to have to turn around and say, for the good of the country, all that. Yeah, of course, we'll do business down the line.
Can we go for a commercial break because we're no longer making any sense?
We're making plenty of sense.
You
what?
Lively?
Oh, right.
Well, no.
Message coming in here.
Oh, yeah, I see this here.
Oh, God.
Brendan Byrne, 100% correct about Pierce Doherty, and he didn't do anything for insurance that people couldn't do themselves. When Pierce is winning, he's a great fella, but he can't take criticism at all. Hence, all the heckling he does in the Dáil. That comes in from one of our
give me the number
listeners.
And I'll tell you who it is.
No, and again, this is not big.
I think genuinely, look, let's mature this debate.
Yeah,
because there is
I think it's a significant. I think
there's a
it's
lot of
I think
maturity
it's a
around this
very
table.
important question.
But what Pierce has now, to be fair, is a cult status in Donegal.
Yeah.
I suppose Donegal is at a stage where, with all the talk that we're different up here and that we're a forgotten county and all that that's gone on, whether you agree or disagree with that is now irrelevant. But that's the backdrop to where we are. And we have this candidate who's a young up and coming politician who's prominently positioned in a main opposition party. And there is a belief, untested, but there is a belief amongst the electorate that he has all the solutions to the problems. And that is a fair entitlement for him to build up as an opposition policy.
The Green
But he's
Party have
not tested.
finally the Green Party have finally got a seat. Roderick
Oh,
O'Gorman
God.
elected on the final count in Dublin
That's
West.
very disappointing. They've got one.
You know, when you would want nothing, like.
You're becoming more political this evening as the
I
as
just
the
don't
thing
like
goes on, isn't it?
Greens.
Huh?
I don't like Greens. They're very anti-rural in their policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You know, we're all conservationists and no one's more into environment than me. But what nonsense they've come up with in the last government in terms of carbon tax that we're all paying for. You know, we're a very small country and we all know we have a role to play in environment and all the rest of it. But you don't bankrupt your people and those that are most vulnerable and marginalized doing it.
Like, you know, and I am totally 100% in favor of renewables, getting rid of fossil fuels, doing everything like that. 100%.
Same here.
I really am, and I don't even mind paying what did you call it? The tax,
Carbon.
the carbon tax, and all the rest of it. But I just think it needs to be led by governments, not individuals. When I can't burn turf, and yet one missile that's going into a house in Gaza, I don't know what that does in terms of fossil fuel or in
Absolutely.
terms of, and all the bombing that's going
Or
on
one flight
in
across the
Ukraine,
Atlantic.
or one flight across the Atlantic. All the tanks that are moving around Ukraine and all over
There's
the
no
world.
sense of
There's just
proportion
no
to
sense.
Irish green policy.
And I think
That's it.
I would sign up to it. It should be government led because government can make big decisions. But my little turf fire, like out in Lahi, Jesus Christ, it's not going to save the planet. You know, and I know that everyone has to do their
I
bit.
feel for you because not alone the turf fire is an issue, but you were even ejected out of Donegal constituency. This really is. I'm available. We will counsel you out of this.
Yeah. So I'm up for realistic, and you know, and again, I know we all have to. What about? I would need to ask an expert this, but like you see it in Reykjavik, or you know, when like is that? You know, when you have a volcano that goes off and it goes off for months and weeks, is that? I don't know what sort of pollution that is. You know, it's certainly. I'd say it's certainly a lot worse than my turf fire.
I would say that, yeah.
And again, I would sign up to
And
things
CO2
like that.
emissions in China, I'd say they'd be
Yeah.
wee bit higher than your turf fire. Just a wee bit.
Brendan and India are spot on. The Greens have destroyed rural Ireland. That comes in from another listener.
Do you want the number of that one too?
No one gets the number of anything. This is this is confidential. People shouldn't be afraid to text in with their comments. By the way, we don't give out numbers, and anyway, it comes up as a generic number as far as I can see. Not that I looked, but yeah, I can see it there. People seem to be going away. What's going on there? Dinner time
for food.
But sure, what about this? Like, what about us?
It's a bad sign.
Mary T is taking them all out for lunch.
It's your dinner there, Jerome.
It's
It's
a very bad sign because this means that they're looking at a very long stretch
They are,
after
they're
they come
looking at a
back.
very long night.
And I think that's the more worrying thing of them
Jesus.
disappearing now.
So no more announcements, no more results.
Not till the troops are fed.
That is unbelievable. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens, and we'll keep our listeners up to date. That's all we can do. We'll just have a quick look at the national picture, and I have to say that we're not far off from getting. Pat the Cope has been here with his supporters, and I see Dr. James McDade. He'd be a good interview. I see Dr. James McDade at the far end. Am I right in saying him? The guy with his silver hair? No. No, it's not. I don't think it's him. Huh?
That's Denny McGinley.
Is it?
Thank you.
Can do an interview.
I would I would love to do an interview with Denny McGinley because it's been so long. But just to take a look at the national picture. Well, anyway, I was saying that Pat the Cook Gallagher's not far off at this stage because he's on 10,922 votes and the quota is 12,771 votes. So it'll not be long before he crosses the line and he'll become the third TD in the Donegal constituency to be elected. And nationally, we're looking now 106 seats have been filled. There's 174 seats to be filled in Dáil Éireann in the 34th Dáil. 106 have been filled, and we'll have an announcement here from the technical side of things. And Kevin Fury's been doing an amazing job since 9 o'clock yesterday morning in keeping everything going. Just to let you know, in terms of watching us as opposed to listening to us, we're on YouTube and we're on Facebook, obviously, but we need to reboot. We're going to have to reboot the stream as we are live now for almost 12 hours. So is that going to happen right now? Oh, we're going to take a break. That's even better. When we take a break. Well, there's no rush on that either, by the way. We're happy to keep going. But when the next time we take a break, you'll break with the live stream and then it'll be back on quick enough.
I just goes the most important result today.
This is John Campbell.
Man United 4, Everton 0.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Man United 4, Everton 0.
Yeah.
And did the Man City game happen yet?
I think City
that
lost.
was yesterday, was it?
No, it was today.
Oh,
I think City lost again.
Really?
I think
that's unbelievable. Well, I'll tell you one thing.
Pep's got to go.
Pep's got to go. He could be in trouble as well, like a couple of our candidates here as well.
Yeah.
And so we've got two Sinn Féin and elected, and Pádraig McLaughlin. He's also, John. When you look at the Sinn Féin factor in Donegal, okay, Pádraig McLaughlin. He's also very articulate. It seems to be things with Sinn Féin. They always seem to be good talkers, right?
Yeah,
but
Patrick
McLaughlin,
the whole thing,
go on ahead.
and I know that for a long time in the Senate, Patrick McLaughlin has always been an extremely hard worker on the ground, and has always had a brilliant, maybe not even recognised the way he should for it, but I've always found that. I found it, and people who I know that know him, Patrick, will always vouch for the fact that Patrick McLaughlin is and has always been an extremely hard worker. And,
and he comes across as very genuine.
He genuinely does, yeah. He's a very...
Even more than Pierce or any of the other, he comes across as very genuine.
I work very closely with Pádraig McLaughlin. He's the opposition spokesman for Marine and Fisheries. There isn't a week, but I work or contact him or engage with him. And I have never met a person more committed to the sector. And he doesn't come from the fishing background, but he has really read up on the brief. He has led out on great policies. If you were to look at the fishery policy in the Sinn Féin manifesto, it's by far the greatest of all the fishery policies published. And he is a remarkable politician with drive, energy, and respect for our sector. I would rate him the highest of all the people that I've worked with in the fishing sector over the last 5 years.
Well, geez, that's when I raised the question of the Pierce Doherty factor. That's kind of, but that was more succinct.
No, absolutely.
But he does
Pádraig is a very genuine, sincere.
Have you met him, India?
Yeah, I did. I spoke to him. I was speaking to him yesterday. He seems like we've said before, he is a very approachable person. And I met him a few times in the Dáil. But every time I met him, he seemed to be always on the phone, like always speaking to people and always speaking to people about issues, which is great to see in a TD to show that they're always engaging with their people. And he seems like a fantastic TD for Donegal, and I'd say we're lucky that he's been re-elected, especially for the issue of Micah. He's been very, very active in that, and I think hopefully he'll continue to push on and maybe work with Charles Ward to see what they can do.
He's in Inishowen,
He's in Inishowen, yeah.
He's a good stretch from Lahey, but I suppose according to what we heard earlier on, it's all about you don't need one on your doorstep. And Michelle, you've met him.
Yeah, I think Pádraig McLaughlin's absolutely wonderful. I went to Brussels with him actually on a jaunt. Great memories from that time,
This is like the junket.
Yeah.
Where they pay to bring,
They pay to bring you over and they try to get you back. Yeah. That that kind of junket.
Did you need a taxi at 2 a.m.? Not looking at anyone now.
Oh, no. Dear God.
But one thing I will say about Pádraig, and this is something I wouldn't say about every politician either, is whenever there was a meeting, regardless of what issue it might be, Pádraig was in Ardra, he was on the border, he was, He is always there, ever present. And he's always the type when you walk into a room, he knows your name and the arms out, and he's genuinely happy to see you. He is absolutely amazing. Lovely, lovely guy. Hard worker.
Absolutely.
And Mary Lou is also very charming, isn't she?
She
Have you
is.
met her?
Absolutely,
Like I would
extremely
have met her
charming.
years ago, and she was canvassing in Dublin Central, and a woman came up to her and called her Mary McAloo, and she just smiled, and I laughed my head off like Mary McAloo because Mary McAleese I think was around at the time, but she also has a good personality. But the one thing that seems to stand out somehow Sinn Féin attract them. And listen, Sinn Féin topped the poll here, so they took the first two seats, so it's relevant that we talk about them. But they do have very good media performers, don't they, John? Sinn Féin.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look over even but they do have good media performers.
they do. They're very professional in what to do in the media, and
Oh no, Bryn is a good talker.
they're very media savvy as well.
Yeah.
Uh, you know, they are, and I think it's something that maybe other parties. It's something that Sinn Féin do that other parties maybe needed to look at the communications skill because it's very slick, it's very professional, and that's the way things are going. But
But there needs to be substance behind it, otherwise the electorate would look straight through it. I mean, oh no, Bryn, he's their housing spokesperson. He's he seems to have his head on his shoulders, and like what do you think? Like they need to have substance behind it. But do you think she got caught out a bit on the whole manifesto thing
no, I think
with the
just go
housing and
back
on?
here. We're talking about, and rightly so, that we have great politicians here, but we mustn't forget the Sinn Féin vote decreased in Donegal. What, 3%?
Yeah.
But that's probably because of the 100% redress, is it?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, a decrease in politics. Fine Gael vote decreased substantially
Yeah, but
in
another
Donegal.
3%, I suppose.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that the Fianna Fáil vote went up, but that was entirely down to Pat
And a personal
the
vote
Cope.
for Pat the Cope.
I think when you sit down coldly somebody and analyse the performance of the party, the vote was down for all parties bar one in Donegal, and the reason for that was exceptional circumstances because somebody who was very well known, a recognised very good worker, was coming back. But at the end of the day, we talk about we're very political, we're different up here. No, we weren't that different. We did the same thing as most other constituencies in the country. The percentage was down.
Do you think do you think the fact that with the 100% redress and Pat the Cope coming back, do you not think it's impressive that Sinn Féin's vote was down so little? Would you not expect it to be down even more?
No, because we spent quite a while saying that earlier on today, saying that a lot of people believed that Sinn Féin were the party who carried the solutions to the Micheál problem. So, no, we've got to look at even look at the independent vote here. We look at the independent vote in relation to the last time when an independent ran in Donegal with really no issue, John O'Donnell. There was a huge percentage for independent voters there. I haven't looked at the independent vote in Donegal this time. But the point I'm making is that we say we're totally different with this, that, and the other, but we're not. Our percentage, overall percentage of the vote dropped in Donegal, and the party votes dropped inside of Donegal as well.
India, what's the psychology about voting for an independent like the likes of Thomas Pringle? Is it a case? Is it like you're really voting for the individual when you're voting for an independent? You can't say, "Oh, it's about being loyal to the party or whatever else." Is it in some cases an anti-establishment vote? Is it almost exclusively a personal vote for the person? I mean, it's kind of an interesting scenario that we have. I mean, amongst all of this that somebody runs as an independent
Yeah.
and they get elected. Do you know what I mean? What's going on there?
I think it all depends on how you vote. Like personally, I wouldn't vote for an independent. I wouldn't give them my first preference vote in a general election because I think your general election vote holds so much power. And I personally don't think that an independent candidate can achieve enough at a national level. So I would tend to favor more a person who's backed by a party. But I think that a lot of people have spoke about being fed up with Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. Although it doesn't show that in the votes, a lot of people that I've spoke to have said, I'm not voting Fianna Fáil, I'm not voting Fine Gael. I'd rather not vote or not vote for Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. So that probably would make you more inclined towards an independent. But it's all about doing your own kind of research and seeing which candidate resonates with your views. And I suppose in Thomas Pringle's case, he kind of ticks a lot of boxes because he covers a lot of issues. But I think when he said yesterday, I wouldn't be interested in going involved with the government. I think that kind of probably made me realize, well, made a lot of people think, well, if he's not going to go into the government, how is he going to achieve for the greater good things for Donegal?
That's the thing, India. And maybe I'm naive, but you seem to be thinking the same way. Like I would be thinking, even it doesn't matter how much I like Thomas Pringle, which is a very nice guy, he's a gentleman, you know, he's a really.
He's a lovely person.
But I
yeah.
would be thinking, I would actually be wanting to vote for the person I think is most likely to be in government.
Yeah.
You know,
Because at
maybe
the
that's
end of
not
the
how
day,
politics should work. Maybe you should be voting for the individual with the integrity, with the integrity, with the proven track record of working hard and so on. But on a really shallow level,
yeah.
I would want to be voting for the person who I think is actually going to get into government. So that do you know what I mean?
I think though at local level it's important to vote for the person because no matter what party they are for, they're in your local area. They may have issues. They understand the issues that you are facing in your local area. So
You mean county council?
I mean county council. I mean local elections. I think it's a lot
Well,
more.
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more important to vote for the person over the party at local
Me too.
level.
Yeah, I agree.
Whereas at general level, more can be achieved if you vote for a person who's backed by a party. But then in Charles Ward's case, yes, he's backed by a party, a very small party, but he's still backed by a party and he's flying it. So it all depends on what your issues are and what resonates most with you. But whatever your views are, as long as you use your vote. Well,
Okay, we're going over to the returning officer, Geraldine O'Connor.
An dara kuntas jeg in ye cuid voti Mary T. Sweeney 3,300 seachtu sé vota ach dalju Bradley Nicky Fine Gael Moja Céad Carca sé Umlan voti Caramila Céad is hochtu Gallagher Pat the Cope Fine Fall Moja 300 seachtu dó Umlan Ein Vila Deg, Dachid, Noka Cahar. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin, Moja, Cade Octa Cahar. Omlon Vote, Cuig Mila, 300 Triacus Ni. McConnellogue Charlie Fina Fall, Moja, Dachid, Carica. Omlon Vote, Ocht Mila, Shockgate, Shockta Hain. McNulty John, Finnegail, Moja, Quega Cuig. Omlon Voti, 3,000 Kerricade Trechas a Cahar. Pringle Thomas Non-Party, Moja 300 Trecha Hocht. Omlon Voti, 6,000 Shockgade Noka Cuig. Ward Charles 100% Redress, Moja 1,000 300 is Hock Jeg. Omlon Ní míle seachgéad ochta cehar. Cóipéir ballóide neamh in aistrithe. Seachgéad fiche sa trí. Umlán míle trícéad ochta sa cúig. Níor bhain éon iarrthóir an quóta amach sa chuntas seo. Cinnis nach bhfuil fuille vótaí a dháileadh amach, chuirfí mé an tíarrthóir a bhfuil an méid is lú vótaí aige. John McNulty, 3,434 vóta as an áireamh. Ladies and gentlemen, the following is the result of the 12th count, which consisted of the distribution of Mary T. Sweeney's 3,376 votes. Total of votes distributed, 3,376 votes. Bradley Nicky Fine Gael plus 146. Total votes 4,280. Gallagher Pat the Cope Fianna Fáil plus 372. Total vote 11,294. Jordan Noel Sinn Féin plus 184. Total votes 5,309. Sorry, I'll say that again. 5,339. McConaughey Charlie Fianna Fáil plus 240. Total vote 8,771. McNulty John Fine Gael plus 55. Total vote 3,434. Pringle Thomas non-party plus 338. Total vote 6,795. Ward Charles 100% redress plus 1,318. Total votes 9,784. Non-transferable papers not effective 723. Total 1,385. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. John McNulty, 3,434 votes. Thank you.
Geraldine O'Connor there, the returning officer for the Donegal constituency, and Pat the Cope Gallagher is still not across the line to take the third seat. Let's try and get a little bit more analysis now from Brendan Byrne.
Thanks. I think the sensational headline there is the size and scale of transfer from Mary T. Sweeney to Charles Ward. 1,318 is a phenomenal transfer. It was anticipated that it would be high. It underpins that one of the challenges that Thomas Pringle has is the scale of vote that's now hemorrhaging to 100% redress. And the more vote that goes to them at this stage, it makes it more difficult for him to claw his way back. So if you look at Thomas Pringle, he got a healthy transfer there of 338 votes. It looks like he's 1,976 votes behind Charlie McConaughey. And we're now proceeding to the elimination of John McNulty of Fine Gael. And this will be a critical count for the two Fianna Fáil candidates. They are banking on a healthy transfer for both of them from John McNulty and Nicky Bradley. It's critical for them in the case of Charlie McConaughey, particularly, that this is his pathway now to re-establish a healthy lead over Thomas Pringle before we go into the elimination of Noel Jordan. As we know, John McNulty is geographically very close to Thomas Pringle. So in actual fact, Thomas Pringle is going to get more votes here, but it's the scale, the net gain. Charlie has to try to keep that net gain less than 400 votes. He needs to keep that, and then we'll proceed to the next count, which most likely will be Nicky Bradley, which will favour Charlie. And then it's down to the critical elimination, the elimination of Noel Jordan's votes. That will determine the final seat. But Charlie needs a head of steam. He needs to be well ahead of Thomas Pringle going into that final count of the elimination of Noel Jordan, because we all know there is a sizable chunk of votes in Noel Jordan's papers for Thomas Pringle. Now, looking at it objectively, that's still a very healthy lead, 1,976 votes. It has come back by about a net 380 votes over the last 3 counts. I would imagine that Thomas Pringle would have anticipated more. I would imagine that Thomas Pringle hadn't anticipated the scale of transfers going to Charles Ward, but that's the reality of the count. Right from early on today, when we raised the flag, that the independent vote was transferring very heavily to redress. It was splitting with Thomas initially, then they were getting an advantage over Thomas, the redress, and now you have a very lopsided transfer from Mary T to redress at the expense of Thomas Pringle. Having said that, he has still got Noel Jordan there, who's 5,339. That's a sizable vote. And if he were to get a 30% transfer, it brings him right back into play. And then it's down to the what can Charlie McConnell get from Nicky Bradley.
And you weren't far off, John, in terms of Mary T only given around 300, 372. It ended up in the end to Pat Cope. But share your thoughts, if you'd be so kind.
Nothing really has changed. This is a very important one for, well, a couple of candidates, but certainly from Thomas Pringle. This is one of those where Thomas Pringle needs to cut substantially into the lead of Charlie McConnell if he's to survive. And I think it'll be very clear after this. There's no doubt about it. Inside of the...
You think it'll be very clear after this?
It'll become a lot clearer, I'll put it that way, because there's certain... I think there are probably certain areas, if it's above a certain figure, I think we're thinking, no, that gap is not going to be closable. If Brendan mentioned the figure there that Thomas Pringle would need to have a net 400 anyway to make sure of that. Now, possible, but we must remember Pat the Cope's going to get votes out of this. We must remember Nicky Bradley is going to get a substantial vote as the running mate of John McAnulty. And I think what we have here, and I think this will tell a story, that is a complete Fine Gael vote, in my opinion, what's left there. It's the core of the core, right? Now, we're trying to analyse 3,000, but this is 3,000 Fine Gael votes. Yes, inside of that, there'll be geographical considerations because 1,000 of that has come from Carrick-Glen. But also inside that, there'll be deeply political people who would not be of a similar school of thought to Thomas. Inside of that, there will be people who will see it as almost their duty to vote, for example, Pat the Cope and Charlie McConnell because they're government colleagues. So this is going to be a very, very intriguing and probably the first time ever thing we're going to see in relation to a Fine Gael candidate going out, to Fianna Fáil TDs needing transfers, maybe Pat the Cope, not as much obviously as Charlie, and then the geographical part of the old Southwest coming in. I'm intrigued to see how this is going to play out. I genuinely don't know. I know I would have a fair idea of the type of electorate that I would have dealt with over the years. These are core Fine Gael supporters. And what's intriguing me is when we get to the business end, where their vote can make so many differences, I genuinely don't know which way it'll go. Will it stay local and support Thomas Pringle? Will it stay loyal and go to Nicky Bradley? Will it stay loyal as well and support the two government colleagues, the two candidates from the government party. I don't know. I genuinely, it's something that I find most interesting in several elections to see how this plays out, because I think there's implications going forward if we see how a vote like this from Gael to Fianna Fáil, etc., plays out. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of this.
And the other thing, of course, Pat the Cope is still about 1,470
right,
votes
yeah.
short of the quota. I don't anticipate he'll go over the quota on John McNulty's, which was a concern of ours earlier. If he were to go over, then that would free up all of Jordan's votes and subsequent preferences, which would strengthen the hand of Thomas Pringle. So that's a minor thing that's not working in the favour of Thomas Pringle and working to the advantage of Charlie McConnell-Logue. That being said, Charlie is still 1,976 votes ahead of Thomas Pringle. It's going into account that will benefit Pringle because of geographical factors, whilst at the same time there will be a government transfer to Charlie McConnell-Logue. The whole entire key question there is, what is the net gain of votes for Thomas over Charlie McConnell-Logue on the McNulty transfer? If it's 400 or more, then Pringle's right back in the game.
So you're saying Pringle gets 400 from Jordan?
Net gain.
Net gain. Yeah, he's back.
What do you think, India, when you hear all that?
I agree. Yeah, I don't think he's out of the race yet, but judging by the votes, he needs to be getting a lot more, as Brendan said, a lot more of a net gain to stay in the race, because the elimination of Nicky Bradley could go anyway, really.
So it's going to get very exciting. And this next, but by the way, before we do this, and I don't mind sounding like an idiot here, but I'm confused a little bit because the counters went away for dinner, but then they were gone. And half an hour later, we got this announcement. Is it all happening here now?
Yeah, well,
what's going on
the
here?
counters would have done all the work, and they would be then.
Well, what's the delay then?
But they would have had to double check their figures,
right,
on the ones that they got to
So
make
you're
sure that they had.
Yeah.
There's two parts to the process. There's a physical counting and marking of them, and then there's a certification of them by the top table.
That's fair enough, but the certification takes a long time, doesn't it? Huh?
Yeah.
Like I'm talking 45 minutes. Do you not think so?
Yeah. Look, there's
yeah.
an abundance of caution, and then there's an abundance of caution. And I think we're working to the latter here.
And maybe we're working with a lack of an abundance of patience.
Do you know the future of ministers in the ballot? So they're going to be extra cautious.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's all right. But listen, and just have a look at the national picture, because we're going to take a quick break. 112 seats have been filled in Dáil Éireann in general election 2024. That's out of 174 seats, so 112. We're still looking at that turnout. It won't change anyway, around 60%. And we have only two seats have been filled here in the Donegal constituency. It's a 5-seater. We have the two Sinn Féin candidates who have crossed the line. We're still waiting for Pat the Cope. And then the final 2 seats, the 100% Redress Party will take the 4th seat, but then we just don't know yet who will take the 5th. Will it be the independent incumbent TD or the outgoing TD, Thomas Pringle, or the outgoing Minister for Agriculture, Charlie McConnell? It really is going to get very exciting, and we've been here since 9 o'clock yesterday, so we may as well stay till the end now at this stage. There's no point packing up just as it gets exciting. But listen, we're here at the Ora Leisure Centre in Letterkenny. Loads more still to come. Please stay with us if you can. I just want to mention as well that while we're taking this break, the actual live feed in terms of the video, we're going to just temporarily switch that off to reboot the system, because it's been operating now for almost 12 hours. And so it just needs to be rebooted. So it momentarily, for a couple of minutes, like 5 minutes it takes to reboot. And then I'll remind you then that you can come back and you can log in again, or you can have a look again on YouTube or through the Facebook channels. But for now, Slán go fóill. Here's a break.